About the fact that I'm wandering around not sure where the fuck you are because I don't know where you are.
Just pull my string. Do I need to send it in fucking Discord or some shit?
Delete
Oh
this.
no, that's the thing. It's
In Oblivion, outside of role-playing, our only option is the
I think
former,
it's
which means that
H1Z1.
canonically the cock.
Every now and then.
I bet if you were a midget, you wouldn't have this perspective on life.
Alright, I'll take a moment real quick.
That'd be
Lie down.
wild being
Well, I'm
3'2"
thinking of
for a
getting
day.
healthy.
I wonder if it'd be cool or if it would suck. Do cool
Alright
shit
guys,
like
I'm gonna
hide
go
and
to
travel.
bed.
People like to brag and say they've
Good
never
night,
done
Metal.
Oblivion's main quest. I
Good
find this strange,
night.
as people put an unusual
Bye.
emphasis on the main quests of these games in terms of how they end the game. However, neither Morrowind nor Oblivion nor Skyrim's main quest actually marks the end of their respective Elder Scrolls game. The end of the game is really just the last time you hit exit game on a character. However, what people can't say is that they haven't started Oblivion's main quest, unless you're somehow in the minority of individuals whose first playthrough involved an alternative start mod. So we have to go back to the beginning. The introduction. We are a prisoner sitting in a cell inside the Imperial City Prison. Emperor Uriel Septim VII, with a group of blade bodyguards, uses a secret exit inside our cell to escape. We follow, as the Emperor has had visions of us before and trusts us. He gives us the Amulet of Kings, and we witness his assassination. We're instructed to go to Wayne Priory, and we leave. As we exit the sewers, we're told to either fast travel to Coral or to follow the quest marker to get there. Now before we set off, there's something that I feel merits discussion at this juncture. Why was the Emperor skipping town? The obvious answer is to escape the Mythic Dawn assassins, but why? Secret passages out of cities typically exist in the event a city is besieged and the defenders aren't confident they can keep the attackers out. It's a way to get your leadership out of the inevitable torture and execution. This is not what you do in the event of an assassination attempt, but fine. I guess we'll assume that the Blades have decided that there may be infiltrators in the Imperial Palace and they can't defend them there anymore. What are their options? Firstly, teleportation magic.
For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor.
But did you install a teleporter in the Imperial Palace? That apparently doesn't merit special permission, and besides, you're the Emperor. Even if there is no teleporter out of the palace, the Emperor is a master of the mystic arts, so Uriel definitely knows how to cast Recall or Divine Intervention. But that would be illegal. We may be fleeing for our lives here, but we aren't criminals, goddammit. Okay, so you're in the Imperial Palace and you want to not be. Go through the sewers. Except the only palace sewers entrance connecting to the palace proper is lost knowledge that is only later recovered during the Thieves Guild. So I guess they went across the surface, through the market district, crossed the bridge to the prison district, went into the bastion, and then came down to our cell block. So they were going to leave through the same sewer exit we use, right? Which is not far from a shallow point in the lake. There are 4 ways to get off this island without swimming. The Imperial Dragon Bridge, the wood bridge in the northwestern corner, a shallow part in the lake in the northeast, and a shallow part in the south. What's our plan after that? Maybe we take the Emperor to a fort. Except there aren't any Imperial Legion forts in Cyrodiil. The closest fort is Fort Urasek, which is full of goblins. The second closest fort is Shalman, which is full of undead. Fine, we're going up to Cloud Ruler Temple. Except one little thing.
I was born 87 years ago.
So you're telling me you're going to march an 87-year-old man up this mountain to Cloud Ruler Temple. Are we confident that he's even going to be able to breathe up there? And the answer is yeah, because have you seen the Imperial Palace? Cardio day is every day when you live in a skyscraper with no elevator. I mean, we see the guy on the roof in the trailer. Uriel's probably ripped under that robe. But we don't even have to get up that far. The road is Ambush Alley. Again, trying to get Uriel out of the city is probably not that great a plan. Caius Casades in Morrowind was talking about a secession crisis 6 years ago, so surely you guys have prepared something in the interim besides, take him to the fort high in the mountains. Okay, so what are our options? You could have just stayed in the Bastion. The prison district is like a fortress, and the only downside of the prisoners, of which there are only 4. But if you don't want to go that route, you could instead go to the Arcane University. Sure, there might be hidden necromancers, and it would suck to flee from one death cult to another, but it's highly defensible. There are battle mages there, and a bunch of powerful wizards. You could also go to the waterfront and commandeer a ship and then sail away from the city. Oh wait, there's a shallow section there, so you'd have to get out and push the boat. The only problem with the main gate is that there aren't any horses at the stable. We know the Emperor walked by here, right? So why didn't they march him around the prison? You'd get to the sewer exit faster and could even commission some legionaries to escort you. Or if we're really dedicated to wading through feces because you think it'll get the Dawn to stop following you, you could enter the market sewers at a couple different shops in their basement and then connect to the North Tunnel, which exits equidistance from 2 different land bridges. It's not implausible, as Boris seems to know the sewers pretty well. Or take the Southeast Tunnel, which you enter in the Arboretum. It's the farthest from a land bridge, but the simplest and shortest of the sewers. But fine, the invisible hand of fate pushes them to go through the prison district sewers, because they felt they had to start in prison and they showed the scene in the E3 demo. On our arrival at Wayne Priory, we're directed to speak with Joffrey, a priest who is secretly the Grand Master of the Blades.
Emperor Uriel? Do you know something about his death?
Yeah, I know that instead of bringing the amulet to you directly, I instead entered into a gladiatorial arena, started from nothing and became its grand champion, and then left that arena to sign up with a mercenary company, discovered a conspiracy by a rival company, and subsequently wiped them all out, became the leader of the Fighters Guild in the process, and now I'm currently in the 15-hour section between the end of the Fighters Guild and beginning of the Mages Guild, and I need to access some Oblivion gates for sigil stones, so I may have finally decided to bring you the Amulet of Kings. I know it might be a bit late, but here you go.
As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you.
Now, it's impossible to not make a comparison to Morrowind given the extreme and obvious similarity that exists between Joffrey and the character Caius Casades. Both Morrowind and Oblivion start with the player character being released from prison by the Imperial Authority with the instructions to deliver something to the regional leader of the Blades. Both characters are old, balding Imperials who have taken cover identities as unlikely suspects of espionage. Casades was a skooma addict, and Joffrey was a monk. Both characters fill the role of giving the player directions that constitute the main quest. Now for the differences. The player has little inkling of what their true use to the Blades is in Morrowind. Your only clues will be to read the documents that you're assigned to collect for Casades, and if you don't, Caius will eventually explain your role in the Unraveling prophecy. Whereas, from the outset of Oblivion, the character is intimately aware of what their role in this story is.
Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land. You, I've seen you. You are the one from my dreams by the almighty gods. These are the closing days of the Third Era, and the final hours of my life.
Stranger.
If the story was realistic, and bear with me on that sentiment, then Joffrey would thank us for the amulet and send us on our way. However, I appreciate that sometimes unrealistic things have to happen in stories for the sake of, well, storytelling. Joffrey, however, begins divulging information to the player that he really shouldn't, at least not yet. What if, for instance, the player was actually the Mythic Dawn member who killed the Emperor after hearing his instructions, then managed to kill the player and Boris and taken the Amulet of Kings, and this was a ploy to try and uncover any illegitimate heirs? Is Joffrey so confident in his cover identity that he's willing to divulge information to a complete stranger simply off the idea that Uriel Septim was a quirky guy who knows a protagonist when he sees one? Now, Casades trusts the player because he has verifiable proof that he's been sent by the Empire. Even if he didn't, Morrowind has another trick up his sleeve. After introducing ourselves to Casades, he dismisses us with only one order: to get a job. In that interim, it's not unreasonable that he reached out to Celis Gravius, the man who gave us our orders at Satanin, to verify this information. Joffrey has no equivalent moment, because he really can't. Fixing this inherent problem of trapping the player in the main quest would take one big change to the game: delaying the destruction of Kvatch.
Bad idea. Suddenly destroying an entire city housing quest content and maybe the player's house would probably foster more resentment towards the game than the Daedra. In that situation, I'd imagine that most players would reload a save if they found out the city was destroyed, and then proceed to complete everything they could in Kvatch until they were okay with it being leveled, which sort of defeats the purpose of destroying the city in the first place.
How true is this sentiment, however? Breville, for instance, main quest, and a quest to buy the house. Maybe it's frustrating if your Breville hovel gets blown up, but one short quest to rebuild it in the ruins and bam, all your stuff's back. Just void the Mages Guild quest. The Dark Brotherhood seems like they would hang out in the ruins, and losing 3 side quests sucks, but it helps create the illusion that the cities are in danger if one gets destroyed. You could sidestep the issue entirely by making it so Kvatch just doesn't have a home for sale. That might be a death flag, but the benefits of having the alternative reality criticisms it would endure for being designed for destruction. Obviously, there are time concerns for Bethesda, but don't discount the idea entirely because it might be an inconvenience for the player. Nobody in the Fighters Guild acknowledges their friends that perished in the city. Archmage Traven will conveniently decide to not assign a school of magic to the Kvatch Guild Hall prior to its destruction. Well, sad to say, but such wasn't the only forgotten city of Cyrodiil, given the only thing people outside of Kvatch have to say is praise for the player when they save it.
Did it, Patrick! We saved the city!
If Kvatch actually exists prior to the main quest, it could be a simple city. A few quests, most of them simple and might only pay out gold. Kvatch's lack of quests could even be attributed to it being a quiet, peaceful area. It would have a simple recommendation quest for the Mages Guild, which would get waived if the player joins after the guild hall is destroyed. And like most Fighters Guild halls, it would serve no purpose. It's not like there isn't a precedent in Oblivion for areas and characters that get destroyed and killed. Look at the Bruma Mages Guild Hall. The minority of people who care about getting 100% just grab the Dremora Lord summon spell and invest in the Alchemist ahead of time. Everyone else gets caught by surprise and generally praises that quest.
The only time the Mages Guild reaches out of storytelling mediocrity is the quest where the Necromancer King attacks the Bruma Mages Guild, destroying it and killing many of its residents. Had the characters in Bruma been more fleshed out, then this could have worked as a gut punch which would have given the player a reason to hate the Necromancers.
As it stands, we get none of the benefits of having Kvatch exist prior to its destruction. In fact, the one tidbit most Elder Scrolls fans know about Kvatch is that it was destroyed, because the city was created for the express purpose of being destroyed. It's trying to receive the benefits of denying the player content without doing any of the work. So for most people, instead of Kvatch being the city where they were mildly inconvenienced for a dramatic story, it's instead the place where the Oblivion Gate starts spawning and has this weirdly unfinished quest to reclaim the castle. I believe Kvatch is relying on the player being familiar with the other cities to function dramatically, which doesn't work for the players who just follow the compass. If the player goes straight from the Imperial City sewers to Wayne and Priory to Kvatch, they never actually encounter any of the normal cities of Cyrodiil. Simply put, there's no angle where the destruction of Kvatch really works, because either Bethesda was concerned players might be mildly annoyed at its destruction, or, more likely, they just didn't have the time to fully realize the city. Todd Howard himself stated there was a questline to become the Duke of Colovia that would start here, at Kvatch, which was cut because, quote,
"It really defocused the main quest from dealing with the Daedra."
That, and getting the game out in 2006 to the console market. If Bethesda couldn't finish the City of Such, then yeah, of course Kvatch was just left to smolder. It's a city that was doomed from the start. Something is immediately wrong if you attempt to fast travel to Kvatch, as it's the only city to not allow you to go straight to its gate.
Daedra overran Kvatch last night!
It's a kind of quantum last night. No matter how long you delay arriving at the city, you'll always be too late. And inversely, no matter how quickly you arrive at the city, the Oblivion Gate that sits in front of its door is always available to the player, even if they haven't visited Joffrey yet. So like me, you can actually do these quests out of order and get special dialogue when you deliver the amulet after closing the gate at Kvatch.
Yes, Kvatch.
I think it's a neat touch, if only because Bethesda could not engineer a situation where the player absolutely could not get to Kvatch without speaking to Joffrey first, without making the city itself. Our goal in the main quest is to rescue the illegitimate son of the Emperor, Sean Bean, from the city of Kvatch. If you do the quest early, the goal is to rescue the civilians from the Chapel of Akatosh, and if you do so, Sean will go down to the refugee camp with the others. But first, we have to take care of the Oblivion Gate. So, question: why did the Daedra attack Kvatch?
Because it's an emotionally resonant moment, man.
And there's the fulcrum of Oblivion. The amount of information and capabilities of the Mythic Dawn and Mehrunes Dagon is near omniscient when convenient in order to drive the plot. The Mythic Dawn assassins pursuing the Emperor into the sewers in such numbers is a stretch, but it makes sense they could at least find the Emperor in the Imperial City. The Daedra tracking down the illegitimate heir to Septim Dynasty, and then I ask how they knew, we can figure out the Mythic Dawn may have been tailing the player. It's only an unreasonable assumption if the player doesn't immediately deliver the amulet. It might have been neat if there were sporadic Mythic Dawn attacks until the player finishes the quest, so if the Dawn is tailing the player, then a possible direction to take the story is that the player is by proxy responsible for the destruction of Kvatch. Or you could be lazy and say a Mythic Dawn agent had infiltrated the Priory. It just seems like your priorities are backwards when you send the assassins to kill an emperor and an army to kill a priest. I mean, sure, they couldn't open an Oblivion Gate when the Emperor was still alive. Amulet of Kings and all that. Petty targets? Is Wayne Priory and the Amulet of Kings less important than the middle of the woods? Moving on, now we have to take care of the Oblivion Gate itself. Kvatch has a unique Oblivion Gate, which is an odd statement by itself because Morrowind had moved away from procedural generation, so everything was unique. While the gates you encounter in the world are not procedurally generated, they are randomized to be one of 7 presets. There are 4 more handcrafted worlds, all of which are tied to the main quest. Everything else in Oblivion is handcrafted. The minimum you have to do in Oblivion to complete the main quest is 3 out of the 60 that can appear in 90 potential locations. Most of the time, the forces of Oblivion will park a gate down in the middle of the wilderness and hop out, doing not much of anything. The player can ignore these gates and come back to them later to see that the Daedra are still doing nothing. There are also places where the player will see multiple gates within spitting distance of each other, the prime example usually being near Skingrad given how many times the player will travel near that city. These are issues that every single Oblivion critic brings up because it's very obviously a problem. One solution that was proposed in a livestream chat was that Daedric gates could focus on attacking generic and non-quest related forts and ruins, replacing their occupants for the duration of the main quest. Or there could be less wilderness gates and more village and city gates, with consequences for not doing those when you see them. Of course, the next problem is Oblivion itself. Oblivion, as a dungeon area, is universally hated. You might get the odd contrarian who defends the premise of Oblivion, but very few people will go up to bat for its execution. The only time I enjoyed doing an Oblivion Gate was when I popped a new Doom song in the background and pretended I was a modern Pelennor Whitestrake. What you don't seem to understand is, Nirn isn't your world to conquer. With 50 random gates in the world sharing 7 preset designs, if you decide to take down all gates by hand, you'll likely encounter each design around 7 times. The variation between these designs is sparse, with the towers all being copy-pastes of each other. The reason the towers are, where underground ruins aren't, is that the towers supposedly have to conform to realistic dimensions since they're above ground. Now, given this is Oblivion, and especially given this is the Daedric Prince of Change's plane of Oblivion, this isn't actually true, and there were a lot of opportunities to make Oblivion more unique than the overworld dungeons. I mean, it's in the name of the game. And several of the Daedric quests involve going to Oblivion, yet every variation of Oblivion ends up being the same hellish Deadlands area. First, the overworld. This is the best part of Oblivion, being the only dungeons to generally involve exterior skyboxed cells. You'll encounter towers that spit fireballs at you, magic landmines, even plants that try to poison or slash you. It's awesome. And that isn't counting the Daedric occupants. They suffer in some regards. Daedra and Morrowind were always higher tier threats, even scamps merited caution until around level 7. However, the expectation is that the player may be completing the gate at Kvatch at level 1, so the enemies have to be leveled to be beatable. This starts with stunted scamps and Clanfear runs, which for most players were simply so threatening that they overwhelmed the Kvatch guard. They stand side by side with generic Dremora enemies who have traded in their impressive and powerful Daedric armor for weaker and leveled Dremora armor that can't be taken off their bodies. At some point in Oblivion Gates, you'll encounter the Oblivion Caves, arguably the most miserable variety of cave you can find in the entire game. And then there are the towers, which have the same beginning, middle, and end for every single Oblivion Gate in the entire game. I'm sure the original design document there was something about a joint invasion effort that might have the play Oblivion, hence the name of the game is Oblivion and not Deadlands. Maybe a Four Horsemen motif with Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, Peryite, and I guess Namira would be the closest thing to Famine. Instead, we got a game focusing on the intricacies of the Daedra, Where most people just write off Mehrunes Dagon as Satan and Oblivion Gates as hell you get to go through in the Eye of Sauron. This is Menion Goneld. This character shows up once in Oblivion and then disappears forever. He exists to tell us how to close the gate. He cannot be rescued, as he will insist on closing the gate first, resigning himself to whatever fate that will bring him. You can't even tell him that the city needs as many guards as they can get and that he should endeavor to return home alive. Nope, just a pointless sacrifice that is supposed to come off as heroic. We go up to the Sigil Keep. I detailed the Sigil Stones already. They apparently serve as anchors for the gate, and conveniently, instead of just being trapped inside of Oblivion after closing the gate, we get deposited outside. That's pretty much the only heroic aspect of what we, or Menion, were trying to accomplish, and once we know taking the Sigil Stone allows you to escape, then what we're doing is really no different than any normal Marauder or Necromancer cave, because, well, there's no way to get stuck inside Oblivion. With the way into the city clear, we asked the acting guard captain to accompany us into the city. After one fight, we group up with the survivors in the Chapel of Akatosh, and they are allowed to escape. Now, there is more to this quest, but our part relating to the main quest is done for now. We meet Brother Martin, and I looked into it. Martin and Joffrey are the only people in Oblivion referred to with the brother honorific, something that rarely shows up in Elder Scrolls and hasn't since Redguard. Except with Joffrey it makes sense, given that he's living in a monastic order. Martin is the only member of the actual Church of the Nine Divines to hold such a title, and given the rather easy connections between Mehrunes and Satan, it's not hard to see why. Never mind him being a priest of Akatosh would surely be enough to convey that Martin is a good guy, or that Martin allies with us against the forces of hell, or that Martin suggests we give our attention to the needy of Kvatch instead of him. None of that really conveys Martin is a good guy until we slap that little brother down there. We explain the situation to Martin. He's bummed about the Divines and their plan to destroy the city, even though that is how God is typically characterized, and the Nine Divines aren't generally characterized as having any kind of omniscience. Nope, we just tell him that determinism is silly and not a valid excuse for being evil, and he comes along with us to Wayland Priory, which, as I said, is currently under attack by the forces of the Mythic Dawn. Why not plop down one of those gates you were going to use to molest the local wildlife to instead wipe out this monastery of undercover Blades agents?
Out of my way! I once fondled a deer, and I'll do it again.
I suppose I haven't really focused on the Mythic Dawn.
Truth is, the Legion doesn't know who was behind the Emperor's murder. We've already ruled out the Dark Brotherhood.
How?
So is this something worse?
Come on, Mythic Dawn is printed on the robe. Surely it can't be that hard to figure out. Their beliefs will come under scrutiny later. Right now, we're just looking at their basic exterior. Their movements and numbers are mysterious, but they all seem to be wearing these red robes and using magic to bind full sets of armor. It's a cool trick, likely inspired by custom enchanted items people made in Morrowind that did that effect. It's a shame that they're wasted on these satanic Hydra cultists.
Help! You must help! They're killing everyone at Wayland Priory. I don't know. I think they're right behind me. Prior Mabarel is dead!
We go and bail out Joffrey at the chapel and then go and recover the Amulet of Kings because the plot would be over if people kept taking their brain medicine. But it's missing, oh no.
We gained Uriel's heir and lost the Amulet of Kings.
We set out on horseback to Cloud Ruler Temple. There's something cosmically hilarious about passing an Imperial legionary who's already gotten word of our heroics at Kvatch, whilst being tailed by the heir to the throne and Grandmaster of the Blade.
It's you!
Only an Elder Scrolls game can engineer such a beautiful moment. Of course, you could just fast travel to Cloud Ruler Temple, as the game not only unlocks that point on the map, but discovers it for you as well. The hidden fortress of the Blades, yeah, sure. It's a shame too, as getting there from Wayland Priory involves one of the more interesting roads in the game. We arrive, Martin makes an awkward speech to the Blades, and Joffrey offers to induct us into his order. I decline, go off to do the Mages Guild, and return in full ebony armor with the ebony blade in hand. I don't think I need the katana, but thanks. A lot of people claim the blades are inspired by Japanese historical armors, but no, that's quite only comes with the benefit of being allowed to take their stuff and sleep in their beds. But it's not actually a faction. Granted, it was only technically a faction in Morrowind as well. Once we continue on the main quest, Joffrey dispatches us to meet with Boris, who had been doing field work in the Imperial City. Given the Blade's prominence as a spy organization, you would think there would be a dozen agents filling this role, and hundreds in the canonically upscaled Imperial City. Funny thing is, the Mythic Dawn does actually have sleeper agents, many more than the Blades do. So we meet with Boris and he gives us some simple instructions.
I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him. I will follow you. Remember, I've trained for this kind of follow thing my whole life, so don't f it up. Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him.
Astav Wirik, whose one package is to sit and read his book until this very moment, stands up and follows Boris into the basement to assassinate him. Boris, I hope you aren't wondering how your cover keeps getting blown, considering you walk around proudly displaying your katana. We kill Wirik, grab his book, and chat with Boris.
What? They took it from Joffrey? Things are worse than I had thought.
You didn't know Joffrey had it, unless you and him have been communicating using illegal teleportation magic. Anyways, the book is the Mythic Dawn Commentaries Volume 1. Boris suggests we head over to the Arcane University and speak with Tarmina, since she is apparently
supposed to be an expert on Daedric cults.
Yeah, no, I've worked with her before. She's barely suited to being a librarian, let alone an actual specialist. You may be wondering how the player who hasn't joined the Arcane University is supposed to meet her at the Mystic Archives, and the answer is you don't. Because Bethesda couldn't come up with a way to give the player a guest pass, she'll sit in the Archmage's lobby instead, having received another one of those illegal teleporting messages notifying her of our arrival. She, of course, doesn't know much, as they are a secretive cult, other than that their leader is Mankar Cameron. The Mythic Dawn isn't secretive at all, or really any more secretive than any other Daedric cult. Maybe the implication is that they're secret because their shrine is in a cave, whereas most Daedric shrines are in the open. Really, I suspect she's saying as much because that's the extent of her knowledge and we're her boss, and she doesn't want to look unprepared for something she is supposed to know.
You have a scholarly interest in Daedric cults, then?
Are you serious? The Order of the Black Worm, the Necromancer's Moon, the Revenant, Black Soulgems, Metamarco, any of this ringing a bell, Tarmina? I might be interested because it's my job as the continent's magical regulator supreme to know this kind of stuff. She gives us the book's alternative name, Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. At the very least, she actually gives us the second volume instead of making us search the library. From there, she refers us over to the first edition, a bookshop in the Market District, to try and find volumes 3 and 4, as they're exceedingly difficult to find.
You must be referring to Mankar Cameron's Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes.
To offer a higher price, as there's an intended sequence we have the ability of using them to pass time waiting for NPC patterns. Now, we do actually have the option of stealing the book from Phintius. However, to progress the quest, we still have to talk to Gwyneth, because he has a note we need in order to get the 4th volume. In addition, this option isn't really apparent, as Gwyneth is scripted to arrive shortly after our conversation with Phintius, so it seems like Phintius would obviously suspect us of stealing the book. Gwyneth grabs the book, and we follow him outside. We can actually do a disposition check to buy the book off him for 100 gold. However, 2 things. Gwyneth is actually from Valenwood, and traveled across. The idea of someone cracking a couple jokes and convincing him to part with the book, especially for so little money, is silly. However, we also have to still get the note from him, which we can technically steal or loot off his corpse, but so could the book. Ultimately, the path of last resort is to simply talk to Gwyneth, which always ends in us getting our hands on the book and note without any other requirement, making it the only real choice. He isn't willing to part with the book or note until we accuse the Dawn of being the assassins behind the Emperor's death. From the way he talks, the hero of Kvatch strikes me as kind of a moron. He actually thinks making an accusation of criminal cult behavior would affect a cult initiate, and don't say something like, "Well, it worked, didn't it?" Because yeah, it does. That doesn't make it all right. The note details that Gwyneth was to meet someone named the Sponsor in order to receive the 4th volume. Now, we could go do this without Boris, but 1, absolutely not, and 2, Boris will eventually track us down anyways. He can help us as we fight our way through the sewers. The Imperial City does have a full sewer system, but thankfully Bethesda learned from Tribunal to not set all of its quests inside it.
I happen to know that if you go up the stairs there, you can get a vantage point on the meeting room.
Boris, how much of your brain is occupied by knowledge of the Imperial City sewer system? We're given 2 options at this juncture, which is important as Boris has been flagged as non-essential. Oh yeah, essential flags. Up to this point I've mentioned them, but I haven't really explained them. When an NPC is flagged as essential, they cannot be killed. While this is common in a lot of games, arguably most games, Morrowind allowed the player to kill every NPC they wanted, and would inform the player if the NPC they killed was considered essential to the main quest. Now, the next argument goes something like this.
NPCs in Oblivion are more dynamic than Morrowind NPCs, so they need to be essential because it's possible they may get killed while doing their routine, and that would be sad face, crying emoji.
This ignores the fact that essential could just mean that NPCs can't be killed by other NPCs or falling damage or drowning, but only the player dealing a lethal amount of damage. The other big argument is that being able to kill any NPC in the game would break quest sequences.
Oh, my dear. I didn't mean to imply that you have a choice.
Really, the only decent argument I've heard against my proposal is that the player might accidentally land a fatal blow on an NPC and have to reload their save. However, this potential stroke of bad luck is a small price to pay in order to preserve the freedom of killing any NPC in the game. In fact, the Thieves Guild already has consequences for killing certain NPCs, a feature we'll talk about when we get there. Ultimately, it's a design philosophy that made the questlines of Oblivion so rigid that murdering a single NPC could ruin the entire questline. In Morrowind, if you botched a quest by killing the wrong person, you still had other potential paths through the faction. Even then, you had quests like Miro Hilano's Slanders, which accounted for the possibility of the player killing someone despite being directed to do otherwise, which was a disposition penalty and a lack of reward. And ultimately, Morrowind's quests were flexible enough as to usually only break if the person murdered was the quest giver themselves. A benefit of their simplicity, perhaps, but New Vegas proved that you could do a rigidly structured quest without taking away the player's ability to kill all but one NPC in the game. It's not fair to compare Oblivion to how a later game did an idea, sure, but it is fair to say that the possibility does exist, and that the lack of exploration into player choice, in regards to murder, reflects on the 2006 launch date. I will say, however, that Oblivion is actually better than Skyrim in this front. In Skyrim, it's common to kill random NPCs only for them to be knocked down because you haven't completed their side quest. In Oblivion, many side quest NPCs can actually be killed beforehand, and this simply fails that side quest. What's funny is that Skyrim was the game to add the protected flag, which operates pretty much exactly how I proposed. Don't bother deleting your comment, I can still read them. At 10% max health, these NPCs enter a bleed out state, just like essential NPCs, and will be ignored by AI in combat, but can still be killed by the player. There are two problems. One is that there are still so many essential NPCs in Skyrim that you run into. There's a distinction. I think it was on my third playthrough of Skyrim when I accidentally shot a fireball at some downed companion and killed them by accident, and even then I shrugged the incident off as some mod I was using. The other problem is that there are still essential NPCs in Skyrim. Most of the time, protected flags are used to simply prevent certain NPCs who are targets of assassination from dying early, or keeping your companions alive. So I thought I would bring it up because yes, I am aware. Boris is no longer essential, so if the meeting goes south, he may die in the process. This will prevent him from appearing in later quests, and there is some free training tied to his survival. I wish that, in Bethesda's limited capacity to allow the player to kill NPCs, that they had included more opportunities like this to focus on saving lives. Boris tells us that he should meet with the sponsor, having been trained for this. He can, however, be convinced to allow us to meet with the sponsor instead. Let's change this a little bit. Add this Speechcraft 3335 thing here, add a Fame 20 there. Maybe if you're feeling sexy, we could put in a thing where if Boris's disposition is low, he'll actually recommend the player handle the meeting themselves. What are those? Well, skill checks. Morrowind had a moment like this in its main quest, and that should have been a prelude to Oblivion being full of them.
So, you want to become one of the chosen of Mehrunes Dagon? The path of dawn is difficult, but the rewards are great. I have the book you seek. With it and the Master's 3 other books, you will possess the key to enlightenment. But I told you to come alone! Brothers, kill them!
Whatever happens at the meeting, a pair of Mythic Dawn members will head out on a vantage point and either spot the player or recognize Boris as a Blades member, and a fight will break out. There's technically a peaceful resolution if you immediately steal the line. There's a puzzle in the 4 volumes that the player has to figure out, which is a fairly easy cryptography challenge, but is a surprising amount of trust Bethesda has in the player's ability to figure out a just go ask Tarmina. A day later, she'll tell you to go look at the first word of each paragraph. Before that, let's talk about the commentaries. In the base game of Oblivion, they are some of the few contributions of Michael Kirkbride, concept artist starting with Daggerfall and lorebook writer starting with Redguard. Unlike the other writers, Kirkbride has a fairly detailed list of all of the materials he wrote for the series, likely due to his current status as having been the guy solely responsible for Elder Scrolls writing. In any respect, after having written the 36 Lessons of Vivec for Morrowind, the commentaries seem to be the Oblivion version. So it's only fitting they are only an eighth of the size as the 36 Lessons and less interesting to boot. Honestly, the only comprehensible part of the series is the puzzle. The 36 Lessons actually read like lessons, while the commentaries read like an Imperial Library dictionary of lore terms and ideas being dumped out onto the pages as Kirkbride hurries to complete the book before security removes him from the building. The books are written by Mankar Cameron, a fact so transparently obvious it really doesn't even bear mentioning, yet both Taormina and Fentius do so, as it can really be assumed that most players aren't going to read the books. Cameron gives some clues at his story and ideology, but it's caked in so much symbolism as to be meaningless, probably intentionally so. For example, every quarter has known us, and none bore our passing except with trembling. Perhaps you came to us through war, or study, or shadow, or the alignment of certain snakes. Though each path matters in its kind, the prize is always thus. Welcome, novitiate. That you are here at all means that you have the worthiness of kings. Seek thy pocket now and look. There is the first key, glinting with the light of a new dawn. You can probably easily draw out some meaning from that. Every quarter would refer to the four corners of Tamriel, but also to the next line, which refers to the four playstyles of Oblivion, which would also exist in the ranks of the Mythic Dawn. What it almost feels like, and this isn't actually that unreasonable given what happens in the main quest, is that when the player pretends to join the Mythic Dawn, the player could potentially decide to stick around. This was something that was alluded to in Morrowind with the 6th house, but not fully realized in the final product. Perhaps Kirkbride hoped that the Mythic Dawn would remedy that, but was again not fully realized. Something to be noted is the extreme similarities between the main quests of Morrowind and Oblivion, something I'll go into more detail later. The puzzle is the first letter of each word highlighted for an easy solution. Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. You may need Taormina to know that Green Emperor Way refers to the Palace District, since the map itself refers to the area as the, Palace District. Anyways, at noon you walk around, looking for clues, and find a map glowing on the tomb of Prince Tamriel. As Taormina says,
the commentaries are contemporary with Tiber's septum, over 400 years ago.
This means that this tomb has been glowing red and pointing at a spot in Cyrodiil every day at prime garden walking time for 433 years, and no one ever thought to go check that out. People see the wrong symbol on a building and assume child predators are involved. I don't need to tell you that they would be all over this. The only explanation I can come up with is that the tomb is enchanted to only glow when the 4th commentary volume is near it, and no. The tomb glows every day at noon for like 40 minutes. Every single year in Tamriel is 365 days, no leap day. That's 158,045 times this symbol has glowed red, and not one curious guard ever reported this strange phenomenon. It's on the main path of the graveyard. It faces outwards towards the path. Hell, the map and Mythic Dawn symbol are literally carved into the tomb. There's the main point, sure, but what are the other points? They seem to point directly at Bruma, Coral, Skingrad, and Kvatch. 3 of those cities are tied to the main quest, but not Skingrad, and Coral only superficially via Wayne Priory. The best explanation I can come up with, and this is not an often discussed topic, is that the symbol only glows if a person who is written in the Mysterium Xarxes, even retroactively, approaches it, and a person is written in the Xarxes if they read the first volume of the commentaries. But even that falls apart because that's the volume the Mythic Dawn publishes to try and recruit new members, so it would be the most read. That rule would only be viable if it applied to the 4th volume, which it doesn't. Maybe then the explanation is that Cameron or Dagon decides who sees the map. However, Cameron would absolutely not give that power to the player. Dagon might, if you stay up all night thinking about how Dagon would be seeking to usurp Cameron now that he's the status quo, and stop. Got a hit of that metaphysics yet? It's very easy to fall into the wormhole of filling in the blanks for Bethesda. Who is Prince Tamriel, other than his elven name we know nothing about him, or his significance to the map? The only reason might be because the garden was full of Ayleid tombs, and that's what Cameron had to tag, but then, why is it still around? The map points to a cave at Lake Arius. Now, the obvious thing to do would be to report to Joffrey and gather forces to lead an assault on the cave in order to reclaim the Amulet of Kings.
Good work locating the Shrine of Dagon. If you can retrieve the Amulet of Kings, we may yet prevail.
I had to go back to record that. See, Oblivion hurts to play with your brain on, so some of these hypotheticals I propose after the fact. I didn't actually go back to the temple because I didn't play Oblivion with my brain fully switched on. That said, really, Joffrey? Here's the thing. Recording a single line to acknowledge a player choice isn't really embracing player choice. Boris, who will insist on doing the infiltration part when you acquire the volumes, won't volunteer to assist you with this quest. Aren't actually the chosen one in this story, even though they are still valuable. I just feel like Joffrey should have a bit more to say than two generic sentences like, I know we've asked a lot of you, but just a little farther, and we'll have gotten the Amulet of Kings. You've proven yourself an apt agent thus far. I trust you can do this. Something that acknowledges the necessity of the player doing it by themselves. So we head to the cavern and are greeted by Harrow, or rather a generic doorkeeper. The doorkeeper only exists because someone couldn't figure out how to despawn a rock in front of the door to keep players from getting in the cave early. So cut the doorkeeper and have us just get greeted by Harrow. Harrow is a dumb name. I'm going to decide that they used it as a placeholder and it stuck, and not that they decided to actually use a synonym for distress as a character name. Yeah, it fits the motif, just some small mercy, please. Harrow takes all our stuff. It's surprising how derivative each game's story was, given how the Thalmor Embassy infiltration is a better version of this quest premise. Granted, we get all of that stuff back minutes later, defeating the benefits of a quest that separates a player from their equipment. We can, of course, say no, and doing so twice will blow our cover. Nice touch, in my opinion. At least the player has the option of being belligerent or attempting to fit in. We journey to the shrine proper, where Mankar Cameron's given a pep talk to his middle management team.
When I walk the earth again, the faithful among you shall receive your reward, to be set above all other mortals forever.
Neil Todd.
You gotta put that in.
Smile.
You tell me if I'm overdoing it, won't you?
We see our target, the Amulet of Kings, dangling around Cameron's neck. He leaves, which I'm not going to go on a rant about player choices. There's plenty of magical explanations for this scene, and now we're stuck having joined the Mehrunes Dagon cult. Our player decides the only thing to do, then, would be to steal the only thing of value in the shrine, which is the Mysterium Xarxes. Yeah, it's just sitting there at the altar. We're told to take up the sacrificial dagger and offer some red drink to the statue, and the dagger's sitting right next to the Xarxes. Apparently, the lesson the game is trying to teach us is that stealing a copy of Oblivion will make people very angry. The sheer amount of material written on the ensuing fight says a lot about how most people build their characters and play Oblivion, which is heavily dependent on gear rather than skill or attribute levels. Granted, I have a home field advantage having been trained in both Conjuration and Hand-to-Hand, and the Atronex sign helps with all the incoming magic. Once we take down Harrow, the guy holding onto our gear, we're golden. Now, before we leave, there is a topic of Gelius, the guy we're supposed to sacrifice. I usually save him, although this time he perished. He offers some free skill boosts to alchemy, restoration, and mysticism should he survive, although that itself is its own challenge. When we grab the Xarxes, the Dagon statue collapses on top of Gelius, usually killing him. We can preemptively free him, but that itself starts the fight. I enjoy that playing the hero and absolutely saving everyone is an added challenge with its own rewards. It really helps with making the player feel like an actual hero for going above and beyond, instead of most other times where we're just the hero because we ticked off some boxes. The Mythic Dawn is even joinable as a faction. Granted, it's a bit weird. If you talk to the doorkeeper and trigger the part of the quest where you're in the faction, and then immediately leave before speaking to Harrow, you're effectively a member of the Mythic Dawn. Your relationship with the Blades will take a disposition hit, and you'll gain a disposition bonus with all the Mythic Dawn members out in the world, as well as a couple unique lines of dialogue. The player will also scream a voice line along the lines of, "For Lord Dagon," but only certain races and genders that have recorded lines and only when you power attack. This is likely an oversight as to how those lines were scripted, rather than an intentional feature of the faction. The whole faction screams oversight, as you can't actually leave the cave if you go through the initiation ritual. It's curious people like to discuss theories about joining the 6th house in Morrowind, but researching this video was the first time I had even heard about actually joining the Mythic Dawn, which is more feature complete than the 6th house as a faction ever was. And really, that draws onto an interesting topic of how derivative this questline is to Morrowind's main questline. That might seem like a good thing, but in all honesty, a lot of the pieces that made Morrowind's main quest work as well as it did are missing in Oblivion. Morrowind's main quest can be divided into 3 sections. The first 6 quests relate to intelligence gathering, meeting various contacts and performing favors in exchange for information on the Unraveling prophecy and cult, as well as the 6th house. This entails meeting with 6 different informants as well as later meeting the leadership of an Ashlander tribe. Oblivion starts somewhat similarly. Despite its bombastic introduction, its first act can be described as the same intelligence gathering format, this time with the Mythic Dawn. However, Oblivion deviates by establishing the Mythic Dawn as an existential threat from the very first moment. And by the second quest, they have destroyed a city and killed the Septim lineage. In addition, the Mythic Dawn are not as complex an enemy as the 6th house, and much of the necessary prophecy information is already known to the Blades and explicitly told to the player, without having even earned the trust of Joffrey yet, as though this information gets published in the Black Horse Courier. Morrowind's second act begins with a mission to eliminate a 6th house base. This begins the player down the path of directly interacting with fulfilling a ritual that will close shut the jaws of Oblivion. When the player returns the Mysterium Xarxes to Cloud Ruler Temple, they will eventually be dispatched to collect a series of items in order to use the Xarxes to open a portal to Mankar Cameron's personal realm of Oblivion. Morrowind's third act begins after the player meets Vivek. It's short, and I detailed its problems in the relevant video. Oblivion attempts to correct the shortcomings of the third act. We'll get to it. The problem is that because the conflict between the Blades and Mythic Dawn is so much more simple than the conflict between the Ashlanders and Tribunal Temple, it lacks any of the intrigue necessary to make the plot interesting. Oblivion instead has to rely on emotionally resonant moments to keep the player entertained, and won't extend themselves from the temple to hunt down the Mythic Dawn scouts, and the Mythic Dawn can't just materialize a portal wherever they want. This quest also establishes the Bruma City Guard, who play a big part in the coming quests. Captain Stefan of the Blades will tell us that the spies have been spotted by the Runestone at dusk. We head over to Bruma as Joffrey suggested, and...
Go ahead. I'm Captain Bird, commander of the Bruma Guard. Except for Gerald coming back from a trip down south, things are pretty quiet. Not much travel right now with the Oblivion crisis.
Never was. Bird won't be much help unless you take the only lead he offers offhandedly, that Ural has returned from down south recently. So we break into their house, and there Ural's sleeping during the day, so I can easily break into her basement without drawing attention. A Dunmer woman is sleeping down there, next to her copy of the without drawing attention. A Dunmer woman is sleeping down there, next to her copy of the first edition of the Commentaries of the Mythic Dawn. Not exactly interesting reading material. I guess it's for recruiting new members. Anyways, Faram freaks out and we put her down. It is neat that the spies who operate at night were given packages to sleep during the day. It would have been very easy to forget about that detail. Okay, so problem. An actual sleeper agent probably would have tried to implicate us as a trespasser rather than blowing their cover. Although there's enough damning evidence here to expose them as Mythic Dawn agents, the law isn't exactly on our side. Even if we do find a note both implicitly naming the homeowner and detailing the Mythic Dawn's plan to destroy Bruma in order to assault Cloud Ruler Temple and kill Martin. So, we find a cavern which leads out of the city towards the Runestone, murder Ural in her sleep, and report back to Joffrey. It's a shame the player can't steal the orders, report back to Joffrey, and then attempt to arrest the two for interrogation. We shouldn't have to rely on a clandestine organization like the Mythic Dawn making a mistake and leaving their evil plans just lying around for us to find. Unless the plan is a misdirection, but it's not. Joffrey tells us that he'll warn the Countess of the danger and sends us back to Martin.
The Xarxes mentions 4 items needed for the ritual, but so far I have only deciphered one of them. The blood of a Daedra Lord.
Come on, man, it's just a simple substitution alphabet. Martin wants us to get our hands on any Daedric artifact. This is one of the more interesting quests due to how freeform it is and obviously requires some sacrifice on the part of the player in terms of their access to a Daedric item. If the player doesn't have one or know how to get one, Martin will point them at a book and tell them to read it to find out more. Said book points at the Shrine of Azura, which results in Azura's Star. A bad choice, and absolutely hilarious that Azura's Star is the artifact recommended for sacrifice to the player. Should the player somehow lose every Daedric artifact, starting this quest is a prerequisite for Hermaeus Mora's quest. That's a pretty serious artifact to have to lose, but you would have to make some serious mistakes along the way to reach the point where the player can actually softlock this quest. There are 15 potential items which can be used, and Martin has a unique line for each artifact. Martin has a revealing line if you give him the Sanguine Rose, for example.
I never thought to see this again. I once possessed it, briefly. A lifetime ago, it seems now. To obtain it and then give it up. I honor your dedication to our cause.
Most of the lines, however, are fairly generic. Usually Martin comments that he or someone else will be thankful when by the godless Dwemer for the purposes of defending against Shalador's powerful magic. We'll be discussing the Daedra in more detail later, but for the purposes of video making, I used a console command to progress the quest. With an artifact in hand, informs us that an Oblivion gate has opened at Bruma. What? I beat 2 gates at Battlehorn Castle with a small regiment of retainers, surely the city guard can handle this. No, instead we have to go to Bruma and meet with Captain Bird.
Thanks for coming. Since we had the hero of Kavach available, I didn't think it made sense to try this on our own the first time. We're ready when you are. Just say the word and we'll follow you into that hell-spawned gate.
Why are we presenting it like an office worker passing a print job off to the printer and not an invasion from hell that the fate of the world is staked on? Captain Bird and his 2 men join us in the fray, and the gate is one of the 4 unique gates the player can do. Bird's a bit spooked, and the 2 men only have names and dialogue, not in-game. Once you get the sigil stone, you show Bird what to do. Save scum 1,000 times to get the stone you want, and return to Bruma. If you manage to exit the gate after 2 AM, Bird comes out of the gate in his evening attire. Returning to Joffrey, he commends our job in instructing the Bruma Guard, but suggests we go out and try to raise a larger garrison for the city. The Allies for Bruma quest is actually optional, and the consequences for not doing it are rather minor. Still, I went along with the spirit of the game and did it anyways, but more on that in a bit. Martin will simultaneously give us a quest to retrieve the blood of a divine.
The second item is the counterpart to the first, the blood of a divine. This was a terrible puzzle to me. Unlike the Daedra Lords, the gods have no artifacts.
This is a major point of contention for the story, and it's amazing how much of the conversation comes down to people just making stuff up. We are directed to Joffrey, who gives us the location of the armor of Tiber Septim. Martin says,
"You can reassure Joffrey that I will not destroy the armor. All I need is a scraping of Talos's divine blood."
A lot of people have taken this statement to mean that Martin will use actual dried blood that's caked onto the armor. However, this strikes me as off. Sure, you could come to the conclusion that the old blades wanted to preserve the armor as is, but you could also come to the conclusion that the armor would have been preserved in a pristine, clean state. After all, Tiber Septim, for unstated reasons, decided to seal the armor inside of Sancre Tor in the 36th year of his reign, despite ruling for 81 years. Or maybe they're referring to his 38-year-long reign as Emperor of Tamriel. I guess it would be after, since the tomb was haunted by the Underking, which is why it's sealed. If it was at the end of his career, then surely he wouldn't have fought in it in a while, and it would have been cleaned off at some point. Now, Sancre Tor was an ancient Riemann city. However, Tiber Septim saw it as strategically unimportant and left it to rot. 2 significant events occurred here. Tiber Septim met the armies of Skyrim and High Rock at Sancre Tor and used the Thu'um to defeat them, and then recovered the Amulet of Kings from the corpse of Emperor Riemann III. Look, I have 20 tabs open trying to answer the question of why Tiber Septim would bury his armor at Sancre Tor, or if Martin means the scraping is a sliver of the armor or actual dried blood. If the latter, wouldn't a more prudent artifact to find be the dagger that was used to slit Tiber Septim's throat, which prevented his use of the Thu'um, considering the blood could instead belong to someone Tiber bested in battle? More to the point, the Aedra do have artifacts. The armor of the Divine Crusader are all Aedric artifacts, or at the very least are as close to Aedric artifacts as Spellbreaker and Volendrung are to Daedric. Same thing with the Brush of True Paint, which is in the base game, or Ariel's Bow. Ultimately, this quest signifies a larger problem, which is the complete and utter clusterfuck that is lore pertaining to Tiber Septim. Now the thing is, Bethesda had pinned down that the Elder Scrolls 4 would be set in Cyrodiil during the production of Morrowind. Maybe they weren't sure they would get to make the game, but if they did, that's where it was going to be. So, more than likely, the idea was that Oblivion was going to settle once and for all that matter of Tiber Septim in the Empire, at least in a matter similar to how Morrowind settled characters like Vivec and Nerevar. And you would have stuff like the Remans with St. Alicia and Morehouse and the Akaviri, and even further back to the ancient Aliads, Michael Kirkbride. That name is a flashbang thrown into the room of an Elder Scrolls lore discussion. Here's the thing. Kirkbride contributed quite a bit to Elder Scrolls lore, but he isn't its sole writer. Morrowind's main quest was instead written by Ken Rolston, who took a more hands-off approach when it came to Oblivion, passing the job to Kurt Coleman, a designer. Again, it's hard to point at which writers are responsible for exactly what material, like for instance, which particular designer was responsible for the quest to infiltrate the Mythic Dawn. However, it is fair to say that when it came to Oblivion, there was far less interest in putting Tiber Septim in a similar role to Nerevar. Oh, we learned all about Nerevar, all the different theories about his origin, his life, his death, his history, and his reincarnation. In comparison, we get table scraps for Oblivion. It might seem minor, but an easily missable piece of flavor text about when a door was sealed shut can cause a lot of anguish if you don't have someone filling a lore master position. Elder Scrolls didn't have any kind of official lore master until ESL, because it was the philosophy of the writing team behind these games that contradictions are not only natural, but even encouraged stylistically. The problem is that this is a story about the heroic end of the Septim dynasty. The Empire and its home, Cyrodiil, are the protagonists of the metatext, and while we do get a lot of new information with Oblivion, in terms of quests we get next to nothing. The problem is that the writers believe that establishing any kind of objective information about Tiber Septim would ultimately undermine the intrigue of the character. People will spend hours discussing the Arcturian heresy, something that wouldn't happen if it turned out there was an official explanation to the story. However, the key difference is that Morrowind never answered the question of what really happened to Nerevar, while Oblivion never even tried to answer any of its questions. While the affairs of the empires of men are a big symptom of this, an even bigger symptom are the Ayleids. Their ruins dot the land of Cyrodiil, similar to how the Dwemer ruins existed across Vvardenfell. The difference is that the Dwemer played an integral part to Morrowind's main quest, while the Ayleids exist in about 9 lore books and a DLC. The heart of the conflict of Morrowind is the, sorry for the pun, the heart of Lorkhan, and what the Dwemer did to it. The player can actually piece together what happened, not in the game's main quest, but in the Mages Guild. There's even more context to this event in the main quest about the artifacts involved, the major players who supported it, even the opposition to Khagranak's proposal. The player even meets the last living dwarf during the course of the main quest. However, the Ayleids have absolutely zero presence in the base game of Oblivion, outside of their ruins. The Dwemer, a race of people who all collectively disappeared from existence millennia prior to the series, have more of a presence than the Ayleids, who got massacred during the rise of the Riemann Empire but still existed in small numbers until recently. Mind you, our next quest is to visit an Ayleid ruin. This is their shot, and this is the UESP's page on a detailed breakdown of this quest. A fairly standard Ayleid ruin dungeon crawl ensues. That's what the Ayleids are to people. They don't have cities, they have standardized dungeons. The extent of the Ayleids' presence in the main quest is that we need a really big glowing rock made by them. There's not even a metaphor that Martin has to decipher. He just asks for a great welkin stone the same way one would ask for chicken. Pristine Ayleid structure, I guess because he's an enthusiast of their architecture. The man is actually the descendant of a ruler of Valenwood who rebelled against quest. You can bet that he isn't 6 to finish the game. Now, one might say that Bethesda had 4 whole years to make Oblivion, which just isn't how game development works. The team was expanded from about 40 developers to 70. The engine required various updates, such as support for full voice acting and an implementation of Havok physics. And then there's the matter that work on Oblivion did not start on May 2nd, 2002, and it did not end on March 19th, 2006. Games of the era had to go gold, meaning that the game had to be actually complete, playable, and bug-free months before release, so that the game could be physically printed, packaged, and shipped out for release day. Oblivion was also riding on the cusp of online patch distribution, so unlike the modern Bethesda standard, Oblivion had to not have any game-breaking problems that would cripple the game's success. Simply put, I think a lot of people are very charitable with the timetable that Bethesda was operating under. Kurt Coleman, for instance, details a moment where his initial E3 2005 demo at Fort Such was thrown out in favor of the sequence we ended up receiving at the last moment. And that's not the only cut content. The plans may have been to go harder with the plot elements, to explore all those aspects of the lore I talked about, but one fact ruled above all others. Is it time? I think it is. It's November of 2005 and the Xbox 360 has just released. Its only problem? Microsoft had only started production of the console a couple months prior and the shelves were already empty. By the end of the year, 900,000 units had shipped just in North America. Here's a list of all the Xbox 360 launch titles. There's some pretty good games on this list, but do you know what isn't here? The real thing that was selling 360s was the promise of Halo 3. Here's Bill Gates signing the first copy of Halo 3 ever sold because he knew full well in 20 hours 1 million people would be playing it on Xbox Live. Halo 2 was already a juggernaut. In its day, it was the record holder for the highest grossing video game. People were prepared to spend $300, even $400 on the promise that Halo 3 would be good. The only problem was that it was exactly that, a promise. Halo 3 would release in September of 2007, almost 22 months after the Xbox 360 launched. That 22-month gap between the launch of the console and the launch of the game is interesting. Chances are, if you were born around the new millennium, one of your favorite games came out in this 22-month time period. And chances are you know about it because of its success, because over 1 million people bought a console for a game that would come out almost 2 years later. How is this significant? Simple. Bethesda released Oblivion in March of 2006, only 4 months into that 22-month time period. Here's Peter Moore, Vice President of Worldwide Marketing and Publishing for Xbox. There's an unconfirmed report that this guy got a permanent tattoo to market the release date of Halo 2. He's standing on the stage of E3 2005, less than a year after Halo 2 set its record for making $125 million in one day. IGN would go on to claim that 6 million people followed just their coverage of this event. Here's what he has to say about Oblivion.
It promises to feature one of the largest open-ended worlds ever created for a video game. It also includes thousands of characters.
What would follow would be Oblivion's trailer, showing little but hyping the game up. Todd Howard would follow that act during the conference with his presentation of the game. Kurt Coleman may have been annoyed that his E3 demo got the axe, but Todd Howard could see the bigger picture. Morrowind may have saved the company, but Oblivion was what made Bethesda worth $7.5 billion to Microsoft. Okay, that part's hyperbolic. Each step was important, but arguably there was no greater turning point in the story of Bethesda than these words.
Hi, I'm Todd Howard of Bethesda Softworks, and welcome to our demo of The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion.
Now, I want to finish my point before we get into the specifics of this gameplay demo. Bethesda didn't have their modern reputation. To the broader gaming audience, they weren't the studio known for action-adventure games with light RPG elements that are full of bugs and use an outdated engine. Most of the people who knew Bethesda had a history with bugs at the time were hardcore CRPG fans, and most people ignored that crowd. To the layperson, Bethesda was an up-and-coming studio with a unique idea that was pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Millions of people saw this demo, and with 18 months to Halo 3, millions of people got their hands on the game. This wasn't possible without two things: the Xbox copy of Morrowind, and the ease of which traditional PC developers could port games onto the hardware. But Morrowind wasn't even the prologue, just the foreword on the inner sleeve. To most Elder Scrolls fans, the story of Bethesda started with Oblivion on the Xbox 360. So let's watch that demo. It lasts about 20 minutes and can be divided into the following sections. A prologue where Bethesda sells the company to the public, then we get a prison sequence to show off Patrick Stewart, then Howard takes us to a forest, then into an Iliad ruin, then into a mine to show off the arrow physics, then to Quarrel where the Morrowind voice actor for the Dunmer and Imperials, Jeff Baker, has a conversation between his two different characters.
Rumor has it there has been an attack on Kvatch. They say the Daedra attack in great numbers.
Grave news indeed. Perhaps my axe can be of use.
Then we get the dog torture scene before ending the demo at the Battle of Kvatch. So, how much did Howard lie? Well, we start with such, which is honestly not that big a lie, as Howard states there would be 9 cities, and yeah, there are 9 cities in the game. Howard's caught in a massive lie, however, when he states,
"This is where the game starts, like our others, in prison."
Gosh, Daggerfall. An immediate and apparent difference between the demo and the launch release would have to be the brightness. That's not the brightness or gamma simply dropped to 0, as the high parts of the scene are much brighter than the low parts. It looks as though areas which aren't being directly illuminated are just straight up dark. In reality, this isn't what the demo looked like, as outsourcing my research revealed another copy of this demo footage with more even lighting that is fairly close to the game, so the version currently on YouTube makes things darker than it needs to be. Also, look at the shadows cast by the light as it swings, or the differences in the color of light based on the angle and location of the surface. As the Emperor comes down, you can hear that Boris's voice actor is actually Jeff Baker's old Imperial voice, and Wes Johnson's entire character isn't in the scene yet.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
Prisoner, stand away from the door. Over by the window, now.
There's also an extra line from the Emperor that was cut, but it's just establishing details for the demo that would have been out of place in the game.
I know this place. The prison?
Yes, Your Majesty. Beneath the Legion compound. We're headed for a secret passage known only to the Blades. No one can follow us through here.
We go to the next part of the trailer where Todd shows off the forest, which wowed a lot of people.
This game looks unbelievable. It actually has trees, unlike Vardenfall.
Our staff spent some time at the University of Maryland Geology Lab studying how soil erodes, how rocks form, and how trees grow. We have the game create that for us.
Usually when building a scene like this, I start out by placing the rocks. I sort of look at the lay of the land, which is generated first, and then I try and pick out spots where a rock might naturally occur. I've got this big one here. So I would just take a big rock like this and plop it down, sink it to an appropriate height, and then I'll go and add like little satellite rocks around it to try and create a feel that there's some natural erosion going on.
Oblivion was rather infamous as an early adopter of SpeedTree, a middleware program which could be used to easily generate foliage for forests. Here are some stats from the unofficial Oblivion patch's cell audit for various mistakes they've fixed related to trees. The number of trees partially or completely embedded in rocks, walls, trees, logs, or fences, 4,101. The number of trees partially or completely embedded underground, 1,055. Shrubs embedded in rocks, walls, trees, logs, or fences, 13,277. Shrubs embedded underground, 244. See through the underside of trees or shrubs, 3,883. See through the underside of rocks, 3,002. Rocks partially or completely embedded in walls, trees, logs, fences, or stairs, or completely embedded in other rocks, 11,252. Rocks completely embedded underground, 4,533. 103 flying trees, 698 flying shrubs, 549 flying rocks, including 6 at the canopy level of the forest. There's no point in screenshotting pictures of see-through or floating objects in Oblivion because there are many, dutifully patched by the unofficial Oblivion patch team. This is half a problem with the early implementation of SpeedTree. It wouldn't be used by so many game and movie studios if it had this high a failure rate today. The other half is Bethesda, assuming that procedural generation would be adequate for their world. One of the people in my Discord reached out to Noah Berry, one of the world artists featured in the Making of Oblivion documentary. He was kind enough to explain exactly how SpeedTree was implemented into Oblivion, explaining that SpeedTree randomizes elements of the shape of foliage in its placement, but that these elements are saved and imported into the construction set. SpeedTree was used to quickly populate the world with objects before world artists would go in and perform cleanup on areas like the shrines or dungeon entrances. Another tool was created to generate the initial height map, which the world artists would again modify to change the workflow and tools used by Fallout 3. My stream made a joke about how this guy was just justifying his job, but honestly, if he spent any time trying to fix all the broken trees, his job justified itself. However, it's the next line that perks my ear.
And it all animates with the weather.
In the demo, you see trees swaying in the wind. In the game, you see the leaves rotate slightly during a rainstorm. Only some of the trees in-game are affected by heavy rainstorms, let alone soft breezes. This is one of those areas where Howard made a promise he technically keeps, but we know it's an exaggeration. His next line is that Cyrodiil is 16 square miles, but half of that is procedurally generated forest. I can't verify the latter part, but apparently Cyrodiil is bigger than he promises, so good on him. He mentions the compass, and here we have Todd engaging in a prototypical Oblivion fight, missing several swings and blocking at wrong times, and generally appearing engaging while in reality it's just two dudes clicking on each other.
We've created an all-new combat engine that combines melee, defense, and magic into one system.
That new combat engine was actually just removed directional swings, removed hit chance, removed spell chance, and reworked a couple formulas. We spent a couple minutes killing things in the ruin. I'd say making the demo dungeon and Iliad ruin full of undead is surprisingly honest on the part of Todd Howard. He does overstate the relevance of the Varla stones, and we move on to the stealth demo. Most of what he says here is fairly accurate, although he does say,
there are no experience points.
He does 3-shot an ogre, which is outright deception. Next, Todd states there are, quote,
there are 9 main cities in the game and dozens of smaller settlements.
Let's count! Using a spreadsheet and a map, and later a page listing all of these areas to double check, I listed out everything that could be considered a settlement. Let's start with the first category. This is every multi-building area in Cyrodiil that isn't a stone's throw away from a larger city. There are 14 of them. 9 of them are considered villages, 4 of them buildings with an outhouse, and 1 temple area. Most of these areas only have 2 structures. Bleaker's Way is an outlier with 8 different buildings. Now we have 2 areas which have multiple buildings, but are close enough to a city to be considered a satellite settlement. These areas are Harlan's Watch and Wayne Priory. If we say that every multi-building settlement outside of a city walls are considered to be settlements, that brings the total up to 16, which is 8 short of the technical definition of dozens. Now, we're going to stretch the definition of a settlement. It's generally agreed upon by pedants everywhere that the term settlement refers to a plurality of buildings. However, the in-game cyrodiil is not a one-to-one representation of the actual memetic cyrodiil. In a sense, each person represents 10,000, and each building theoretically represents its own village. This loophole gets stretched with something like Mellus Petilius's house, which is just some guy living in the middle of the woods alone, and likely doesn't represent a village, but for the sake of argument, we'll count it. Here's all the single building areas that are not adjacent to a city. There are 20 of them, so Todd is hitting 36 settlements, even though over half of that count are single building farm areas, 4 houses, a couple of chapels, and all of the inns located outside of the cities. That would make 36 settlements, although I'm not sure that argument would hold much weight in an actual legal settlement if Bethesda were to be called out for false advertising. Remember, 2 of these 36 areas could be considered an extension of the city near them. Let's fill out the remaining areas, which are single building areas adjacent to cities. There are 12 single building structures located next to cities. Most of them are stables with a couple farms, a house, and a chapel. That brings the total count up to 48 areas. It was Bethesda's intention to deliver upon the promise of dozens of settlements, but latent development suffered a cut. But if you actually look at the map, there's not really a whole lot more areas that settlements could fit into, at least at the current world scale, unless they're all like hack dirt in the middle of the woods. As to Todd's next line,
over 1,000 NPCs live in Oblivion, all with their own schedules and jobs.
Yeah, they fell a bit short. The UESP says there are 855 NPCs in base Oblivion. I'm not sure their methodology other than they don't count the generic NPCs like guards and bandits, who themselves don't really exist as characters other than the roles they perform, so they don't meet the mark of Howard's promise. Mind you that Peter Moore promised thousands, which was accurate for Morrowind at over 2,600 NPCs. We'll have more to say on this topic later. We move on to the conversation between Jeff Baker's 2 characters. The only deceptive thing about this conversation would be 2 random NPCs referring to each other by name, given that most NPC conversations tend to avoid using names to refer to each other to make the dialogue more general and thus more usable.
Let's head into this bookstore.
This is the rather infamous part of this demo where we went from stretching the truth and numbers to outright lies. In this section, Todd details a conversation with this woman that is completely disingenuous. You simply do not have interactions like this. The NPC then leads you upstairs and performs a set of actions that the player would be hard-pressed to find. Here's the thing. Radiant AI actually refers to an AI packaging system. However, it's inaccurate to say that the packages aren't scripted. These packages act similarly to functions, being called at various times with a set list of conditions and variables that can be tweaked by the designer. An example would be generic AI, which often uses a sleep package to direct the AI to locate a bed near them and sleep in it. This is essentially a function being called that searches for a bed and once it finds it, directs the AI to sleep in it. Now in fairness, most quote dynamic unquote systems are actually scripted if you do enough reductive boiling down. It's fair to say that Oblivion's system of having NPCs do this semi-dynamically is still leaps and bounds ahead of actually scripting an NPC out to, say, leave their desk and walk downstairs for a minute in an actual scripting language. In a sense, Bethesda effectively showed off all of their AI packages in this demo. An NPC finding their dog and talking to it might be a stretch in terms of the AI packages. NPCs can be given packages to find a bow and arrow as well as practice with these items. Saying the NPC will dynamically drink a fortify marksman potion because they missed their shots, on the other hand, well, there's a reason the designers showing this to Todd all had nervous expressions on their faces. But the AI can be given a package to consume a potion, which is how they handled it here. So the AI using an appropriate potion is, in a sense, a scripted event. The AI can have a package to locate meat and place it, but choosing to do that would be scripted based on this sequence. I mean, you could technically set this up in packages, but it would be fairly complex. AI do have a package for eating, although that directly translating to giving the dog a high energy level and running around is suspect. AI can have packages to read books in their environment. The AI casting Paralyze on our dog is technically a package, although in this case Todd is more so making the case that the AI can cast spells, not that the AI gets annoyed with the dog and dynamically decides to paralyze it. Todd is on the money with how the Eat package works for NPCs, except I believe in regards to the claim that NPCs will grow food. AI will decide to sleep, and infamously, AI can be given packages to cast spells on other targets. Overall, I'd say about 90% of the demonstration is reasonably possible with the packages system. However, rather blatantly, what is being advertised isn't the possibilities of Radiant AI, but Radiant AI itself being applied to thousands of NPCs. Which means when players play the game and realize that most NPCs are nowhere near as complex in their behaviors, let alone possessing multiple behaviors of this complexity as this demonstration implies but does not outright state, this results in a lot of people looking at this demonstration as a lie. Again, we'll go into more detail with Radiant AI later. For now, we're simply assessing the E3 demo. Next, we see the map. Howard shows off fast travel and fast travels out of an interior cell. Less likely an advertisement as a feature and more so a structural convenience since you can't fast travel out of buildings.
In the game's main quest, the Emperor has been killed and the gates to Oblivion have opened. You alone must find his lost son, or the whole world will fall.
Spoilers, dude! There's not much to say about the Kvatch segment other than the actual battle for Kvatch quest plays out in a completely different manner. A few lies, but mostly just disingenuous statements which can be technically classified as correct with some truth stretching and free legal work. If you compare it to the later promises, Howard would gradually get better at making less objective promises, or saying things that could easily be disproven. He might be known as the king of liars, but you can't say he hasn't leveled up at never being abjectly wrong. Whatever the case, Bethesda marched forward to its November 2005 release date, only to inevitably delay a genuine launch title for the 360, but ended up needing 6 more months in the oven. It's hard to concretely say with these things, but by the point Bethesda shows us what they're selling us, it's usually too late for them to go back and make any drastic improvements to the system. Meaning, it's fair to say that, at best, your average questline in Oblivion had a 2.5-year time period of possible development. Oh yeah, remember when this point was speculation about how much time the writers/designers had? I mean, I was going to talk about the E3 demo regardless. To catch you back up, a lot of people see aliens as sort of generic fantasy elves, and not the slave master Daedra-worshipping, jungle-living wild elves they were meant to be because of how little character really come across in both their dungeons and quests. The best we get is that they use a lot of traps, so that must mean they're fairly cruel in nature, but that could also just mean they don't like trespassers. Regardless, we've acquired our great Welkenstone. Martin's adorned in full armor and is talking to Joffrey about how this is the only way. He's thrilled we've managed to return to him with the Welkenstone, genuinely impressed at our tenacity and abilities. Martin is a selling point for a lot of people, and it's little moments like this where the game tries and arguably succeeds at making you feel like a friend to Martin that seals the deal.
It's the counterpart to the Great Welkenstone. Just as the first two were the opposed powers of the Daedra and the Divines. Welkenstones contain the concentrated power of Mundus. Their counterparts are sigil stones, which are used to hold open Oblivion gates.
This is going to come back later when Mankar Cameron shares some of his ideas. So, Martin needs a great sigil stone, which we can only get from a great Oblivion gate. The same kind of gate that ended in Kvatch's destruction. Mind you, we only have confirmation of normal sigil stones existing, and it's possible the Great Gates are a special mechanism tied directly to Dagon. But Martin's confident, and I just can't say no to that face, or, well, really it's the voice.
With Sean Bean, it was actually over the phone. So it was me and Kurt Kuhlman and I believe Todd Howard around the speakerphone. You recognize the voice when you hear him.
You know what? Let's try a small exercise. You. Suppose you were sent to kill me. We're in this meeting together. You're sitting there in the chair, waiting for your moment. How would you kill me? What's the plan?
Fast-acting poison. Memetic. About 5 seconds from ingestion to reaction. Terrible accident.
Gruesome. But I survived worse than that.
He's willing to open a great gate at Bruma in order to recover the Amulet of Kings, and asks us to go down to the Countess and ask that she meet him at the Chapel of Talos. We kind of miss a memo by explaining the plan to her, when instead we should have just explained that the heir to the throne wishes to meet her at the chapel and let Martin do all the talking. This quest exposes several moments where the character is forced into certain dialogue lines, which usually isn't a problem because Elder Scrolls tends to avoid assigning emotion or personality to the player's lines whenever they don't have a choice. The hero of Kvatch is a specific character. Whatever character you've forged up to compensate for that. This obviously fits into a larger problem of Elder Scrolls generally lacking dialogue options, which will come up later when we discuss the Dark Brotherhood. The Countess is amiable to the idea of fighting a giant battle outside her city, which honestly makes the decision to do this in the Nordic city make sense. This is one of the few times the stoicism of the Nords reflects in its cultural embassy. That said, she does refer to this as a war, which is about as accurate as calling the Morrowind video quick. This is also the moment where Martin will share the most information about his past.
As a young man, I grew impatient with Mages Guild restrictions, as did many of my fellow apprentices. We threw ourselves into the riddles of Daedric magic. We hungered for forbidden secrets. Knowledge and power were our gods. You can guess the rest. We got in over our heads. People died. My friends died. I've put those days behind me, but the bitter wisdom that one has been a fool is not without value.
Before we start the battle, we have to discuss the Allies for Bruma quest. This large chunk of the timeline you see is the Allies for Bruma quest. Not only is it long, it's actually longer than several other quests combined. We are tasked with going to the regional leaders of Cyrodiil to ask for aid in the defense of Bruma. However, this doesn't aid in the defense of Bruma up to this point, but rather just stockpile soldiers for the coming great battle, as though we've been aware all along that this was coming. The difference is that the soldiers of this battle will have slightly better equipment and represent the various counties of Cyrodiil, turning it from a Bruma battle to a Cyrodiil battle. The difference between doing and avoiding this quest is generic NPCs. Granted, it's a cool idea to try and raise an army, and seeing all the different guys there for putting in the work is neat, but it's deflated by the fact that if I had not spent so much time doing a bunch of Oblivion gates, those guys would be there wearing yellow instead of a rainbow assortment. Each Allies for Bruma leg begins with asking the Count of a city for aid with Bruma. You can ask Okado, but he'll turn you down, and you can't ask any of the guilds for help, even the ones you're the leader of. There's no using any guards for Bruma until a gate outside their city is closed. Each of these gates, bearing one notable exception, is the same randomized gate the player will have closed should they have been closing generic gates up to this point. After the tedious Oblivion gate, we return to the Count, use console commands to teleport them to us again because I got in trouble the last time I snuck into their quarters to ask them this very important question, and then they offer to send troops to Bruma. Kvatch and Shadenhall are different. Kvatch as captain of the guard will actually spare a soldier should you help him reclaim the castle.
You know, I saw your fight against the Grey Prince.
Let's talk about how busted this quest is from a logic perspective. The tension of this quest relies on the player closing the gate, saving the chapel, and then going and clearing out the castle. However, if the player gets here from the main quest, which they were shoved into via the urgent introduction, then they will be here to get Martin. A pragmatic player wouldn't stop to help the guard. It can be a week, even longer, and the guards will not have advanced their campaign to secure the city an inch without the player, and will try to pretend that saving the Count is even on the table when, at this point, the Daedra will most likely have gotten to him. The only way to approach this quest and make it make sense is how I did it, which was to ignore the urgency of delivering the amulet, go to Kvatch, take down the gate, clear out the castle, and then later come back to get Martin when we know he's important. That has its own problems, but helps make the honestly decent Battle for Castle Kvatch quest better by preserving its tension without the player having Martin in the back of their mind. And sure, we can just conclude that Martin is essential and that the game not only won't kill him on this quest, but that we can actually bring Martin to help us clear out the castle. But I try to roleplay these things, and from that perspective, there's no way to approach this quest that doesn't have issues. The other quest of note is the Shadenhall quest. Not only does it have a unique Oblivion gate, it has an entire quest tied to its Oblivion gate. The Count's son, Farwell Indaris, took his band of knights into the Oblivion gate. This is another example of why seeing Kvatch prior to its destruction would be a good thing. Prior to the Oblivion Crisis, the Knights of the Thorn, if the player pays attention to local lore, are basically just a local fraternity where they spend more time bragging about their exploits than actually accomplishing anything. However, when a gate pops up next to their headquarters, the Knights went in. This was disastrous for them and were to try and save the Count's son. Not only is he not essential, but there are consequences should he die. and these consequences extend to him having died prior to this quest, even if it was out of the player's hands. And Farwell is appropriately foolhardy, easily getting himself killed chasing glory. This is honest, diegetic storytelling about a character who exists prior to this moment, who can survive after this moment if the player can protect them, and who is being characterized correctly in this situation. And the reward is pretty spiffy to boot. Simply put, the Wayward Knight is one of my favorite quests in Oblivion despite being an escort quest set in an Oblivion Gate, because it shows the potential for what could have been. Even though its Oblivion Gate visually glitched out, I couldn't help but feel impressed with its design. Unlike every other leg of the Allies for Bruma quest, this is so unique I have to wonder why the others were so bland and generic. I can't help but compare this to the Hortator and Unraveling quest series, where the player of Morrowind would go around acquiring titles with the great houses and Ashlander tribes. Each quest there, however, was unique and appropriately reflected on the culture of its faction, meaning that if the player hadn't interacted with those factions before, they would still have an understanding of who it was they were saving. Oblivion fails in that respect, but succeeds in actually making these quests meaningful. Kind of. Being the Hortator and Unraveling was meaningless given how the Battle of Red Mountain series played out, and having those factions support is only necessary to fulfill the prophecy, and even then you can bypass all the quests by having enough reputation, which was a hefty requirement. That said, giving the player a contingent of slightly stronger guards is not really a good reward for the sheer time and energy investment that is the Allies for Bruma quest, and it's often described as a weak point of the main quest. Having our allies recruited, they gradually roll up to Bruma and form into a camp. Even if it's goofy hearing Wes Johnson talk to himself a dozen times, seeing all these guards does elicit a feeling that what we're about to do is significant. As we march out of the city for battle, the citizens even cheer us on, which is a great detail. Martin even gives a speech.
We must hold fast until the hero of Kvatch can destroy their great gate. We must kill whatever comes out of that gate.
Whoa, hey Martin. Big Dick Captain Bird came to battle in his nightwear. I'm sure he can handle that great gate no problem, given he's been closing gates just like us for some time off screen. When people complain about the Battle of Bruma doesn't feel epic because there's not hundreds of people on screen, sure, I get that. But by Oblivion standards, I'm sorry, I'm the anti-Oblivion guy and I'm fucking hyped for this battle. And yeah, sure, I played with the difficulty turned down because the game's busted scaling meant I would have been slashing opponents dozens of times in the middle of the chaos. I didn't want this section to be challenging, I wanted it to be epic, and to me, it is. It has all the prototypical elements of a Lord of the Rings movie speech, followed by the great animation of the gates opening that the player won't have seen yet, and finally that great gate opening. The great gate itself is a timed dungeon, giving the player 15 minutes to complete the gate or Bruma falls when the Daedric siege engine makes it through the portal. Another failure state is Martin's death, though the battle outside the portal is effectively paused once we enter. Yes, Martin's not essential for this battle, and should he die, the game ends. I'm not sure how I feel about the game having a hard ending, but it's nice to see all the major players lose their essential flags. It takes the wind out of the sails of those who argue for essential flags since alternative ending in a game with such a tight development, but you must admit it would be neato to actually see a fully realized consequence like that. It must have been anticlimactic at Kvatch to see the Great Gate open, only for nothing that big to come out of it for 15 whole minutes. So, how is Oblivion's final gate? We step in and immediately see the vision Big U showed us at the start of the game, a great siege engines marching toward us and spraying fireballs to boot. The thing is, it only took me 6 minutes to get to the Sigil Stone. There are random Oblivion gates more dangerous than the Great Gate, probably because Bethesda needed the average player to be able to complete the Great Gate if they somehow got their character stuck at this quest and couldn't reload to a previous save for whatever reason. I don't know, just make a save for the player at some point. With the Great Sigil Stone in hand, we've won the battle, and even though there are several other gates as well, I'll assume those were handled by the guys outside and not tied to the Great Gate. Martin tells us he's going to prepare the ritual, and we set off to prepare for the unknown.
I have everything in place for the ritual. I'll open the portal whenever you're ready.
Martin explains that the portal will be one way and speculates that Mankar Cameron is an anchor for the realm and will need to be killed for us to return. The ritual is performed, we head in, and are greeted by Paradise. Paradise represents the possibilities of Oblivion, and its visual design is unlike anything else seen in Oblivion. Purple vegetation, a perpetual state of sunset, intact alien structures, deer roaming around alongside the Daedra, and constant torture of Mankar's subjects. Mankar also does some narration, becoming aware of us the moment we arrived. We're going to break down Cameron's lines all at once later, just bear in mind we're being narrated to as we progress. Eventually, we come across mana bloom plants, which are the only respawning source of ambrosia and lycor in the game, which are both single effect plants that restore health and magicka respectively. The path eventually leads to the Dremora Cathatet. He greets us peacefully, remarking that we destroyed the sigil tower at Ganona, or the gate that opened at Kvatch. He's got some interesting lines.
Your swift retribution earned you much respect among my people. We had not expected that a mortal would act with such resolution and honor. It is no dishonor for us to speak. You speak directly, like one of my people almost. I'm glad I did not kill you immediately.
Cathatet offers us a choice. To progress into the Forbidden Grotto, we need the bands of the Chosen. We can fight him for them or earn them through service, as both are honorable. I choose service, and we get sent on a short quest to free a trapped Zivile, Anaxes, from some ascended immortals who tracked him in a cave. Free Anaxes, return, and then I reject taking the bands from him.
You are unlike any other mortal I have encountered. You serve me, and then you spurn the reward for your service. Come, as an equal, I shall grace your name and corpse with honor.
Also, you can play Persuasion Pie with Cathatet since Dremora are actually NPCs and not creatures like in Morrowind. And they forgot to give him the flag to prevent persuasion. This also means he has a black soul despite being a Daedra. We head into the grotto, the shackles now stuck on preventing our escape. After some Daedra killing, we meet Eldamil, a delusioned Mankar worshipper who will help us with our situation by getting us past the Dremora Overseer. He removes our shackles and comes with us to fight with Mankar. Finally, we've reached the moment where we reveal what this game is truly about. Obviously, we can't talk about Mankar Cameron without mentioning the fact that he's the last member of Oblivion's star-studded cast. Blowing a giant stack of cash so you can wrangle up Patrick Stewart, who is in the prime of his fame from Star Trek The Next Generation, and the TNG movies, I guess, so that he can be a voice in the trailer and have 10 minutes of screen time is one thing. Hiring Sean Bean, who had a prominent role in The Lord of the Rings, a movie so significant to fantasy, and then having Sean Bean voice the protagonist of your main quest for the entire game is another. Hell, that makes Terrence Stamp's cameo as Mankar Cameron almost insignificant. Still, it's the voice recording session that the Making of Oblivion documentary showed off, with Todd Howard flying out to London personally to get the lines.
Neil Todd.
You gotta put that in.
Smile.
Oh yeah, that's a Neumann U87 microphone, one of the best and most expensive microphones money can buy. Granted, they would have been renting time in a recording studio, just thought I would point it out. As someone who spent a lot of money on a microphone, thanks patrons. Given that Cameron is the game's principal antagonist, one would hope Bethesda would have learned from Morrowind's antagonist, Dagoth-Ur. Dagoth-Ur had a compelling conversation, but most of the time his presence in the main quest proper came in the form of his servants and a few text-based dreams, and Dagoth-Ur proper lacked any substantial screen time until the conclusion of Morrowind's main quest. Cameron corrects this, using that celebrity voice talent to appear a single time in the main quest before our arrival in Paradise, where he doesn't acknowledge the player. The difference, though, is that we get a generally good idea of who Dagoth-Ur is before we ever meet him. Until the time came that I generally had to write about Mankar Cameron, I couldn't have really told you much about him. For instance, we know that Dagoth-Ur was the one who reported the Dwemer's plans to create Numidium, effectively starting the series of events that led to their disappearance. Dagoth-Ur was entrusted with the Heart of Lorkhan, and the various claims of what happened after that are a big part of Morrowind's story. Mankar, on the other hand, well, for a long time I just assumed that Mankar Cameron was a former Ayleid king who, after the rise of men, spent a couple thousand years coming up with a plot to eventually overthrow the Septim Empire and bring Tamriel under Elvish domination again. All of that is information I assumed based on the Ayleid architecture of Paradise and because the quest involves Sancre Tor, which was a significant place in Cyrodiilic lore. As we complete Martin's tasks, he'll gradually accumulate literature on his desk that is relevant to the plot. One of these books is titled The Refugees, which is a light armor skill book that can only be found here and at the first edition bookstore from earlier in the main quest when we were getting the commentaries. The book details the birth of Mankar Cameron and constitutes the bulk of his lore page. Mankar was born to a Bosmeri refugee, whom as the story progresses is revealed to have been the mistress to Haemon Cameron, who had been a primary instigator in a massive civil war that embroiled Valenwood, Colovia, Hammerfell, and High Rock. So remember when Tarmina said the commentaries of the Mysterium Xarxes were contemporary with Tiber Septim? Not the Xarxes itself, she specifies the commentaries.
The commentaries are contemporary with Tiber's septum, over 400 years ago, so he is unlikely to still be alive, although you never know.
Okay, well, the Pocket Guide to the Empire, 3rd edition, which physically came with Oblivion's Collector's Edition, has a section on Valenwood which dates the war with the Cameron usurper to the 3rd era, year 249. That means that not only was Mankar born far after the establishment of the Septim dynasty, but that his birth is closer to the current year than it is to the death of Tiber Septim. You can almost say this is intentional, seeing as the Arcane University's expert, which in turn likely means Tamriel's expert, in Daedric cults didn't make the connection that the Mankar Cameron who wrote these commentaries was the same Mankar Cameron of this book. But we can forgive that. Again, Oblivion's world isn't to scale and doesn't have the internet, moth priests, so such a connection could easily go unnoticed. However, it's important to mention that in Elder Scrolls, race is passed down via the mother, which is detailed in Notes on Racial Phylogeny. And given that Mankar's mother was a Bosmer and Mankar clearly isn't, something's wrong. If anything, given that Mankar doesn't mention his legacy and that the story doesn't draw attention to this book despite its placement in main quest areas, I believe the refugees to be a possible red herring. Although again, there are several similarities between Mankar and the Heart King's stories that make that difficult to believe. This is where I start to say words like Portonymic and Neonymic and a bunch of high lore concepts to dance around the fact that someone made a fucky-wucky and said the commentaries are older than they should be and that Mankar's the wrong race. Why does Mankar live in an Ayleid building? Because he used Nimic surgery to change himself into an Ayleid and make himself Dragonborn so he could wield the Amulet of Kings. How did he do this? Because Mehrunes Dagon taught him how to use Mehrunes Razor to open the construction set and do a race edit. All of this is in the lore. You can read about it in the Trial of... Oh no, wait, that was a forum post and not in the games. I mean, it is canon if you manage to beat Battlespire since they had to invent some bullshit to make it possible to defeat Mehrunes Dagon at the end. Talk about nonsense, justifying surgery stuff out. Look at it like this. There is zero, and I mean absolutely zero, story benefits to having Mankar Cameron be the son of Haemon Cameron beyond being able to draw a lore connection to Daggerfall, I guess. Instead, let's redraft this. First fix, just make him a Bosmer. You might say, that looks silly, but given the number of people who swear by Fargoth-Ur, I would argue that having the main villain be a Bosmer would actually be the best thing that happened to the Wood Elves since it would help uplift that race out of perpetual meme status. Second proposal. This is now Mankar Cameron, last king of the Ayleids. His bloodline was the first of the Dragonborn to wear the Amulet of Kings before Alesia stole it and later history was revised to claim that she was the originator. Mankar was born in the final days of the Ayleids' presence on Cyrodiil near the end of the Second Era when Tiber Septim finally extinguished their culture completely. As a young man, he ventured through Tamriel, experiencing the various cultures of the elves, and realized that Merrick culture could potentially be unified through a mutual hatred of Talos. The upper echelon of the Mythic Dawn would be committed to the reversal of Lorkhan's scheme to create mortality, effectively restoring the world to its primordial and timeless state. By the time the men of the Mythic Dawn realized what was happening, they would arrive in paradise where they would be perpetually tormented in order to maintain a purity of rank. In essence, the Mythic Dawn would become the genesis of the Thalmor, except without Mankar, it becomes about an Altmeri dominion over Tamriel instead of the restoration of Ayleid culture. You could even link it to several conspiracies to create elvish superpowers, such as Dunmer Mythic Dawn members awakening Dagoth-Ur or playing a part in the fall of Dagoth-Ur and by extension the Tribunal, returning the Dunmer to Daedra worship. How about the Mythic Dawn propping up the Necromancer cult and creating an elvish replacement for Archay and Mana Marco while at the same time undermining the Empire's Mages Guild? You don't have to use all of those ideas, but making Mankar an actual Ayleid king would resolve several of the issues. Of course, the biggest issue with this is giving Terrence Stamp more lines, and that means paying him more money. According to Michael Kirkbride, Mankar's speech came from an email where he was just writing dialogue to help with his work on the commentaries, and Todd Howard ended up using it as dialogue on short notice, which is why Mankar gets several details wrong. His line,
"Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbor of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moons."
He attributes the wrong planes of Oblivion to the wrong Daedric princes, because Mankar's wrong in some respects. People have used this to easily and smugly discount his entire thesis. Let's at least listen to what he has to say.
So, the cat's paw of the Septims arrives at last. You didn't think you could take me unawares, here of all places, in the paradise that I created. Look now upon my paradise. Gaia Alata in the old tongue, a vision of the past and the future. Behold the savage garden, where my disciples are tempered for a higher destiny, to rule over Tamriel Reborn. How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The principalities have sparkled as gems in the black reaches of Oblivion since the first morning. Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbor of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala and Dawn's beauty, the princedom of Lorcan, misnamed Tamriel by deluded mortals. Yes, you understand now. Tamriel is just one more Daedric realm of Oblivion, long since lost to its prince when he was betrayed by those that served him. Lord Dagon cannot invade Tamriel, his birthright. He comes to liberate the occupied lands. Ask yourself, how is it that mighty gods die, yet the Daedra stand incorruptible? How is it that the Daedra forthrightly proclaim themselves to man, while the gods cower behind statues and the faithless words of traitor priests? It is simple. They are not gods at all. The truth has been in front of you since you first were born. The Daedra are the true gods of this universe. Julianos, Dibella, and Stondar are all Lorcan's betrayers, posing as divinities in the principality that has lost its guiding light. What are scholarship, love, and mercy when compared to fate, night, and destruction? The gods you worship are trifling shadows of first causes. They have tricked you for ages. Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change, brother to madness, sister to deceit. Your false gods could not entirely rewrite history. Thus you remember tales of Lorcan vilified, a dead trickster whose heart came to Tamriel. But if a god can die, how does his heart survive? He is Daedroth, Tamriel I Daedroth. This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other. You all remember this. It is in every legend. Daedra cannot die, so your so-called gods cannot erase him from your minds completely. Well done, champion. Your progress is swift and sure. Perhaps you will reach me after all. You think I mock you? Not at all. In your coming, I hear the footsteps of fate. You are the last defender of decadent Tamriel. I am the midwife of the mythic dawn, Tamriel Reborn. I welcome you, if you truly are the agent of fate. I tire of the self-styled heroes who set themselves in my path only to prove unworthy in the event. I have waited a long time for you, champion of old Tamriel. You were the last gasp of a dying age. You breathe the stale air of false hope. How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The walls between our worlds are crumbling. The mythic dawn grows nearer with every rift in the firmament. Very soon, the lines now blurred will be erased. Tamriel and Oblivion rejoined. The mythic age reborn. Lord Dagon shall walk Tamriel again. The world shall be remade. The new age shall rise from the ashes of the old. My vision shall be realized. Weakness will be purged from the world, and mortal and immortal alike purified in the refiner's fire. My long duel with the Septims is over, and I have the mastery. The Emperor is dead. The Amulet of Kings is mine. And the last defender of the last ragged Septim stands before me in the heart of my power. Let us see who at last has proved the stronger.
Got all that? All of that had to have gone through an editor because, when compared to the commentaries, it's at least comprehensible, even existed. Assuming he didn't die, then he would be a Daedra, but that would also mean that Lorcan would be around somewhere and that Mehrunes' plan to conquer Tamriel is an act of liberation, even though arguably Lorcan doesn't need liberation, as this may well be his intended outcome. In any event, it's impossible to ignore Mehrunes Dagon as a party in this story. Now, we could put off a discussion of Mehrunes Dagon until he shows up in the final quest, but let's not. Mehrunes Dagon. I mean, look at the guy. What other impressions could you possibly have about him? His visual design goes back to Battlespire, and Morrowind would add many of the more demonic details to his character, but it was Oblivion that decided to make him bright red, 50 feet tall, and filled his plane with obvious hell symbolism. A layperson who doesn't know Elder Scrolls takes one look at this character and assumes everything there is to know about him. But what if I told you that I was about to blow your mind? That I could recontextualize everything about this story, and that I've come to the conclusion that people have been sleeping on Oblivion's main quest being one of the best quest lines in Howard's Elder Scrolls. Don't believe me? Mehrunes Dagon set Mankar Cameron up for failure. In fact, his goal was never to successfully invade Tamriel or to install a new empire, and even better, Mehrunes Dagon got his desired outcome. Again, a normal person looks at Mehrunes Dagon and sees Satan. No, not even that Satan, this Satan.
Hey, Satan!
The comical Satan that somehow has the power to stand against God and who is endeavoring in every aspect of life to undermine the good morals of honest Americans. This gets into actual religious lore, so I'll try to keep it brief. In the Bible, God tells a guy to not go back to a city. This is Old Testament where God was a lot more hands-on. God ends up sending an angel to Earth to stop this guy who doesn't immediately see the angel and needs his ass to tell him to shape up in the presence of divinity. Satan essentially starts his presence in the Bible as an agent of God, and later in the story powered up from blocking asses to delivering a plague to punish David. Obviously, the writers have realized that having God himself do these terrible things is bad for the moral of the story, and so are using Satan as a character to divorce God from the things God is doing. This trend continues into the story of Job. Now, Satan isn't referred directly by name, rather the word Satan is used to describe the role the angel is playing in these stories. In the story of Job, however, he refers to this character effectively using Satan as a title, and Satan tells him that he's been roaming the realms of men. This is the first story where Satan is allowed to be evil, where he destroys Job's life under the pretense that, even as a devotee of God, Job will abandon his faith. If you've ever wondered why it's called a job, read this story. Funny thing is, right? Yahweh's basically letting Satan run a train on this poor guy's life just to prove how much of a loser incel Satan is, which is a pretty good indicator of where the mentality of the writer's room was at this point in the series. It didn't help that Zoroastrianism started influencing the writers, and suddenly the angels were having human temptations. Probably without realizing it, they had effectively implied that by sheer contact with humans, these angels were being turned to sin. This set a bad precedent that the splinter religions and their fanfictions would take into full effect. Satan's characterization would take a ramp up in the New Testament after the property changed hands. His retconning story was that Satan was a fallen angel and now a tempter to the ways of evil. This poor guy who started as an angel just trying to do his job and stop a guy from disobeying God is now trying to trick Jesus Christ himself into sin so that he can prove once and for all that he is not in fact an incel loser. This whole character arc screams unplanned writing and would have been better handled if there was a clear moment for Satan's character where he actually fell from grace and that explained why he was so resolute on trying to prove God wrong, or establishing any kind of stakes to power that would make it so that God couldn't just immediately erase his character from existence at the first sign of backsass. Satan's poor character writing, with many of the same flaws as Judas' character writing, led to over a millennia of reinterpretation and fanfiction. Are the kids being bad? Tell them that Satan will snatch them in the woods. Are the adults not donating 10% of their income like good Christians? Tell them that Satan will fuck their ass in hell. It's not necessarily the fault of the believers that they use Satan like this, considering the precedent was set all the way back in the story of Job. I mean, if the main point of your story is that anyone is capable of receiving the Lord's forgiveness, then surely Satan's pretty high up on the list of characters deserving a redemption arc. In any event, popular culture first obsessed with Satan as a figure who represented evil, and then as an example of where you'll end up if you are evil, but at some point the message got corrupted and became this confusing modern narrative that Satan is the Lord of Hell. Which leads us to Bethesda, who, in an effort to make a story about good versus evil, abandoned all pretense entirely and converted one of their Daedric princes into the pop culture icon of Satan, complete with religious revisionism. So let's strip that back. Mehrunes Dagon's only real presence in the game is as the antagonist of the main quest. Some people like to point out the Mehrunes Razor plugin, although since you can't sacrifice the Razor and there isn't much lore about Dagon in the DLC, it's not really relevant. The first piece we have is the Mysterium Xarxes, a book directly written by Mehrunes Dagon himself. Martin indicates the book is dangerous to read without magical protection, but really it's unclear if he means the book has the power to corrupt its reader or if the book contains information that inevitably corrupts its reader. That might seem like minutia, but that second detail is important if you consider that Mehrunes Dagon is the Daedric Prince of Destruction and Revolution. The book may well contain some inevitable truths that would push even the most devout person down the wrong path. It's possible that there isn't anything actually written in the book until it is opened, at which point it's filled with whatever reader. A mimetic truth that changes its meaning to fit the reader. The thing is, Martin seems to have far too easy a time deciphering the Xarxes to recreate the ritual to open a portal to paradise. My argument is this. Mehrunes Dagon wanted Martin to complete the ritual, for the player to kill Mankar, and for Martin to then die at the Temple of the One. Why? Mankar did not want to change the status quo of Tamriel. Not really. He was more so advocating that the Septim Empire be replaced with a Cameron Empire. A beneficial position to be in when the world reverts to the Mythic Age, to be sure. Mehrunes doesn't really want that, and as Jesus pointed out to Satan, why would you give someone the power that you know is going to usurp you? At the same time, Mehrunes Dagon has no interest in installing another Septim to the throne, especially given his involvement with the other Septim Emperors. Instead, neither party got the throne. The Septim dynasty fell and Tamriel returned to a state where conflict plagued the land. However, it's important to note that being the Prince of Revolution is not being the Prince of Chaos. If that were the case, then Mehrunes would absolutely have gone for the plan to restore the Mythic Age, even if it meant getting stuck with a prick like Mankar. The thing about Revolution is that it requires a sense of linear time. In some respects, Mehrunes Dagon couldn't really exist as he truly is without Lorkhan's plan. So Mehrunes used Mankar's ambition as a ploy to host his own revolution against the Septim dynasty, and then when Mankar Cameron held the upper hand, used the player's tenacity as a ploy to host a revolution against the Mythic Dawn. After we return from Paradise, we take the amulet to the Imperial City and try to light the Dragonfires, only to find that Mehrunes Dagon and the forces of Oblivion have invaded en masse. However, if you look at the actual game files, Mankar Cameron's death actually marks a point where the gates slowed down the rate at which they open. This isn't communicated to the player directly, but the percentage chance of a gate opening at a spot is determined by a variable, the chance raising and lowering based on the events of the quests. But why? If the Dragonfires being unlit is impetus enough for the Daedra to invade, then surely Mehrunes Dagon would have just turned up and destroyed the city by now. At the very least, you would think that he would destroy the Temple of the One to straight up game over the Empire. The answer is that this is all going according to Mehrunes Dagon's extremely convoluted plan. Being the Prince of Destruction is all well and good until you've won and realize that there isn't anyone around to build things for you to destroy. Just like how Mehrunes isn't going to work towards putting someone in power that would try to prevent him from throwing a revolution, Mehrunes is also motivated to pull back at the last moment from winning so that the world can recover and ripen up fresh for another destruction in the future. But why then would Mehrunes effectively be responsible for permanently closing the door to future invasions? Well, we'll talk about that more when we discuss Martin's character. For now, I want to show you Mehrunes Dagon's most loyal servant, Eldamil. Eldamil does have a line about making prayers to Akatosh, but that's a red herring. The Divines generally don't work in such direct ways, and given the timeline Eldamil gives us, it's fair to say that we were probably on our way here long before Eldamil started praying. See, we have to answer the question of why all these loyal subjects of the Mythic Dawn are being tortured. At base value, we take it as Mehrunes and Mankar being evil bastards, or that they're really trying to harden and test their devotees. I think in reality what it represents is a punishment for those who don't understand the truth of Mehrunes Dagon. These were the blind worshippers of Mehrunes Dagon who thought he would be a path to domination over others and not liberation. In the same vein, the only people in Paradise who are having a good time right now are the worshippers we see who trapped Anaxes. By revolting against their masters, they earned the chance to stay in the nice part of Paradise, but it's natural order for Cathatet to eventually crush that revolution. Through the Xarxes, Mehrunes showed Mankar exactly what Cameron needed to see to get the ball rolling. If you compare the Mythic Dawn commentaries to an actual translation of the Mythic Dawn, you find that Mankar actually caught quite a bit of information out of the book. This is because he was proactive, so he needed a lot more than what Martin needed, as Martin was reactive. Note that the characterization of Mehrunes Dagon isn't exactly that outlandish. Mehrunes opposed the Tribunal on several occasions, likely because the Tribunal was a dogmatic religion hell-bent on maintaining themselves and their status quo. Yet despite having opportunities in the past to invade Morrowind, his antics never went too far. Then again, it was the Tribunal, and that's Morrowind lore, so it doesn't bear debating here. Mehrunes could have invaded Tamriel at any time the Dragonfires weren't lit. Remember when I mentioned that Tiber Septim had to get the Amulet of Kings off the body of Riemann III? Yeah, Riemann's death marked the end of the First Era, and Tiber Septim's conquest marked the beginning of the Third Era. Put 2 and 2 together, and that's almost 900 years of Mehrunes Dagon having the door open and doing nothing with it. Of course, there's the ESO lore that Molag Bal copied the plot of Oblivion and invaded Tamriel in the Second Era, but ESO isn't canon to Oblivion and you just have to accept that.
While the prophecy of the Unraveling can be interpreted as the end of the Tribunal, I have always seen it as a prediction of hope and peace.
With this recontextualization in mind, the main quest goes from mediocre to mind-blowing. Why did the Daedra invade Kvatch but fail to take the chapel, the one thing they came there to do? To motivate Martin into rebelling against the tyranny of Cameron. Why didn't the enemy take steps to stop us from completing the ritual, to make it possible? Why did the siege engine take 15 minutes to emerge from the portal, so we could get the sigil stone? Why did Mehrunes Dagon delay his invasion of the Imperial City until after Martin's arrival? To ensure that Martin would be forced to sacrifice himself, mantle Akatosh, and end the Septim Dynasty. The only problem with this is, it's super subtle. Mehrunes Dagon didn't have a single voice line in the entire game, so we're never given the impression that he's actually playing both sides of the conflict. Morrowind didn't sit the player down and force them to read every interpretation of the murder of Nerevar for people to love that questline, so the fact that most people don't even consider this plot point when discussing Oblivion is a good sign that we may have gone too far in a few places in terms of subtlety. I can't help but feel that most of the pieces are here for this to have been an amazing story. I mean, Kurt Coleman started the series with Redguard and still contributes at Bethesda. Ken Rolston wrote Morrowind's main quest, and they had Michael Kirkbride on hand willing to handle the higher lore concepts. And given that they were willing to pay for not one but 3 celebrity voice cameos for this one quest line, you would think that it would have been a priority at Bethesda to make sure that this was the best quest line in the game. Instead, most people just like to brag that they've never done Oblivion's main quest, and people who do play Oblivion's main quest tend to write it off as a boring and generic story, in large part because you can get all the pieces together for a good story, but if you never actually place them all on the board for the player to see, then the only people who are really going to get it are detailed focused nerds like myself. Finally, we arrive at Martin's character. A common interpretation of Martin's character is that he is the chosen one of the story, a twist on the Unraveling story by taking that role away from the player. Less common, in fact a rarity, is any interpretation which states who chose Martin. The Unraveling was chosen by Azura for the purpose of ending Dagothor and the False Tribunal, and the Dragonborn was chosen by Akatosh for the purpose of reminding Alduin of his role in the mythos as a destroyer, not as a dominator. The question is, who chose Martin, and for what purpose? One might think Akatosh. After all, Martin is a priest of Akatosh, Eldamil prays to Akatosh for Mankar's defeat, and Akatosh shows up after the amulet is sacrificed to defeat Mehrunes Dagon. So case closed, right? Here's the thing. If you read about the origin of the Amulet of Kings, discounting the stuff from ESO that ties it to Lorkhan, the amulet is said to originate from Akatosh's heart when he made a compact with Alesia that would prevent the invasion of Daedra and Tamriel as long as the Dragonborn sat on the throne and maintained the Dragonfires. First, we have to ask the question of how Akatosh accomplishes this, which is speculation of course, but what mechanism of Akatosh enables him to prevent the hostile invasion of Daedra? Akatosh, and by extension the dragons and Jills as well, represent time, and each of those aspects generally has a role to play in its maintenance. The Jills sweep up the mess of dragon breaks when an event occurs involving divinity that temporarily reverts an area to non-linear time. A dragon break is how both Orsinium was founded and Mannimarco ascended to godhood at the end of Daggerfall, despite the impossibility of that being the case. The dragons seem to play a role as mobile anchors of time, which is why their departure from Atmora caused it to freeze over, both literally and figuratively. In any case, Akatosh's main domain is time, so it's possible that Akatosh isn't blocking Tamrielic invasions as much as he's delaying them to the end of linear time, which begs the next question, why is Akatosh playing this role, and what is his motivation to do so? This gets into a really complicated discussion of Tamrielic lore and religious interpretations about the relationship between Akatosh and Lorkhan. Look, if you want my opinion on this, make an Elder Scrolls game set in that era. You don't have to concretely answer what happened, just boil it down to a couple clean theories. In any event, Akatosh was apparently the one responsible for the death of Lorkhan, if such a thing is even believed to have happened, and this event generally marks the schism in most belief structures in Tamriel. It makes sense for the Elvish believers of Akatosh who knew him as Ariel to claim that Ariel was responsible for the death of Lorkhan, considering they are all very, very mad about that mortality thing that Lorkhan did. However, given that Lorkhan was considered a hero to men, it's hard to believe that Akatosh would become the effective head of the Imperial Pantheon under this narrative. It's possible that we have a situation similar to the interpretation some people have of Judas Iscariot. It's classically believed by most Christians that Judas was a traitor to Jesus, However, a minority of people believe that Jesus actually intended for Judas to play this role in the story, and Judas is in fact the most loyal of Jesus' apostle for his sacrifice. In the same vein, it's possible that Akatosh is worshipped by men because he played the critical role in the murder of Lorkhan, which Lorkhan from the beginning. The Aedra are generally considered to have gotten a raw deal out of convention, having been promised to be lords of Mundus while the Daedra got to be lords of their own planes without a fraction of the sacrifice. If Mankar were correct that Lorkhan is a Daedra and that Tamriel is his plane of Oblivion, then it doesn't stand to reason that Akatosh would bother to protect it. However, a case could be made that Akatosh is protecting Mundus from Oblivion as atonement for his transgression against Lorkhan, and that the end of time represents the point at which Akatosh is forgiven. Now that we have the how and why of Akatosh covered, we have to answer the final question. If Mehrunes Dagon intended for this outcome, why would he do so in a way that would end the Daedra's ability to invade Tamriel? This is where we introduce the concept of mantling, which is super important in the story of the Shivering Isles and why I think they handled it the way they did. In Elder Scrolls, it is generally considered to be possible for a mortal being to become a god. This is seen in three big instances: the Dwemer, Tiber Septim, and the Tribunal. However, this isn't as straightforward as meeting a few conditions and having a switch flipped for you. Rather, the process of becoming a divine is usually destructive to the person who undergoes that process. The Dwemer, when they mantled as a race, disappeared from existence and arguably became the godlike golem Numidium. Tiber Septim went on to mantle Shor/Lorkhan, and the Tribunal went on to mantle Azura, Mephala, and Boethia, although arguably they failed as they attempted to retain their personalities in this process. In this game, I would argue that Martin, with the combined souls of all the Dragonborn who had lit the Dragonfires before him, mantled Akatosh in this scene. The biggest piece of evidence for this is actually Skyrim, where the player is the first Dragonborn to have been created in millennia, and whose main plot required this event to have occurred. With Akatosh replaced and suddenly more active in the world stage, Martin can confidently make the promise that the Oblivion gates are closed forever. At least, the hostile gates are closed forever. Yet Mehrunes Dagon and the other less friendly princes are still active in the world after Oblivion. Let's look at it like this. Mehrunes Dagon did not wish to conquer or destroy Tamriel, as is feared by the mortals. Rather, Mehrunes Dagon wanted to create the circumstances that the traitor Akatosh would be mantled, so that Akatosh would get off his couch and actually start doing his job again, and stop using the Dragonborn for that purpose. Molag Bal and Jiggalag are pretty much the only guys around that would actually bother to invade other places for the purposes of controlling them. So who chose Martin? I don't think it was Akatosh. I think it was Mehrunes Dagon. I think that Boris's line, "if he survives to the end," sums up the story best.
The scholars and priests can debate what happened to Martin in the end.
A lot of the iniquities with Oblivion's main quest can be boiled down to this. Ken Rolston decided to take a hands-off approach when it came to writing Oblivion. Michael Kirkbride was not as involved in the project as a writer. Kirk Coleman did a good job of creating quests to the specification of his bosses, and it was ultimately Todd Howard that looked at this quest line and saw none of the problems. To quote Ken Rolstone, "Morrowind is to Oblivion what Moby Dick is to the Da Vinci Code." No comment. So now that we've ended the main quest, Oblivion is over, right? It seems hard to justify a character continuing from here given the sheer cult of personality that would be created around a figure like the Champion of Cyrodiil. To me, this is the problem with the urgency of Oblivion's introduction. If you roleplay the character, you can't really ignore the main quest, but by the end, how are you supposed to justify going back to the mundanity of the arena or Fighters Guild? Still, it's nice to see the remnants of the main quest. The closed Oblivion gates that dot the landscape, the battle-damaged temple district, the new statue of Akatosh, the leftovers from the Battle of Bruma, and a statue constructed in our honor. It has a unique method of determining what items to put on the statue. For example, it prioritized putting the Wabbajack in my hands over the ebony blade that I actively used. Still, I have one more thing to mention, and that was the time I crashed the game multiple times even with the unofficial patch and a crash prevention mod. See, there are tons of fun little staves with interesting effects that may or may not cause issues with how certain quests are scripted. So when I fought Mankar, I decided to go all out, maxing the difficulty to make up for minimizing it during the Battle of Bruma, and use most of the tools I collected at this point. Summoned a Daedra, cloned someone, resurrected someone else, used the Wabbajack to shapeshift someone, made use of all these fancy powers I've been collecting. I'm being general because I don't remember the specific details. Anyways, I'm having the slightest bit of fun with this fight, and of course it breaks. The first time seems to be because the game is checking to see when the daughters die to progress the quest, and since one of them is technically alive due to being reanimated, it broke. The second time the game crashed was when a clone of Mankar Cameron summoned a Dremora that shot lightning that hit the original Mankar, instantly crashing the game. The third time, I managed to be the one to land the killing blow and it let me pass. I'll tell you more about all those fun tools in Part 9 when we discuss the Daedra. For now, let's do the opposite. Knights of the Nine. Oblivion's first major DLC that most of its players will have actually played. A massive hole that was left in the design of Cyrodiil was in its religious core. Despite being the home of the Chapel of the Nine Divines, very little of the base game story has anything to do with the Adrix side of the Pantheon. You'll just have to notice that each of Cyrodiil's 9 major cities corresponds to a different Adra, or you'll have to explore the otherwise empty Arboretum and notice all the statues. This is kind of obviously a problem, since if there was any game where it was appropriate to actually explore the Imperial religion, culture, and history, this was the game. However, fans at the time were concerned about whether Bethesda was even going to make an expansion to Oblivion, seeing as they seemed content to just release the official plugins for sale. Still, Knights of the Nine would come out by the end of 2006, first being accidentally leaked as a PS3 exclusive questline called Knights of the White Stallion. So how is Knights of the Nine? Well, it's an 11-part quest series, making it shorter than most of the factions in the game, and I went from beginning to end in just over 3.5 hours, falling a little short of the 20 hours of content promised. Despite those massive limitations, arguably Knights of the Nine is a highlight of the Oblivion experience. However, I don't think it fares as favorably on the quality versus quantity spectrum as people like to think. Like most Elder Scrolls expansions, Knights of the Nine has a rough start. I guess it could be seen as a product of the times. Personally, I think they should have learned from Tribunal and Blood Moon, or any of the DLC released leading up to now, that assuming people of the future playing the game aren't just going to have the expansions installed from the get-go is a mistake. This more so applies to the plugins, however. Regardless, things start when we hear a rumor that the Chapel of Dibella in Anvil was attacked.
Are you here to end this nightmare and free us all from the Savage Garden? Everyone here died in the Master's service. As the Master promised, we are now immortal. But our life here is a nightmare. The creatures of the garden torment us endlessly. When they kill us, we are soon reborn, and the cycle begins again. He preaches in Anvil. Appeared right after the attack on the chapel there. Sounds like the usual doom-saying nonsense.
Anvil also has a new homeless man going by the name Prophet, claiming that this is a sign of the end times, so really nothing new. We're supposed to figure out that the rambling insane man is in fact the key to starting the quest line, our clue being his unique voice. He'll establish the ones responsible as Umaril and his gaggle of Aurorans. The Prophet then says that Umaril can only be stopped with the aid of the Divines, and that means the Crusaders' relics. If we say we're going to get the relics, the Prophet will ask for our resume, which is actually a trap, as Wes Johnson will demean you for every response other than humility.
And never let anyone forget it, champion. I salute you, yes. This small matter of the Crusaders' relics would be a trifle for a legend such as yourself. I apologize for even asking the question. Most esteemed master, please. Do not allow me to interrupt your quest for the relics. Oh my! The grand champion of all Cyrodiil? By Azura, indeed. Surely there can be no better preparation for becoming a holy knight than a career spent slaughtering for the public's entertainment. And a worthy successor to Hannibal Traven, I have no doubt. I'm sure your arcane arts will locate the lost relics for you in no time. Well then, hail, hero of Kvatch! Let me add one more voice to the never-ending chorus of praise. I'm sure one of your many devotees will be able to guide you on your way to find the... Why do you come to me for aid, worthy knight?
I know what the quest is trying to do here, I just feel that not making it possible to complete this quest without the submission part is cheap. Once we eat the Prophet's ass, he's willing to point us in the right direction, telling us to complete a pilgrimage to Way Shrines of the Nine Divines. This is obviously a recreation of the quest Pilgrimage of the Seven Graces from the Tribunal Temple questline in Morrowind. The difference is that the Seven Graces were 7 fixed locations that shared various lessons in the lore and culture of the Tribunal Temple. The way shrines are generic, exist in multiples without any actual rhyme or reason to their locations, and only spout generic platitudes. It's possible this is a hereditary problem, and that Bethesda may have had issues with revamping the base game way shrines for existing saves that already had their effects and variables stored. As it stands, the only thing to spice this quest up is potentially running into a couple guys who are doing the pilgrimage. I didn't, because I had already gotten 6 of the way shrines in my adventure prior to starting this quest. If you visit all the shrines, and also very importantly call the Prophet Daddy, then you'll be approached by the specter of Pelinal Whitestrake. Unsurprisingly, a guy who died in the First Age has zero idea where his armor is millennia later and can only point us towards a shrine built on the site of his death. Since it's in a submerged Iliad city, the shrine is untouched, although centuries ago one Sir Amiel managed to almost reach the shrine. It's surprising that despite the criticism, Knights of the Nine is still willing to throw us into an Iliad ruin/Imperial sewer area full of the undead. Also, if you have high acrobatics, you can just pop the fence. It's pretty cool. This is also the point where the game decides whether you receive the light or heavy version of the armor. I didn't know this was a thing. I always just assumed the game would trust the player to play content called The Knights of the Nine as, well, a knight character. I mean, I understand not wanting to exclude players, but I think having slightly worse stats is preferable to variable armor weights. Or maybe his gear could be some kind of in-between of heavy and light. Is there a word for that? With the usual Elder Scrolls skill crunch, Oblivion decided to cut medium armor and unarmored. Unarmored is still in the game though, encouraged by spacers or a shoulder pad to full Daedric armor. The difference was all in your encumbrance. Less armor might mean an extra weapon or potions or more loot on the way back. How much gear you wore, or what combination of gear you wore, was a decision each player had to make in crafting their character. Oblivion changed things up by encouraging players to commit to an armor style. If you wear light armor, you might as well wear full light armor. Same with heavy armor or unarmed. The first 3 perks, or up to level 50 with armor skills, affect how quickly your armor degrades. We'll talk about durability in a bit. The 75 and 100 perks affect how much the armor weighs the player down. At heavy armor 100, which I reached, heavy armor had 0 impact on my encumbrance as long as I was wearing it. While I feel like this is a smart way of sidestepping the late game encumbrance issues, encumbrance has become an increasingly prevalent problem in the series, including the Fallout games. People don't like encumbrance because they don't like being told that they can't pick up everything, which isn't helped with the games increasingly encouraging you to pick up random trash that serves obscure purposes. Honestly, I think this is a UI problem. I was attentive and made sure I was routinely cleaning my inventory out of useless soul gems, potions, scrolls, and ingredients. But people who aren't as attentive are probably accumulating an increasing hoard of potions they then try to avoid using. And I think it's because it's easy to not realize how many you have with the newer user interfaces. Wow, this section's Tangent City. Point is, encumbrance has been shifted away from regulating how much equipment the player can carry to how much loot the player can carry, which would be understandably frustrating if Oblivion's economy didn't break at level 20. Still, it turns into a genetic problem for the series when you cut out the magical solutions to high encumbrance. Sure, being able to permanently boost your carry weight with Feather on the cheap was busted in Oblivion, and the design should be more so towards adding an additional weight for a short time so you can take all the loot home in one trip, but that's not grounds to give up on the spell idea entirely. But I do think I am onto something with this UI idea. You can only see 6 things at any given time in the Oblivion UI, and with the large number of potion types and sublevels of potion types plus custom potions, it's pretty easy to realize you've accidentally been carrying a frost resistance potion for the last 6 hours. Part of it is a lack of variation, and potion design makes it so you can't tell which potions you do and don't want. Morrowind had 5 different models and icons to distinguish potions, so you could easily tell what was probably cheap garbage and what was worth keeping. Skyrim addressed that problem by removing item icons entirely, although at least in fairness I can see more than 6 things at once in Skyrim's menu. That UI is for another day. For now, fine, I guess. I would prefer my old system of pressing one button and having all the information I need on one screen, but dividing this into 4 separate screens to relay more information is fine as well. Except it doesn't. You can see your entire attribute and skill alignment, as well as detailed health, magicka, and fatigue values, with enough screen space to spare to waste on telling us our name and class. If we scroll the skills down, we can see our faction and ranks as well as our reputation and bounty. That's 4 different Oblivion screens in one panel. Oblivion's first panel tells us our base character information. The only reason to come here is if you've loaded someone else's save or want specific information about exactly how much health, magicka, or fatigue you have. The next panel is entirely dedicated to the attribute page. There are 2 reasons to come here. You want to know what skills are under what attributes, or you want to see if your attributes are damaged. The next screen is the skill page. The smartest thing about this page is putting all the major skills on a single panel. This is one of the more useful panels you'll be coming back to, as it tells you the leveling progress of skills and what skills belong to what attributes, so very useful. The next page tells you what factions you're in and what ranks you are. However, since rank requirements were removed, this is pointless information, and there's no reason you wouldn't put this at the bottom of the same page where our name and class is, because the only reason you'll come here again is if you're loading someone else's save and need to see where they're at. The next page is the bulk of new information, which is the statistics page. The first section is useful information like days passed and the number of quests you've completed. Then there's this section about your skills that I really don't need to know about, and then at the bottom of this is your bounty, fame, and infamy. This would all fit neatly, except the Shivering Isles has an independent bounty, which means you have to scroll to see infamy now. It was so close and the expansion messed it up. The rest of the page is statistical information that 100%ers use to track their progress. It's for somebody, so it's fine. Next is the inventory screen, which wastes the first tab on an all items panel. Stop right there, UI scum. If you're only going to show me 6 things at once like the other screens do, then this is pointless. Here was the chance to zoom this panel out so we could get a bird's eye view on our inventory, and the individual tabs would be in the big text. Either cut this panel or rescale this text. Next is the weapons tab, then the armor tab, then the potions and ingredients tab, and then everything else is shoved into the right. Okay, cut the all tab and add a section specifically for scrolls, soul gems, sigil stones, and welkin stones, please. There's way too much stuff in this tab, especially compared to the weapons tab that could have just been combined with the armor tab because a lot of people just hotkey their weapons anyways. Whose great idea was it to have me scroll through all these keys just to get to the soul gems? Next is the magic tab. We have another useless all spells tab that only shows you 6 spells. Skyrim added a favorite system that would fit in better here since I have way too many spells to scroll through. The tabs are divided into how they're applied, so a target tab, a touch tab, and a self tab. Spells can then be divided into either alphabetical order or by magicka cost, and pro tip, use letters at the start of your custom spell names in order to organize them because otherwise this menu will turn into a mess. Between this and the miscellaneous tab, I have a feeling I know the UX designer really doesn't use magic. The final tab is your active effects section. Also, spell effectiveness is just tough, and they even went so far as to use that idea, but not for the tabs that really need it. The final tab is for information, starting with the local map. You can't zoom, so you have to scroll this lumbering beast around to actually use this thing in dungeons. Otherwise, I approve. I'm torn on whether Oblivion or Morrowind had a better auto map. Next is the world map screen, and boy does not being able to zoom out make me angry. I'm sure you probably could at some point during development and somebody used the command to unlock all waypoints and the map turned into a mess, so that's why we can't zoom out. It's just so claustrophobic. The best backhanded compliment I can give is that it encourages people to learn the map so they don't have to take so long scrolling around looking for their objective. One problem is that Oblivion's map does a bad job communicating elevation to the player, so you can't look at the map and come up with an intelligent plan to navigate mountainous terrain because all the map tells you is that the area is mountainous. Also, at the top is the name of the interior cell and a detailed breakdown of the date and time in case you were curious. I've never understood displaying the time in a UI that's paused. Surely it would be for an unpaused UI so the player could pay attention to what time it is in game. The next panel is the Active Quest tab, which includes a handy list of all your relevant journal entries and a button to take you straight to the map marker on the world map. Then we have the Current Quest tab, which lists all of the quests you weren't able to say no to before they got added to your log. And finally, you have the Completed Quest tab, which shows you every single quest you've completed. Naturally. You can even read old journal entries here if you want, although it's a shadow of the old book UI for the journal with its topic organizer. I've trashed this UI, and a lot of people do, which begs the question of who okayed it, and the answer seems to be Todd Howard. Specifically, when asked about what mods Todd uses for Oblivion, he answered, interface mods. He goes on to talk about how they couldn't work out a good system for giving the player the choice between a PC and console-scaled UI, so they went with this giant user interface for safety reasons. Here's your executive producer saying this is a problem as he's advertising the expansion to this game, as he's saying someone's already fixed it for free, and they've clearly tinkered with the UI to accommodate that user interface art looks great. I can easily tell what each tab is supposed to be just from the pictograph, like how all the quests are 3 cups, the current quest is 1 cup, and the active quest has a hand holding the cup. Oblivion has a pretty clear and consistent visual design focus, similar to how Skyrim has a consistent design with minimalism. Don't let people criticizing the UX get you down. They just don't get that you were handed an interface and told to make it look good. It's very obvious you know what you're doing, and it's your boss's fault that you aren't allowed to design amazing PC interfaces as well. Remember when I promised we'd talk about durability for what, the third time? So when I made the Morrowind video, that came with a somewhat controversial section about durability mechanics and intentional annoyances, and I've come to see the light. I still believe my original position. No, the light I've seen is why people were annoyed by this mechanic. It's fine in Morrowind, but I think a lot of people arguing against my point were doing so from the perspective of never having played Morrowind. And so we're imagining Oblivion where it's busted. Oblivion's armor skills would add these perks related to the way armor degrades in quality. Novices break their gear 50% faster, apprentices break it at quote normal rate end quote, and journeymen break it 50% slower. So when you start the game, your gear starts breaking faster than it did in Morrowind. Then you have the armorer perk, which themselves start limiting the player. So novices and apprentices in armorer can't repair magic gear, so if you have enchanted armor, you have to go to a services provider, which can be a pain because it means if all your gear is enchanted, you can't train armorer in the field anymore. And then you add on top of this that as the player levels, they gain access to new item sets which themselves see increases in their total durability. Oh, and armor and weapon stats are tied to durability. A sword at 90% does 90% of its normal damage rating. All of these factors mean that early game Oblivion is going to involve a bunch of broken armor, while late game Oblivion just forgets about the mechanic. I think this system has left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, which is significant if Oblivion was your first role-playing game back on the 360. What's funny is that Armorer level 75 is actually brilliant. At this level, you can actually repair your gear up to 125% durability, which increases its effectiveness. But okay, why should games keep annoying mechanics like durability around? It's a relic of the past with no place in the modern industry. You're being had. As I pointed out, there's not much of a difference between a hunger meter and a durability meter. Both are obstacles the player has to overcome with routine, preventative maintenance. Both are mechanics the player has to plan around during play. I'm sorry, but explain to me how it's unacceptable for modern RPGs to have durability mechanics, but it's fine when survival games do exactly the same thing. Sometimes even with actual equipment durability. 6 million people bought Valheim and were clearly fine with playing a game with equipment durability and hunger. It's one thing to see equipment upkeep as annoying, it's another thing to be happy at its removal because it annoys you. These people are actively celebrating the oversimplification of their games because they refuse to acknowledge the mechanical and emergent storytelling benefits of equipment durability. And I suspect they do that because they were emotionally annoyed at the one time they forgot to repair their stuff and had to suffer consequences for it. After all, durability mechanics form a negative feedback loop. You're implicitly biased towards remembering all the times you were annoyed by the system, and most people don't recognize the benefits as a result. But what possible benefit could there be? Scenario: your weapon breaks, what do? If the answer is load a save back in town and redo the trip, this time with repaired gear, you're a pleb. Video games are too complex for you. Go back to movies. The correct answer is adapt. If you didn't bring a backup weapon and are completely incapable of using fists or magic, find a new weapon. Retreat to a prior enemy who wielded a sword, or grab one of numerous spare weapons that dot dungeons. Did you think they were there just for aesthetics? It might be tough, but I'm sure you'll remember to keep your gear in good shape in the future. As a result, you'll be a better player, one whose character is actually forged by experience. A weapon breaking on its wielder is pretty dangerous. Do you know what else is dangerous? Archers running out of arrows. Should ammo be infinite to avoid the annoying mechanics of keeping track of your ammo supply? Should potions be infinite because it's inconvenient to get more and running out in a fight is dangerous? You might say that this hypothetical is absurd, except there are plenty of series which removed getting arrows for your bows in favor of having infinite ammo, or even keeping a supply of potions ready in favor of an infinite potion on cooldown. It's more likely than you think. Where do you draw the line? Are you going to celebrate when Elder Scrolls 6 doesn't have arrows or potions anymore? Where the Morrowind argument really started to get stupid was people saying that my logic was flawed because a CRPG with a focus on the minutiae of adventure focuses on the minutiae of adventure. It's somewhat disturbing the number of people who came to the nudist colony and then started complaining about how everyone isn't wearing clothes. Look, I get it's subjective, and you don't like it, which is why you play games that cater to your specific interests, and I play games that cater to mine. Where we have a problem is when you start demanding that my games change to suit your interests. I've never looked at a Call of Duty game and said, This is fine and all, but what this really needs is hardcore military simulation. Call of Duty fills a niche. It's an action title. It's remarkably simple because that's what the audience wants from it, to not have to think about it. I would change it, but at its core, my Call of Duty game is still an action title. Just like I would add prostitutes to truck sims, but not take away the truck driving part of the game to focus on the bisexual road trip aspects. However, unlike Call of Duty or truck driving sims, there aren't a lot of games purely like Morrowind. It's a niche. So when one of the few companies catering to that niche starts changing aspects of the formula to broaden the appeal by shaving off the edges, it stops being the original niche. It happened to the Daggerfall fans. It happened to the Morrowind fans. It even happened to the Oblivion fans, and it'll likely happen to the Skyrim fans. Not because any of our expectations were unrealistic, all we wanted was the same thing with less flaws, but because it was determined that not using the new accessibility features was adequate for the old fans, and finding mods to re-implement the old mechanics that were cut was an adequate answer to the old fans.
The other thing I try to do is that in coming off of Thief, which is a game all about stealth and sneaking, so it was like, how could I get some of that into Oblivion? You know, some of that, you know, how to try to capture a little bit of the charm of the Thief games. It occurred to me, I'm like, shortly after the game is released, the mod community is gonna do what they will. And sure enough, there's like a complete like Thief plugin with all of Garrett's tools from Thief, you know what I mean? Like water arrows and moss arrows and the blackjack and all this stuff. So I sort of knew that was gonna, I was like, this is gonna happen anyway.
That's Emil Pagliarulo, a current lead designer at Bethesda, admitting that he has no problem with leaving it up to the community to add features to their games. Sir Emil's journal points out a priory where his order was based, which was centered around collecting the armor of Pelennor White's titular Knights of the Nine, using a ring we honorably looted off of Sir exercising with ghosts. It's actually a pretty cool sequence, barring the line,
Sir Knight, in 300 years, none have stood against us and lived.
How could I possibly not be the first person in 300 years to come down here? Getting here required a signet ring off your corpse, buddy. Also, ignore the fact that we're already a third of the way through the content. We're the Knight Commander of this order now and have acquired the helm and cuirass of the Crusader. 4 of the ghosts will start quests to find the other artifacts, but all 8 have some interesting information about the history of the Knights. As an order, their goal was to locate and safeguard the relics of Pelennor Whitestrake. Surprisingly, despite being over 1,000 years late, they managed to recover most of the artifacts, but their fall would come when they began increasingly wearing them. Then the War of the Red Diamond happened, and the Order lost Sir Beric, who took 2 of the artifacts with him to Skyrim to fight in the war. Our job now is to travel Cyrodiil to piece together and fix the long-dead issues of the Order. Let's take a detour and discuss the soundtrack. Oblivion sees the return of Jeremy Soule, well-known video game composer who's worked on dozens of games over the years. His career becomes even more impressive considering how many scores he composed in just 25 years, scoring 8 different games to come out the same year as Morrowind, and 4 different games and 4 expansions to come out the same year as Oblivion. The number of jobs Soule took on slowed down in the 2010s, so he got more time to compose for Skyrim, hence why it has the biggest and arguably best soundtrack of the series. Not a lot has changed about how music works between Morrowind and Oblivion. Tracks are still divided between exploration and battle themes, which are played in their respective contexts. Start a fight, and the music immediately changes to a battle theme. End the fight, and the music immediately changes back to an explore theme. Oblivion would, however, add 2 additional modes for music, one for towns and one for dungeons. So now instead of hearing chirpy tunes and dank caves, music's more appropriate for the situation. It's still simple compared to modern music techniques in games, but this small change helps the atmosphere of dungeons quite a bit. Let's get into the tracks proper, most of which you'll have heard by now in the video. Oblivion's title theme draws heavily from Morrowind. Those uninformed in the topic of music took this as an insult when I showed how Skyrim incorporated themes from Morrowind, so allow me to explain how motifs work. Motifs are simple parts of music which provide part of the basic identity of the song you're listening to. For Elder Scrolls, this is a recurring motif. This musical idea is present in each iteration of the theme, not because Soul is stealing from himself, but because that's how composition works. Oblivion's theme is more bombastic than Morrowind's, however. Its highs are higher, but it also has lows. This single 2-minute song captures the essence of the Oblivion soundtrack by touching all 4 corners. The other 2 special tracks are for leveling up and dying, exactly like Morrowind. Alright, let's do the town tracks. Here's some snippets from all 5 of them to give you a feel for what town music sounds like. An idea reiterated upon from Morrowind is the idea that the comm tracks are not defined by percussion. I feel if anything has contributed the most to the mimetic element of NPCs in Oblivion, it's the immediately recognizable music that most people instantly associate with NPC hubs. On to the atmospheric tracks, which play when exploring. There are 7 of these, and here's a montage. Many people discussing this soundtrack comment on a car accident Jeremy Soule was involved in that informed the soundtrack of Oblivion. What they often leave out is that a third of the soundtrack had already been composed for the game, or that there were few revisions to the soundtrack. Jeremy Soule didn't just knock it out of the park, but wrote 2/3 of the soundtrack just from emotion he felt without any need or desire for revision. A thing I noticed is that because the load has been lightened, tracks don't have to cover as much ground as they did in Morrowind. A Morrowind ambient track had to cover towns, wilderness, and caves. It's easy for me to listen to the soundtrack because, thanks to its increased length, there's more variety. Speaking of caves, the new dungeon tracks. Oblivion's dungeons seem to be defined by long, dissonant notes. The notes sit so long as to be unnerving until a roll of timpanis in the background reminds you that you're still trapped inside the earth. While over half the soundtrack is dedicated to town and exploration tracks, there are only 7.5 minutes of dungeon themes, and the similarity does lead to repetition in this respect. Is it possible part of the reason dungeons feel repetitive in Oblivion is the music? It's more likely than you think. Your brain pays attention to this kind of stuff. Finally, there are the battle tracks. I think it's fair to say I know which third of the soundtrack Jeremy Soule had written before the accident. One thing I did note in the Morrowind soundtrack was that brass seemed to be the theme for the Imperials while strings seemed to be for the Dunmer. This dichotomy has shifted into brass being the sound of battle and strings being the sound of peace. One idea that I posited was that Soule didn't really care about the Morrowind soundtrack, as evidenced by the original titles versus the remastered titles after the game was successful. This is more likely than people seem to realize. Soule had worked on the Dungeon Siege and Neverwinter Nights soundtracks the same year as Morrowind, and while he did work on a lot of projects at the same time as Oblivion, his output seemed to slow down after the wreck, as though he started wanting to take more pride in the soundtracks he was working on. For Elder Scrolls, this culminated in the Skyrim soundtrack, which is not only longer than the Morrowind and Oblivion soundtracks combined, but is a masterpiece in terms of implementation into gameplay as well. Oblivion's dungeons are... well, they simply are. Dungeon crawling is a stated aspect of Elder Scrolls, a consequence of the tabletop translation. The issue is that dungeons are fun with friends at a table, but none of the TES games are cooperative without mods. Thus, the role dungeons have to play in the games requires necessary alteration to better translate them into a single-player experience. How you accomplish this has been a core issue the games have always grappled with. The easy answer is to set quests inside them, but many dungeons have no related quests. They simply are. The Morrowind answer then is to populate dungeons with logical groups of people, cults, be they Daedric, Sixth House, or Vampiric. Many dungeons are also tied to serving as tombs, full of undead protectors. Even normal bandit dungeons are provided with some ceremony, usually tied to the themes of Vardenfell being a quarantined region with large criminal smuggling operations. In Oblivion, there aren't ancestral tombs, outside of vague reference in one of the Fighters Guild quests. There also aren't many Daedric cults, instead being replaced with generic conjurer groups in blue robes. Maybe those guys should have been Mythic Dawn. Vampire dens are also barely distinguishable from bandit caves. There are only 3 dungeon types that aren't caves: Ayleid Ruins, Abandoned Forts, and Oblivion Gates. The Ayleid Ruins are full of untapped Welkind and Varla stones centuries later, but no records of their civilization. Dwemer Ruins and Morrowind were always full of little mementos of their culture, random gears and cups and tools and armor and books. Ayleid Ruins become interchangeable once you realize the only variation is in the generic enemies you fight, not the stories the areas themselves tell. Abandoned forts are similar. There's no telling the age of each fort based on its design or contents. There were many empires that could have built them, but their cultures do not possess them. Oblivion Gates are not ruins, but their literal repetition, as well as simple characterization, also leads to them being generic. How do you make hell boring? Contrary to popular belief, Oblivion's dungeons were not designed by one guy leaning on copy and paste. But it isn't hard for people to perpetuate that legend anyways, because they feel like they were. It makes you wonder whether Bethesda got better at dungeon creation, or better at the illusion of good dungeons, and what the difference really is. The formula is pretty simple. The player finds an area, they go inside, find out what enemy type the dungeon is, and then either fight or run past all the enemies, looting all the leveled containers before exiting. There's not entirely an incentive to do dungeons for the money, because what are you going to spend it on? Training? And the combat is in a state that fighting for the sake of fighting also isn't fun. So the only thing left is the ceremony of doing a dungeon, but dungeons don't have ceremony. Dungeon diving in Oblivion is just doing quests without the context or rewards of doing quests. It's like Daggerfall, without the verticality. Quote, "There are plenty of very large dungeons to be sure, and we're trying to provide a higher density of content than we did in Morrowind." Gavin Carter, Source 10. On our quest, I start with the boots, which Sir Junkin sought and failed to retrieve. He doesn't have much information to share with us other than the location of a shrine of Kinnereth. This makes her the only of the 9 divines to have a shrine in the wild similar to the Daedric shrines, although it plays into her roles as a divine. We head over to the Kinnereth Worthiness Testing Grotto and get mauled by a giant bear for about 15 seconds before the test is complete. I guess the moral is, if a wild animal attacks you, you just let it happen, because Kinnereth has clearly decided your time has come. This would be fine, except Cyrodiil's roads are littered with critters. She's actually pulling double duty as nature goddess, considering her actual domain is the sky. Anyways, in the grotto are 2 friendly Spriggans and the boots. There's a free point of infamy if you try to fight the Spriggans. Wordlessly, the second we pick up the boots, the Chapel of Breville gets attacked by Aurorans. I always thought this was a weak point in the questline. It's supposed to be an escalation in the conflict and a driver of the tension, but chances are pretty good if the player does end up visiting the chapel before the end of the questline and the NPCs get replaced, they won't exactly know what caused the attack. And if you haven't visited the chapel, you might not even notice all the NPCs are different. And well, even when we do know, there's not a logical line to follow, it's completely arbitrary. Next, I went to Leyawiin to get mace. A guy will greet us at the door, telling us that he tried to get the mace and failed, and mostly spends his days now protecting the chapel. He does have a pretty big clue for getting the mace, although... See, we pray to the tomb of St. Calidus and get transported to a void that requires the boots to cross. This is because Zenithar is the god of trades and commerce and thereby relies on Kinnereth's new nature motif to function. However, this also means that the Kinnereth quest is a prerequisite to this one, which is a cool idea. The player has a chance to diegetically fail the same way Sir Ralvis did, and let's be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if at least one person threw themselves off the ledge 100 times not understanding what they did wrong. However, against his general motifs, there's actually another way to get the mace. Once we leave, the Chapel of Devella is under attack from the Aurorans and we have to fight them off. This can be particularly ugly if it happens to be Sundas morning during the service when they show up. Caridus is a big help though, and he asks to join our order after the battle. Of the original order, Sir Henrik was by far the most successful in that he found a relic, never used it for ill intentions, and then safeguarded it inside a fort which, to this day, has kept the relic safe. A bunch of conjurers have taken over the fort in search of the shield, but the traps and puzzles are just too great for what are generally the smartest type of bandit. There are 3 main puzzles to Fort Bulwark. The first is a pressure plate puzzle involving 4 series of 3 plates that require a specific combination to pass. Okay, less of a puzzle and more of a door code since there isn't any consequence for getting it wrong. The Conjurer's already figured this one out and placed candles to hint at the solution. The next puzzle is the Guardians. You'll spend hours toiling over setting the right orientations to, just point them at the symbol in the middle.
Phrase kept coming up in the writings I found. When the eyes of the guard...
pretending to be a clue. This is Rodgar's equipment puzzle. A pressure plate in the middle will randomly highlight one of the statue's items. Each statue has an item but only shows up one at a time. At the same time, a random item is populated in the central chest. The goal is to match these items to the correct statues. This is only really difficult if you don't get the pen and paper out and just write down what statues correspond to what items, which of course means the Conjurers would have starved to death trying to solve this one. Elder Scrolls has always had a complicated relationship with puzzles. A lot of people like to point out the simple matching puzzles of Skyrim, but honestly, that's not much of a simplification over how it's always been. Barring some stuff like the one where you drown yourself in Morrowind or the Blackrock Cave in Oblivion, which isn't a puzzle per se, but is just an obscure abstraction set, Elder Scrolls isn't really known as that puzzling of a game. The reason, I think, comes down to the fact that the designers don't want to stop the flow of a playthrough because someone has a challenging time with a puzzle. And I don't mean this from just an accessibility standpoint. I'm sure we can all think of at least one out-of-place puzzle in a game that did this. Elder Scrolls fits a generalist sort of niche, in that rather than focusing on doing one thing really well, it tries to do a lot of different things. And because this isn't a puzzle game, stopping the player to sit down and cogitate for a bit can be out of place. Then you add on that stipulation that everything has to be possible for the player who plays in 30-minute segments on the couch, and yeah, an incentive exists to not make the puzzles more difficult for the sake of the minority of players who want that. I think the solution looks something like this. Bethesda hires a guy who's good at crafting puzzles. Each Elder Scrolls game could incorporate puzzles, but with a clear design ethos that the only thing you get from them is optional rewards. So the player who knows that challenging puzzles aren't in their wheelhouse can skip them, and players who like completing puzzles can do them. Maybe a few side quests, a couple mages and thieves guild quests, and one main quest would incorporate these challenging puzzles. That way, when you have a quest where the difficulty of the puzzle has been a hindrance to progress, with this quest or the mages guild quest with the pillar, instead of making the characters look like imbeciles for not figuring it out, you could have an appropriately challenging puzzle. Otherwise, you eventually end up with the Blackreach puzzle, you know the one, where you spam the buttons and don't really understand what it is you're trying to solve, but it still has to be there to justify why the Elder Scroll hadn't been already recovered. With the puzzle down, we get our hands on the Shield of the Crusader and leave. I should mention Sir Thedred, but should I really? Regardless of if we meet him or not, he'll come to the Priory and ask to join our order. The excuse given is that we diverted the Conjurer's attention, but even if we stealth through the entire dungeon and steal the shield non-lethally, he still somehow escapes. It's not the biggest deal since stealth playstyles aren't really encouraged to play through Knights of the Nine, except for the fact that the armor will convert itself to light armor and stealth is only tied to infamy via its factions, not its playstyle, and illusion magic is part of the actual knight class. Our final quest for this leg is to get the gloves. Sir Casimir was a knight who went with Sir Beric to war, and this had changed him. He had this to say about the gloves.
I attempted to return to the service of the Nine, but the war had changed me. I no longer had sympathy for the weak or pity for the suffering. In the brief time I was there, I did more to hurt the chapel than help it. It was there that I was cursed. A beggar who came to the chapel each day for help tried my patience one too many times. I lost my temper and struck him. My blow landed harder than I had intended, and he fell to the floor dead, killed in the very chapel of the God of Mercy. I left the chapel at once, of course, but the damage was done. I was weak, constantly weary, and lacked the energy to do almost anything. As proof of the deed, when I struck the poor man, the gauntlets slipped right off my hands and fell to the floor. Heavy as stone, they would not move. None could lift them. I suspect they lie there still, in Coral's chapel.
The setup for this quest is super interesting. The quest itself is not, and super questionable. The gauntlets are, as Casimir says, immovable. One of the priests, Arelder, tells the basic story and mentions that a descendant of Casimir is not only at the church, but has been forced to bear the same curse his ancestor received for his crime. We speak to Kellen, who seems convinced that Arelder's holding out information, as well as...
You've seen them, I assume. The only evidence of what happened so many years ago. Do you know that I thought perhaps I could lift them? That somehow this curse would be lifted if I could pick them up? I tried for hours, until my whole body ached, and I could barely move in people's eyes over the years. I grew up recognizing it. But with Arelder, there's something else there. And when he speaks to me, there are times I'd swear he sounds apologetic. Guilty, even. Why would that be? What reason does he have to hold back information?
Despite being a quest solely about talking to people, there's some great moments here. Arelder was holding out on Kellen out of selfishness because he knew full well that removing Kellen's curse would entail taking it upon himself. We're then given the objective to do so ourselves. Kellen's enthused, and we're stuck with a damage fatigue effect for 3 quests. Alright, I've been holding back the criticism because I wanted to get the quest over with before we got there. Stendarr, the Divine of Mercy, Justice, and Compassion, is apparently also into generational curses. At this point, not only has it been long enough that the priests don't really know the full story behind the gauntlets, which is odd enough given that someone would have written the story down like that somewhere, but Kellen didn't even know Sir Casimir, considering it would be around 10 generations in his past. This entire family was cursed in order to punish Casimir, just so that one day in the far future, someone could come along on a quest and find some magic hand condoms and have their willingness to show mercy tested. Given how simple the effect is, surely Kellen's family, or the church for that matter, could have scrounged up, what, a petty soul, and asked the Mages Guild for a ring of Fortify Fatigue? I get that Restore Fatigue was lost as an enchant effect after Morrowind, but if DeGale can have a magical widget to treat her condition, then I'm sure Kellen would have gotten something for his chronic fatigue. Never mind that the actual evildoer is being redeemed by proxy, or that there's no option to force Arelder to actually show the mercy he's supposed to as a priest of Stendarr. Rewrite time. Kellen tries to pick up the gauntlets to take up the mantle of his ancestor Casimir, but gets hit with a fatigue curse as a result. Arelder's been holding out on the fix for his problem because his father was the guy Casimir killed. He's an elf after all, so it's easily possible. The quest is now about resolving the conflict between these two men. Arelder has to learn to set aside his personal feelings and do his duty as a healer, and Kellen has to realize that his ancestor wasn't entirely noble. The player has the option to assume the curse, still, but if the player is successful, they can not only redeem both men, but can recruit both into the Order, and can see them develop a friendship as comrades as they overcome their generational grudges. With this leg of the quest done, it's time to return to the Priory with most of the Crusaders' relics. We'll find it's been repaired, and several of the people we've met along the way will ask to join the Knights of the Nine. While I don't see a reason anyone would ever say no, I have to at least appreciate that the player is being given a choice here. We also get a blacksmith, although with the unofficial patch, if the player doesn't speak to Sir Thedret here before this point, the smith doesn't show up. It's a bit comical to enter the Priory to find it full of applicants. Anyways, a man named Lathon approaches us to tell us that Sir Roderick is dead. I didn't actually meet Lathon and Sir Roderick on this playthrough since they appear on the Wayshrine quest and I had done most of them already, so Lathon will tell us that he thinks Sir Roderick's dead, even though we have no clue who that is. I think Bethesda has generally done a better job with stuff like this in Skyrim, although that can probably be attributed to more essential flags and less optional moments like meeting Sir Roderick. The way you fix this is to have a journal stage for whether the player has met Sir Roderick, and if they haven't, then Lathon's dialogue changes to an introduction and request for aid. He gives us the greaves that they had retrieved and tells us that Roderick fell attempting to retrieve the sword of the Crusader from Underpall Cave. This quest is just another dungeon run, but it's notable because it ends in us fighting Sir Beric, the man whose conflict with Sir Amiel ended the original Knights of the Nine. Sir Caius, one of the ghosts, says that Sir Beric's fall was his fault, as Caius had started and lost a fight with Beric, resulting in his death and corruption.
Sir Roderick, you were a brave knight and good master. Long may your name be remembered in the annals of the relics.
Yeah, sorry kid, let me introduce you to something called the Creation Club. When we get the sword, the player is given the instructions to take it to the Chapel of Arcane Shadenhall to reconsecrate the blade. Lathon or Beric or even the Spirit of Pelennor doesn't tell us this. The player just intuits it and writes it down in their journal as the next step. This is just a reference to divine influence on the mind, or it's just lazy. After all, we have to go to Shadenhall in order to defend its chapel from attacking Aurorans. I'll point out that similar to the Mages Guild questline where the Necromancers managed to sneak into Bruma and destroyed the guild hall without resistance or even notice from the guards, especially since my character at that point had brought Martin to a Cloud Ruler temple so the guards were on the lookout for cult activity, The chapels are actively being attacked without any of the guards putting up any resistance, in a post-Oblivion Crisis world where the guards aren't having to fight Daedra anymore. Hell, that raises the question of how the Aurorans are even getting here. The Aurorans, if you don't know, are Daedric minions of Meridia, as evidenced by the Daedric hearts they drop. We'll later be told that Martin's ban on Daedric invasions only applied to hostile invasions, but isn't this hostile? Or has Umaril been hiding in a ruin, gradually doing permanent summons of Aurorans and building up a force for the day he would launch terror attacks across Cyrodiil? Another thing to note is the Restoration Master Trainer becomes inaccessible to the player after this quest if they don't have the unofficial patch, since both people who can give the player the necessary reference are scripted to die as part of this quest line. Just to show how much thought Bethesda put into their trainer NPCs. With the sword purified, we have all the relics. Each of the artifacts belongs to one of the 8 divines, and in theory, each of these quests should have shown some of the lore behind these entities. The fact that the Cuirass and Greaves belong to either Mara or Akatosh says that this premise has failed, as most of the artifacts have a superficial connection to their respective creator at best. And even when we got a few detailed connections, it was something like Kenrith making us endure a couple swings from a bear, or Stendarr dishing out some Old Testament punishments for our benefit. Speaking of the curse, when we return to the Priory, we'll find that Wes Johnson has swung by to give a sermon to the Order. He gives the Knights of the Nine a quest to defeat Umaril. However, he states that in our current form will suffer the same fate as Pelennor Whitestrake.
With the apotheosis of Tiber Septim, the face of the divine was transformed. Talos ascended, and the 8 became 9.
Talos, via the Prophet, gives us his blessing, providing an edge against Umaril, although the Prophet has this funny line.
As a proven guardian of this realm, and a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia, Talos grants you his sacred blessing.
The Champion of Cyrodiil, the Unraveling, the Agent, and the Internal Champion are all literally shaking right now. For fuck's sake, the Unraveling literally got a blessing from an avatar of Talos on his way to fight Dagoth-Ur. The Knight of the Nine did a bunch of dungeons and talked to a bunch of people and is now a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia. Maybe it's a subtle diss. Or I guess all the other protagonists are confirmed mages, who knows. So we rally all the knights at Garlus Malatar for the final battle. This quest actually broke the first time, and I had to go back to a prior save because, for some reason, one of the triggers wasn't firing, and so I couldn't actually advance to the ruin. It's a shame they didn't reuse any of the assets from Paradise to make this area a more pristine, maintained alien ruin. I mean, the interior cell of Carrick-a-Gailor was one model, so I guess they would have had to create a bunch of new interior models, and that was just too much work. Plus, the DLC was 155 megabytes on 2006 internet, so adding a bunch of new models so one dungeon could stand out would have been wasteful. None of your companions are essential, so the player may be motivated to try and keep it, but there's not really any benefit to doing so. Honestly, it makes the game feel a little more believable if these named NPCs do end up dying in the fight. Aside from the compulsive looting, the final battle with Umaril is alright. The problem with making a final battle focused on the melee side of Oblivion is that it's more Oblivion melee combat. Mind you that this character has maxed out the heavy armor skill and was using Blade for the entire main quest. I'm basically primed for this. So Umaril fighting like a giant copy of the other Aurorans is pretty sad. Umaril is an Ayleid sorcerer king whose father was a divine, and he also has the blessing of Meridia. This guy is begging to be the battle mage boss and deserves to have more than one spell to his name. What's the point of even having him be weakened by the divine aura of the armor? Is it to reward the player for wearing the armor from Knights of the Nine when fighting the boss of Knights of the Nine?
All of this is to assemble every Crusader relic so we can go and kill Umaril. Except I forgot to bring most of these items with us to Umaril's hideout, so we had to fight him the conventional way.
Umaril goes down easy, and we use Talos' blessing to pursue his spirit. The second phase, where we fight him in the sky, is exactly the same mechanically, but the arena is way better and it's much more enjoyable to have a second go at him. With Umaril finally dead for good, we fall back to Tamriel and awaken in the armor placed on the rack in the Undercroft. Knights of the Nine has been concluded. Or is it? There's one character left to mention. Pelennor Whitestrake, as the original Divine Crusader of the First Era, is both one of the main characters of Knights of the Nine and almost completely irrelevant. If your knowledge of this DLC was limited to Tez meme culture, you'd assume that Pelennor Whitestrake would have been the main focus of the entire story. Instead, the characters of the original Knights of the Nine like Sir Amiel and Sir Barrack got way more focus and screen time than Pelennor Whitestrake, and this is an order that was founded over a millennia after Pellennor's death. Indeed, most of the lore surrounding the Star-Made Knight exists pretty much entirely within the Song of Pelennor, an 8-part Kirkbride story that the player can find in the chapels when they have this expansion installed. Most of the dialogue the actual Pelennor Whitestrake we meet has refers to our quest for the relics, and he has little light to shine on himself beyond the line,
"Your need must be great for the gods to allow us to speak." Has Umaril the Accursed found a way back? The foulest of a foul race, 1,000 curses upon his unholy name. I thought I'd won, but I should have known. The slave masters are a cunning breed. Umaril found a way to cheat death as I could not.
So let's discuss the Song of Pelennor. The first 6 parts come from a Riemann manuscript. Part 7 comes from an older manuscript predating the fall of the Elysian Empire, and Part 8 appears to contain a fragment of the original song. It goes something like this. Pelennor appeared, something immediately being apparently odd about his arrival. His personality, his phenotypical description, and his armor are big signifiers that he wasn't of that era. Theories vary, from possibly being a time traveler to being a manifestation of the divine will against the Aelids and their enslavement of mankind. When Pelennor Whitestrake gets depicted as a Terminator with a laser cannon, yeah, that's a valid interpretation according to the song. However, given that the Elder Scrolls' favorite trick in the lore is the unreliable narrator, it's also possible that Pelennor was just a normal guy with albinism who happened to be blessed by the divines and won every battle he fought until the last one that killed him. That characterization is a lot closer to the man we see than the elvish Terminator people love to meme about. And for good reason. Elves aren't exactly given the most charitable of racial characterizations, especially in Oblivion where all of them share 2 voice actors. If you told me there was a guy out there wiping the smug off their faces, I'd ask for a link to his Patreon. This brings us to the concept of the Shezarine. Shezar was the Cyrodiilic version of Lorkhan to the Elves and Shor to the Nords. It's generally believed that Lorkhan, since his supposed death, has been wandering Tamriel in various mortal incarnations. Some of these are substantiated by the lore, but a lot of this comes down to Kirkbride-isms as probably a future plot point, potentially even for Skyrim, that has yet to really make the cut due to the series stalling in the 2010s. It's disappointing to me that Kirkbride wasn't really given the time to fully flesh out the history of Cyrodiil's various empires. He tries his best. We get quite a bit more content on the Aelids and their history and culture. We also learn more about Elysia and Morahouse, like how despite all the man statues and man armor, Morahouse was actually a minotaur. It's just a shame that pretty much none of this is actually conveyed to the player through the questline itself. I'm not going to offer a redraft because that would require a foundational restart on Knights of the Nine. Instead, I'll do what I'm best at, tearing stuff down by making unfair comparisons. Knights of the Nine sits in the same position as Tribunal and Dawnguard as the story expansions of their respective games, but how do they compare? Tribunal featured a 19-part questline that tied up the fate of the Tribunal and King Helseth, leader of Morrowind. This wasn't like Knights of the Nine, which stretched out quests into multiple parts, like how the Faithful Squire is literally a single conversation. Tribunal's quest actually raises the bar from Morrowind, while Knights of the Nine rolled around in the mediocrity of Oblivion. Knights of the Nine is also set in Cyrodiil, unlike Tribunal's new locale of the city of Mournhold. Dawnguard would continue this trend, basically taking place in a few hidden parts of broader Skyrim. Although Dawnguard would also provide 2 exclusive questlines and factions to choose from, a rework of werewolves and vampires, and new areas like the Soul Cairn and Forgotten Vale. I mean, sure, it's not fair to compare Knights of the Nine to a DLC that would come out half a decade later, but it is fair to say that Knights of the Nine didn't do for Oblivion what Dawnguard did for Skyrim. That wouldn't happen until Shivering Isles, which is a ways away in this video. What's going to be a forever away is the Holidays DLC.
One of the towns will have Jester Day, so on Jester Day, you can go to town and all the crimes in the town are 50% off. So you get caught doing a crime and a guard comes to arrest you, you pay half as much as you normally would, because it's kind of everybody screwing around being a goof all day. So,
If you've been following the trajectory of our player character, and maybe looking ahead at the future sections, then what's about to happen is a very confusing heel turn. Before I played Oblivion, I laid out an outline of the order of quest lines I was going to do, and I had several ideas how I could justify the transition. I think the core of the problem is that people are assigning moralities to factions inaccurately. As the Prophet points out, the arena isn't exactly a morally great place to work. The Fighters Guild is about snuffing out free market competition, and the Mages Guild is so incompetent as to become dangerous. The main quest is guided by ends justifying the means. The players never assigned any motivation beyond what they assume the champion of Cyrodiil's motivation to be. The Knights of the Nine is the only morally good story in the game, and even that is full of its own questionable moments. So the only difficult part of our character starting the Thieves Guild is justifying why they would turn to petty crime. The actual reason has to do with level scaling. I kind of had to do the Mages Guild between levels 15 and 25 to be at the right level to get well-scaled rewards but still have magic effects apply properly, and the next two factions don't exactly involve a lot of leveling up in Oblivion. Really, in terms of writing an Oblivion character who does every faction, it makes the most sense for players to start with the Thieves Guild or Arena after breaking out of the Imperial City prison at the beginning. Which is why the condition where the player gets invited to the Thieves Guild for doing time never sat well with me personally. That, and you'll be approached even if your crime wasn't thievery related, even, for instance, murder. We'll talk about the weird world of crime in Oblivion, don't worry. Another path in the guild is to talk to City Swimmer, a beginner-level sneak trainer living in Breville and drawing attention as the resident stealth specialist. If she's still alive, she'll point you in the direction of joining the Thieves Guild, despite not being a member herself. The assumption, I guess, is if the player is seeking out sneak training, then they probably want to be in a faction involving stealth. Even though, by itself, sneak isn't only tied to a thievery playstyle. Still, that's a fine if obscure path into the guild. The last one is to read one of the wanted posters for the Grey Fox and then to ask and convince a beggar to point you in the right direction. All roads lead to a place called the Garden of Daraloth in the Waterfront District. At midnight. It's weird because the Daraloth thing is only referenced after the conclusion of the questline, so trying to use it as an actual clue is impossible at this stage. That said, since the Waterfront District has 7 buildings and Armand hosts the meeting with a torch, it's not exactly that difficult to locate. People like the Thieves Guild introduction of Oblivion because it's not as weak as Skyrim or Morrowind's introduction. In Morrowind, you just walk up, ask to join, and you're in, which would be fine if the main plot of the questline wasn't about dealing with a rival criminal syndicate. In Skyrim, you can't enjoy the Riften Market area without getting propositioned for a scheme. I feel a reference system is more appropriate for a Thieves Guild. Steal enough and maybe you impress a member and they end up referring you. In fact, that's basically what... Hang on, I have to look it up. In fact, that's basically what Brynjolf does for the player after we impress him. The only thing I would change are the circumstances necessary for meeting Brynjolf in the first place, like maybe the player needs a certain number of stolen items to their name before Brynjolf extends their offer at the market. Armand introduces himself as a doyen of the guild and decides to hold a contest for the chance to join. We're to steal a journal by sunrise, and whoever brings it back gets to join the guild. And get this, we're not just given a quest marker to follow to know where to go. For about 5 seconds before I kick a homeless dude in the stomach and toss him a $5 to tell me where the guy lives. Then I get not only a marker to the guy's house, but to the specific drawer where he keeps the journal. This path may not be as obvious for the player who didn't pay a homeless guy for the clue related to the Thieves Guild, but not to despair. You can technically steal the journal off Meth Redhill. No, seriously, her name is Meth Redhill. You could pickpocket it or even loot it out of her house because for some reason she doesn't immediately bring it to Armand. Instead, waiting at least a day and possibly 2 to do so. Should the player still manage to fail this incredibly forgiving test, Armand will extend an exclusive offer to instead steal a sword from the shop. Methredil is given the second chance if and when we succeed, and Amisai, the third contender, is left out to dry, at least until way later in the questline.
Amantia Selectus was killed during a burglary. They say the house was ransacked. Take care. I'm Amantia Selectus, the writer.
Wait, what? So, now we're in the guild. Let's talk about the massive Thieves Guild rewrite that occurred between Morrowind and Oblivion. The person we have to thank for this is Bruce Nesmith, who started at Bethesda with Daggerfall but appears to have been absent for the development of Morrowind. However, his career extends back to TSR in the 80s, writing modules for the first 2 editions of Dungeons & Dragons. Nesmith would leave TSR in 1995 to join Bethesda, unsurprising since The Elder Scrolls was an attempt at making a computer version of tabletop. Also, TSR had basically gone defunct by that point and would be bought out by Wizards of the Coast in '97, so, well, that was also a factor. I'm going to put this bluntly. It feels like Nesmith took one look at the Bal Malagmer subquest line in the Thieves Guild and said that he wanted that to be an entire faction. There's a telling quote too.
Todd Howard asked me to create and present a quest line for the Thieves Guild, so I put together a rambling presentation of the 20 quests I had planned in the meeting. I got one sentence out before Todd stopped me.
Tell it from the player's point of view.
I had gotten so wrapped up in the backstory that I was telling, rather than the player's story. By the end of the day, almost half of the quests had been cut, making it much better. Since then, I've never forgotten that we make stories for the player, not for ourselves.
In essence, Nesmith may not have been entirely to blame for the Thieves Guild making a heel turn from pseudo-official criminal syndicate to Robin Hood.
We rob from the rich and give to the poor, that's right!
If you don't believe me, well, this quest is about bringing a guard to justice for taxing the poor of the waterfront. This quest is about stealing a statue, planting it on a trader, and then turning them in, returning the statue to its owner. This quest is about recovering a stolen ring that belongs to a widow and returning it to her. This quest is about stealing items from the Mages Guild to call guards off searching the waterfront and then return the items. This quest is actually about stealing a book and then not returning it, but involves helping a friend in need. This quest is about getting a guard captain harassing all the poor people in the waterfront reassigned to Anvil. Many of the quests are made easy when you tip the homeless for a tip in return. The player is also actually forbidden from stealing from the poor, which includes everyone in the waterfront and beggar factions. Not that it would be lucrative to do so. Oh, and speaking of rule changes.
Second, never kill anyone on the job. This is not the Dark Brotherhood. Animals and monsters can be slain if necessary.
Now, in principle, having this as a rule for the writers and designers is a good thing. Having this as a hard rule for the player is not. The Morrowind Thieves Guild understood that things happen on the job, like the time the Mages Guild was supposed to be empty, but one of its members stayed behind to protect the hall and tried to kill us simply for entering. It's not like Morrowind didn't have the capacity to check if NPCs are still alive. Thanks to the text-based dialogue, I could literally make a mod in an hour that would add a check for this guy's health and a penalty if the player kills him without any kind of extra scripting. In fact, one of the first missions you get in Balmora does exactly that, because there's no point in stealing a key from a dead man who won't produce future goods to steal. Hell, a couple of the missions involved carrying out hits on enemies of the Thieves Guild, including high-ranking members of the Fighters Guild, in the interest of preserving the faction. Now, there is a reason you want the player to typically avoid murder. All of those interesting stealth sequences are somewhat invalidated if the player decides to rush into the room with their axe, just murdering all resistance. The way you handle that is to make the NPCs in the quests especially prone to placing trespassing bounties for getting caught and murder bounties for killing. Note that this is functionally the same system as the blood price, without the arbitrary rules. Money-minded players are going to look at a quest where they got a 3,000 gold bounty and only 500 gold out of the job, and decide on a more pacifistic route in the future. This way, you can instead design the quest around how the player decides to handle jobs. Make a habit of killing marks on the job. The Thieves Guild earns a reputation as a bloodthirsty syndicate. Maybe the guards put up more of a resistance in the future. Maybe the public turns against the Thieves Guild, like the Chaos system from Dishonored. Then a Mantius Electius line where he refers to his own death as an oversight, but it also shows that Bethesda's prepared to account for the player killing these NPCs. I don't think it would have been that much extra disk space to include lines and scripting for the player making a habit out of murder. Fail to play along with the Men in Tights charade and you define the Thieves Guild as just another dirty criminal syndicate. Maintain the Grey Fox's public relations focused strategy and you get a positive reputation instead. Even Jim Stacy admitted that resurrecting the Bal Malagmer was a PR stunt to ingratiate themselves with the Dunmer. You could even do it where the darker path leads to receiving more gold, which is pretty basic as far as mechanical choice in games go, but it's a lot more than what we got, isn't it? Okay, fine. Let's do a quest. In order to get our first job, we need to fence 50 gold worth of items. I enjoy the premise of having to steal to get future jobs, but the player only has to steal 1,000 gold worth of items to unlock all the quests, which is extremely easy to do in Oblivion. That, and access to fences, is restricted by rank. I assume the idea is to protect the higher level fences, but let's say that we followed the progression of the quest where we went through an independent theft phase. That means each leg involves a trip to another city because an Imperial City-based organization has no resources for fencing goods in the Imperial City. Is anyone still doing a no fast travel run at this point? Still, I think the premise is a fine idea. Gating thievery-related quests behind, well, thievery is effectively a soft faction skill requirement. It's no substitute because you don't have to do that much stealing to be considered a master thief, whereas a hard skill requirement of asking the player to be, say, skill level 70 in any of the stealth skills would mean the title would actually be accurate. Our first actual job after fencing 50 golden items is literally called Untaxing the Poor. Hieronymus Lex, a guard captain we actually met after the final battle in the Temple District, went around and collected taxes from the poor in the waterfront as a message warning them against cooperation with the Grey Fox and the Thieves Guild. In retaliation, the Grey Fox wants both the money and the tax records stolen back. Simple as. Technically, you're supposed to wait for the shift change, but you can actually just run through the various levels without getting a trespassing bounty. That's because lockpicking's been reworked to be far less nuanced a skill than its Morrowind predecessor. In Morrowind, this is what lockpicking looked like. It doesn't look impressive, but this system would have actually played really well in Oblivion. The chance of succeeding a lockpick attempt hinges on several factors. Skill level, the lockpick quality, humidity, the curvature of the earth. All of that would be calculated in real time, so when you attempted to break into a house, you ran the risk of getting caught by a passerby. However, Morrowind's passerbys only consisted of NPCs randomly wandering around, unlike Oblivion, which actually has full Radiant AI. NPC locations are now determined by time of day and activity, and yet the lockpicking system has been reduced. This isn't just about the minigame, this is about the fact that lockpicking now freezes time. The trick here is to begin lockpicking the door to the captain's quarters in the half-second interim where the guards are loading into the current room. Because I managed to start the minigame in that brief moment of time, I'm now free to fail as many times as necessary to get in. If we had Morrowind's system here, it might take me a couple attempts, in which time I would be caught and...
Stop! You violated the law!
Now, of course, you could just propose we take the current minigame and make it real time. One, that would be kind of awkward because you lose the ability to check your surroundings during attempts, and two, the minigame has its own problems. So we're bouncing tumblers to unlock doors and chests. The number of them depends on the difficulty of the lock. If the tumbler goes up fast, it'll break the pick. If it goes down slowly, it'll stick. It's a simple game, the interface is a bit buggy and the cursor tends to get stuck inside it. However, if you don't like playing it, then at level 10 you can do Nocturnal's quest, which awards the Skeleton Key. We'll discuss the quest proper later, but the Skeleton Key basically allows you to ignore the minigame and spam the auto attempt button until you complete it, since the Skeleton Key doesn't break like normal lockpicks. It also boosts your security 40 points to increase your success rate. In essence, you have the option to turn off the minigame. That's notably different from the Morrowind Skeleton Key, which was a super high quality lockpick that could bust open almost anything, but only had 50 uses. Okay, Oblivion fans who didn't play Morrowind, there were different pick levels with different degrees of usefulness. An apprentice pick had a quality of 1, while a master pick had a quality of 1.4. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a big modifier in the formula. The Skeleton Key had a quality of 5. That's how much better it was, which is why it was the in-game Thieves Guild reward. And I suppose that brings us to the other minigame of Oblivion, Persuasion Pie. To quote Ken Rolston,
"There were many mini-games that were proposed for Oblivion. That was a period of time when mini-games were really, really cool."
There are a lot of opinions shared about Persuasion Pie and how it's bad, but nobody ever really explains why. You can give an anecdote about how it's weird if you think about it, and I think the concept needed a second, I guess in this case a third design pass. Because yeah, asking someone if they want to hear a joke and gauging their response is awkward as hell, and being forced into using all the categories is again weird. But I feel like not a lot of people mention the rotate ability, or bribery, or flipping the table using a charm spell. And honestly, playing Persuasion Pie isn't even that bad. It's got nothing on the Morrowind persuasion system, which was only annoying in that you had to move the mouse a bunch to spam admires and taunts. Maybe if there was a list of all your options, like taunt, boast, intimidate, joke, admire, etc., and the player had to learn which NPCs liked what as part of their personality. So the Joker guy in the Bruma Mages Guild might like jokes, whereas a Nord warrior might like boasting. And instead of being forced to do them all, you just pick an option from a list based on your experience with the NPC. And then skill value would influence how well it works at influencing their disposition. One problem with persuasion is the assumption that the player only wants disposition to go up, when there are cases where you should be using it to go down, similar to taunting in Morrowind. However, as you level Speechcraft up, you only get better at improving disposition, and when you max an NPC's disposition, they can no longer play pie with you. The problem with making minigames out of mechanics is that it places more emphasis on player skill rather than character skill. Character skill is super important in a role-playing game. I may not be good at lockpicking in real life, but that doesn't matter if I'm playing a character who's good at lockpicking. Of course, you can just auto-attempt, but here's the thing. I ran out of lockpicks at one point and couldn't get any more because you can only find them in dungeons if you don't join the Thieves Guild or Dark Brotherhood. That's not a big deal since I was the mage and had open spells, but a warrior character is basically locked out of content because there aren't open scrolls that can be reliably found. And of course, lockpicking becomes a universal skill in Skyrim since the spell alternative was cut. meaning all playstyles get funneled into the minigame, at least if they wanted to open locked chests. I'm not going to bother saying one game's is better than the other, or point out that Skyrim's minigame is just a reskin of Fallout 3's. What I will say is I think we're missing opportunities here with magical locks. In Fallout 3 you had computer puzzles, which esoterically represented hacking. I guess. There's a whole game here, not just with the word guessing, but identifying the patterns and removing the dud answers or getting a replenishment. Now, it might not be fair to say Oblivion should have a feature that came later to the series, but I do think that Elder Scrolls would benefit from some kind of magical lock system. For instance, if you're looting a Conjurer dungeon, you might find the chests are all magically locked instead of mechanically locked. You could even bring back the lock spell for this purpose. Players using magic would have an easier time unlocking the magic locks versus players doing it with a pick, and vice versa. Players using the security skill would have an easier time with mechanical locks versus magical locks. Since we're stealing ideas from Fallout, why not steal their traps as well? But they are fairly basic. Honestly, the lethal part of traps is touching the side of a stationary blade and taking damage anyways. But this much is obvious since Bethesda would rebalance the traps in Skyrim to be way faster and way more deceptive, like those swinging spike wall traps that I died to on stream. What we're missing here is the skill-based disarmament. In Fallout, you can find traps which can be disarmed if you have the necessary skill to do so, serving as a way to bypass traps and a reward for having those skills. I feel traps are only made more interesting if it's possible for your character to have the skill to avoid them. Although I recognize it's a lot easier with the Fallout skill set to design traps around that premise. Still, I would like some continuation of the Morrowind traps, magic traps the player had to either probe using their security skill, or remotely trip using telekinesis, or tank the effect of. In summary, removing dice roll lockpicking in favor of player skill lockpicking is a step towards the action-adventure formula. It's now about getting in during that half-second interim instead of having the actual skill level to unlock doors on the first attempt. Oblivion inherited its crime system from Morrowind with some alterations and additions. What was called trespassing is now called lockpicking due to there being a new system to actually catch the player out for trespassing. NPCs tend to be a lot more forgiving about you being in their house than most people in real life would be, the notable exceptions being some areas like castles where this courtesy is not extended. For theft, bounties now translate to half of the value of the item stolen instead of the value in Morrowind. That's an interesting change that I don't really have strong feelings about either way. I guess it makes sense that the player can no longer get a bounty higher than a murder just from stealing. Pickpocket in theory works the same, but has been reworked calculation-wise to actually be possible in Oblivion. There's also reverse pickpocketing, where you place items into an NPC's inventory. Nothing but approval. Assault and murder work the same and are more relevant later. There are two new crimes, stealing horses and breaking out of jail. You couldn't break out of jail in Morrowind, and in Oblivion when you break out of jail the guards just forget about your bounty. Skyrim would iterate upon this by adding the jailbreak bounty to your original bounty so you could escape but you would still be wanted. Skyrim would also improve upon the ability to be friends with guards. Oblivion would allow you to get away with a sub 1,000 gold bounty if the guard had a disposition above 90. It was also supposed to have bribery, although I'm sure balancing the difference between paying bounties and paying bribes was not something Bethesda had time to figure out. We grab the tax record and gold, all 53 of it, and return to Armand. He lets us keep the money, which is kinda weird, right? Armand says that the guild has the capital to compensate the people who got taxed, and this is our payment just for getting the record. It just strikes me as off that we're being rewarded with money that was taken from these people directly. Like, it might be more appropriate to take the tax money and give us an item reward in these circumstances. There was a minor hiccup where, in the interest of grabbing Hieronymus's Nirnroot plant, I ended up getting caught out for trespassing, and this clip...
Stop! You violated the law. It's been too long since I've seen a good brawl. I'm just warming up. You pathetic worm! We're supposed to be impressed.
Kinda shows a problem with the guards. I'm across town being chased by guards over a 5 gold bounty. First of all, guards in Morrowind wouldn't really pursue you that hard for minor crimes. They would try to catch you if you were in their immediate periphery, but if you left the area, you'd basically go free. Remember the time my main quest character had a 300 gold bounty throughout 75% of the main quest? Not in Oblivion. To get the guards to cut me a break, I have to skip town out of range of them, let some time pass, and then head back into town. Going back to the waterfront while being chased by guards is a really bad idea because as a member of the Thieves Guild, I get a disposition boost with all the waterfront residents, which in turn means that some or even many of them will actually attempt to fight the guards on my behalf. This guy, Gramengro Marad, we've never met before. I haven't done his related quest, I've never talked to him, and he's prepared to fight without any kind of weapons or armor against fully armed and armored Imperial guards to the death to save my life.
You would not believe the morning I've had. You were chasing a man. No, a devil. A thief who every day robs from the common folk. Bread, laundry off of clotheslines, and even watermelons. Today, things got a little out of hand, and a lot of good people are dead.
I'm not even wanted for stealing the tax money. This is a 5 gold bounty because Captain Lex woke up and I was in his bedroom. Even better, the Doyen d'Armand offers the service of wiping bounties for half price. There's no reason not to do this, right? So the game says it wants 3 gold to take care of the 5 gold bounty. Armand then takes 2 gold because simple stuff like taking the amount of money the game says it costs is impossible. I feel like a single line of code clamping the bounty value would fix this. After completing the quest, we received 2 points of infamy. Reputation from Morrowind was split into fame and infamy, one of the areas where I think Oblivion somewhat improved over Morrowind. Just getting generic reputation, regardless of faction morality, which results in a disposition boost, is a bit busted. If the system was the same, people would like the player more after completing the Dark Brotherhood, so infamy is a good thing. Where it kind of fails is the disconnect between the quests and what fame it awards the players. When we steal the tax records and return the money taken from the poor of the waterfront, we receive 2 points of infamy. An assassination mission from the Dark Brotherhood where we end a person's life awards 1 point of infamy. Infamy also lowers the player's disposition with NPCs who have high responsibility rating. Mid and even low tier responsible NPCs lose disposition slower but still lose it. Only NPCs with close to 0 responsibility will raise in disposition for increases in infamy. This might work if there were still bandit communities the player could find and join. That might be only usable for players consistently on the wrong side of the law. Instead, the bandit community was turned into generic leveled enemies whom the player can't talk to. After another 50 gold of independent thievery, which can go by instantly if the player has already fenced over 100 gold, we get our next mission. We're to steal the bust made of the Countess of Shadenhall.
It's been 20 years or more since the Count married Lethassa. She was a beautiful elven bride. She remained young while he aged. Not too long ago, she was found slain. It's all hush-hush. Nobody knows exactly what happened.
That's kind of weird given the Count is also a Dunmer. Anyways, stealing the statue is super easy as there's only 1 guard. However, on our return from Shadenhall, we find the waterfront is full of guards searching for Armand. The player just intuits that they're searching for Armand on arrival and writes it down in their journal. Meth Redhill tells us the entire mission was deployed to uncover a traitor in the ranks, Mervana Arano. Her name actually comes up as exempt on the tax record, so good writing. Even though the tax is so pitiful that surely Hieronymus could have just fudged the numbers to cover for the traitor. We plant the bust in her cupboard, tell Lex that she was the thief, but he doubts us. After 2 bribes totaling 282 gold, he believes us. He even takes us to arrest her, which is a Karen's wet dream for how law enforcement works. It would be really awkward if later in the questline we were to reassign Lex to protect the Grey Fox's wife due to his unwavering loyalty. So for our next task, we're sent to seek out Skriva, who will be our new doyen for the next 4 quests. Also, this is a me thing, but I had to go to a fence to unlock the next few quests, so there was a bonus trip down to Leowin and back. She wants us to go to recover a ring for a widow of one of the guild's fences who lived in, guess where? Leowin.
The guild frowns on freelance thieves.
Really? Then shouldn't membership be more inclusive? Because, well, funnily enough, said freelance thief is Amisai, the Argonian thief that Armand decides isn't worthy of joining the guild. When we meet with Adarji, she calls Amisai a filthy lizard and asks us to recover her ring and to kill him. We can only abide one of those things for her.
Stupid guild rules. He is only an Argonian. He is less than human and much less than Khajiit.
I disavow. So Amisai got arrested after attempting to swindle the Countess. Wait, that's illegal? Thankfully, bribery isn't illegal and we can bribe the jailer to get access to him. Or you can just save 20 gold like I did and break in. The guard doesn't actually sit at the door to stop you. Amisai is less than thrilled. He'd only had to resort to freelance thievery because of his rejection from the guild. We can offer him a lockpick in exchange for the information, although since I had the skeleton key, I didn't actually have a lockpick to offer him. Thankfully, this isn't like Morrowind, which probably would have just given him the skeleton key anyways. So I just unlocked the cell by hand, at which point some of you might be screaming because you know that this doesn't work. The unofficial patch fixes that issue and a whole host of issues with this quest. There are 10 separate fixes tied to just this quest, and it's kind of a massive problem that a quest is so fundamentally broken. Which is a problem because there were 6 patches for this game. Oh, but it costs money to do patches on Xbox. No, I'm talking about shipping fixes for one of the main quest lines in Oblivion with the patches that were already released. For instance, you can softlock the Thieves Guild by asking about the job but initially declining it. Sanguine's quest involves the Countess and can create problems if done simultaneously, or if you do the Thieves Guild quest after Sanguine's, where the Countess will take up permanent residence in the dining room. If you enter the castle on the 15th through the 17th of each in-game month, the quest softlocks. No, really, showing up on the wrong day can break the game, because that's when the Countess leaves town to visit her mother and Coral. There's also a bug where the Countess will refuse to sleep if she's the big spoon, which is tragic because Count Marius Caro is famous for being the little spoon. Again, no really. If she doesn't get the left side of the bed in the base game, she'll just stand there staring at her husband all night. And then you might get this far and find out the ring just isn't there, and there's a bunch of different reasons why, including the fact that if she goes to sleep on the left side of the bed, she won't put the ring in the jewelry box. Got it? If she gets the right side of the bed, she'll put the ring away but maintain constant vigilance. And if she gets the left side of the bed, she won't put the ring in the box, but she'll sleep. So why is this quest in particular so broken? Is it that complex? The answer is no. You talk to someone, talk to another person, and then steal a ring. The most complex part is that the Countess puts her ring in the jewelry box at night, and it's just poor implementation that there are so many issues tied to that single function. It's a shame too, because this quest is alright. It's one of the few moments the game addresses Leowin's central theme of racial conflict. Adarji is racist towards Argonians. Turns out the Count has a sex dungeon where he tortures Argonians. The guards are all corrupt, and poor Amisai tried to join the Thieves Guild in an attempt to escape what is a pretty horrible situation.
Yes, I stole that ring from Adarji. When I went to sell it, the fence told me I was too hot for him. He showed me an inscription on the inside, to Alessia. That had to be the Countess of Leowin. The damn ring was stolen property. Well, I figured I would ransom it back to the Countess, except she tricked me. I was arrested for theft, and she kept the ring.
Okay, dude, slow down. First of all, how did no one point out that Amisai said that he, not the ring, was too hot for the fence? Prude. Second, how did Amisai get access to a fence? I had to actually join the guild to get access to a fence. If Amisai already knew a fence, what was his motivation for joining? Doing good for the community? Third, of course trying to sell a ring with a stolen flag to its owner got you busted by the guards. The way you actually handle that situation is to pretend you found the ring and hope you get a reward for it. Which you wouldn't, given the nobility here are racist, so maybe you should try cutting in an Imperial on the hustle instead. I mean, worst case scenario, you serve 2 days for the 150 gold bounty for stealing the ring. I guess Amisai was destined for the Argonian sex dungeon, so it's rather timely that we got here when we did. Also, there's a letter labeled Divining the Elder Skulls, typo included. That's worth stealing as well, given both its tangible value and its plot relevance. We go to get our award, 100 gold. Wait, it can be 200 if we tell Adarji Amisai tried to sell the ring, but we can only do that if we return to her between our meeting with Amisai and us stealing the ring. Who had that idea? Skriva then gives us our next task, which is to go back up to the waterfront. Hieronymus, Lex, and a bunch of guards have taken over the waterfront, arresting thieves, placing Armand under house arrest, and searching the district for the Grey Fox. I love that Skriva opens by saying this is a small problem. Meth Redhill is drafting the response. She figures that if we and 4 other thieves simultaneously hit different locations with high-profile robberies, that Lex will be pressured to pull the guards out of the waterfront.
Your target is the Arcane University!
Yeah, you should probably know that there's a conflict of interest with your plan. But fine, it's neat seeing the factions overlap at some level. We walk into our own room at the university, steal the ice staff that only appears as soon as it's relevant, drop a note in our own nightstand, and take the staff back to Meth Redhill. She then has us eavesdrop on Lex, who gets a note from a messenger sent by Raminus. The messenger is a Dremora, which is an extremely bad idea to use given the Oblivion crisis. I mean, it might be over, but that didn't stop the massive anti-conjuration push in post-Oblivion Cyrodiil. Raminus also somehow knows the staff was stolen, even though we didn't tell him, so I guess he sneaks into our room to sniff our panties or something. The journal acknowledging the problems with this setup are also an addition of the unofficial patch, something I don't approve of because for a decent chunk of this script, I just assumed that was in the base game. I wonder how many people are giving credit to Bethesda for being self-aware here and didn't realize it was the patch all along. Alright, so how do we fix this? Simply, instead of putting the note in our end table, if we are the Archmage, we instead deliver the note to Ramnus and tell him that we want our guards redeployed back at the university. It's that easy. After that, Lex pulls out of the waterfront again and we return the ice staff to a former university researcher's chest and call it a day. This is also a quest which, in premise, is reliant on timeliness, but there is no consequence for dipping out on the Thieves Guild for over a year to do other content. The whole point of the operation is that 5 targets get hit at once. There should be a penalty if the player fails to complete their objective in a timely manner. The same is technically true of the other quests, but it stands out here because of how the quest is framed. A fellow guild member has gone missing searching for the book Lost Histories of Tamriel and Skingrad. This happened to the Fighters Guild and they immediately assumed a dereliction of duty, whereas the Thieves Guild gives its errant member the benefit of the doubt. This could subtly reflect the differences of the factions, or the differences in the writers, or the writers may not have realized that Orion can't just assume someone abandoned their mission instead of failing to complete it. This is also the first time that my general rep with the Thieves Guild is high enough that homeless people I've never met are willing to help me out for free. The latter half of that last sentence is bizarre. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the homeless are something else.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
That's bad, but they can't even do a consistent homeless accent between lines.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
Here's what I know. Theranis was drinking at the Two Sisters Lodge.
So, Theranis was bragging at the inn about stealing from the castle, which is all sympathy gone, when Captain Dion overheard him. He got arrested, and unlike Amisai, we can't bribe the guard to let us see him. Nesmith was really obsessed with giving people accents.
Visitors ain't allowed down here. No, but it will earn you 2 years in Skingrad's dungeon.
I didn't do it, but you do have the option to sign up as the guy who delivers food to the prisoners. Sounds kind of familiar. We head in and there's only a Nord present. We offer to let him out and he tells us that Theranis was sharing a cell with an Argonian and that someone called the Pale Lady took him.
The Pale Lady took him days ago. Every few days, she comes for one of us. Some return, some don't. Those that are taken 3 times never return.
It's fortunate because the Argonian was taken less than an hour ago, so I left the castle and ventured through all of Cyrodiil's dungeons to no consequence because the Pale Lady was willing to wait for me. If you take a job, you should expect the game to want you to complete it in a timely manner. If you weren't going to do the quest immediately, why did you accept it? It wouldn't be hard to account for the player shoving off their responsibilities. If the player starts the quest but doesn't arrive in time, Amisai could perish to the Pale Lady and this would make the quest more difficult as a result. If hammer space is the concept used to explain how characters stuff so much voluminous stuff into their pockets, then I propose hammer time be used to describe how quests effectively pause and wait for the player. That, or we could call it solipsism. The Pale Lady has been stealing prisoners for their blood, which poses some issues.
Let's go!
I will feed the mistress your blood!
Not going to spoil a future quest now, but if you remember the Countess Skingrad, Janice Hasseldor was able to sense the presence of vampires that threaten the population of his town. Yet here's a vampire living in his own castle, stealing prisoners without any consequence. It's just messy, and it's not the first time Nesmith has stepped over another writer to tell his story. Judging by what Ken Rolston said, his approach as the lead designer changed between Morrowind and Oblivion. Morrowind had a more rigid outline for its factions, so when the quest lines intersected, there was a higher standard of quality control, which is how it should be handled. The lead designer is responsible for the consistency of the writing in a game. In this instance, Nesmith is stepping on Brian Chapin's characterization and writing for the Mages Guild. It's nice to see the crossovers, at least at a surface level, because it makes the world feel bigger. But unlike Morrowind, which had several crossovers, there's not as much consistency because Rolston is allowing the writers the freedom to do as they wish. The writer wanted the player to find Amisai in jail again, and to save them from the Skingrad vampire. However, I'm guessing the identity of the Pale Lady was changed mid-development, and now there's a vampire that Hasseldor should recognize as a threat to his citizens, but doesn't. We break out with Amisai, and he tells us where Theranis told him he had hidden the book. Note that this is the first Thieves Guild quest to not involve returning something to its rightful owner. As in, this is the first Thieves Guild job to be about stealing something, and we weren't actually the ones to steal it. There's multiple things going on here, so let's tackle the first one. Aside from independent thievery, there's never really any Thieves Guild mission where we're out there doing Thieves Guild stuff. What I mean is, the Fighters Guild up until its third act has the player just going out and doing jobs. The Mages Guild has the player out there going out and doing jobs. And the Dark Brotherhood will have the player out there going out and doing jobs. There's never a quest where the player's tasked with stealing something for the sake of generating revenue for the guild, something that Skyrim tried to improve on with its Radiant Thievery quests. Instead, each task is either relevant to the central conflict of the guild or to some minor character story that's being told. Note that this is usually a criticism of Oblivion's factions, that not all of them are focused like the Thieves Guild on its central story.
While I wouldn't call the story of the Thieves Guild great, it manages to avoid some of the fundamental problems of the other factions by focusing on a more intimate conflict.
I don't think every faction should have a particularly high-stakes story, and I think that stylistically you can capture factions during the lulls in their history in order to better contrast the stories that are more urgent. Oblivion's main quest might not have been as well received compared to Morrowind's because Oblivion's main quest had to share the spotlight, rather than how Morrowind's main quest overshadowed all other stories. I think that independent thievery was meant to supplement the actual criminal part of the guild, but the part that every player would consistently see when doing the faction was controlled in such a way to not dictate morality on the player. In essence, it's not a stretch to say that a moral character would do the Thieves Guild, because so far we've really done more good than evil or harm. Not that the Thieves Guild is particularly evil, but they are a faction ostensibly for the selfish. Morrowind's Thieves Guild had a story to tell. It was about the guild establishing itself in a foreign land and performing its function of helping root out criminal syndicates, namely the Kamana Tong. The Tong would murder and use coercion to ply their trade, and that was usually pretty bad for foreigners, although their thugs in Oblivion are pretty chill dudes.
Hello. What can I do for you tonight? I might swim more if it weren't for the slaughterfish. Sharp teeth, and some carry disease. Farewell.
The Thieves Guild, only by comparison to the Tong, was a good thing, but that itself was balanced out by the player being sent to liberate commoners and nobles of their valuables. Now we're in Cyrodiil, where the concept of the Imperial Thieves Guild originated. The Thieves Guild should be intricately woven into the Imperial government, owning magistrates and guard captains, seeing as they're older than the Septim dynasty. Hieronymus Lex is actually a great antagonist for such an organization, a rising star in the Imperial Legion committed to stamping out the corruption that allowed such an organization to exist.
It was an honor to speak with you, champion.
Uriel Septim's death could even tie into it. Perhaps Uriel was the one that was holding back any meaningful resistance against the Reform's corruption. Because again, the purpose of the guild was to oppose foreign criminal rings, and it only got bad in Cyrodiil due to the lack of criminal competition. With the Septims gone, Captain Lex is actually a threat because he is now unrestrained in his mission. But we know that this isn't the case because criminals are everywhere. They just aren't organized yet, at least not until Titus Mean became the Bandit King. It's a shame we didn't get a more criminal Thieves Guild considering the advancements in Radiant AI. People like to meme on Radiant AI because of goofy conversations or point out other games before Oblivion with similar systems. Radiant AI is a package system for the NPCs to develop a schedule. The packages essentially exist like functions, or reusable verbs if you will. Every time you eat can be boiled down to the same basic thing. You find food, you eat it. Radiant AI adds modifiers based on hidden stats like responsibility for how the NPC might find the food, but otherwise NPCs eating is because they have a basic package telling them to perform the same basic scripted function. If you wanted NPCs to do that in Morrowind, you'd have to include a huge script. And if you wanted NPCs to do that repeatedly, then an even bigger script would be involved. That's a lot of work and testing just to make one NPC eat lunch and sleep at night, so creating an easily reusable system where the designer can slap two packages on and have them do the basics is an impressive display. It's easy to point out that Oblivion has only a third the NPCs of Morrowind, but I will admit that every NPC in the game having a routine where they eat and sleep makes the NPCs in Oblivion worth that downgrade in population size. Because now, instead of breaking into someone's house in the middle of the night and seeing them in the same spot they always stand in, now they sleep. And that means there's consistent times of day to break in and steal stuff. Where thievery before was simply a game of line of sight or using chameleon, now the name of the game is timing and actual stealth. Trespassing is now actually a crime, so the player has to be more considerate. Merchants try to keep an eye on the player. Of course, there is still the option of using chameleon. I would be loath to forget to mention more in depth how Chameleon works, as I did promise to mention it later, and later is now. Chameleon works like invisibility, except you can still interact with objects. It's also much cheaper, at the cost of being imperfect. A few points of Chameleon is like having a small boost to your sneak skill, which means a lot of points is quite the boost. Surely it would be difficult to do something like that though, right? The Ring of Khajiit from Meridius quest gives a consistent 35% Chameleon. Sigil stones provide access to leveled Chameleon enchantments. Starting at level 9 you can get a 20% Chameleon effect from a Sigil stone, and at level 17 you can get up to 30%. You can also get 20% Chameleon from a Grand level soul, which are the most common souls in the game with black soul gems. Putting all that info together, you may have realized that 100% Chameleon is pretty easy to acquire. It's actually easier in Oblivion since they removed the cast effects from clothing, so that's a constant 100% Chameleon. In Morrowind you could get 100% Chameleon pretty easily, but it had a time limit. We're effectively invisible at all times now, only detectable by the sound we make. This was probably the reason that Chameleon was removed from Skyrim, because if Oblivion broke something from Morrowind, Skyrim usually removed it. Now, as nice as the novelty of being able to run around invisibly messing with people is, it's obviously a wrench being thrown in the cogs of Oblivion. Thus, I provide a solution: Detect Life. One of the uses for Detect Life is finding NPCs who rendered themselves invisible. Mannimarco did this, for instance, at the Mages Guild. That's pretty rare since you can usually deduce the spellcaster who went invisible a second ago is still standing in the same spot. A change I've been discussing online is to incorporate new Battle Mage guards. They could be signified by blue hoods and would have access to magic like Detect Life and Paralyze in order to better fight crime. A guard patrolling an area with Detect Life would invalidate stealth, even players using Chameleon. So the way around that problem is to simply make them use the spell if they suspect an invisible person is in the area. Same thing with shopkeepers with a modicum of magical talent. If all your items start disappearing from in front of you, the shopkeeper might use Detect Life to try and find the thief. Another thing that's been removed from Morrowind was shopkeepers detecting illicit goods on the player. There has been some discussion on this, but to simply say that it's unreasonable that a shopkeeper even knows the player has moon sugar on them isn't entirely accurate. Again, this is a setting with mysticism magic. If the criticism was that there were too many merchants who avoided illicit goods, sure. But to say that merchants can't outright detect them in a world with magic is kind of crazy to me. Oblivion removed this because players complained about not being able to sell skooma to upstanding citizens. So now the player can, which is a missed opportunity in terms of using the responsibility stat. Anyways, that's not the only thing. Iliad ruins should honestly have the same moratorium placed on looting them the same way Dwemer ruins did in Morrowind, since we see even experienced warriors lose their lives to their traps. But no. The only thing NPCs refuse to deal in is stolen goods, and excuse me? How does this guy know it's stolen? In Morrowind you could sell stolen goods to any merchant provided they weren't the original owner. So we've gotten rid of contraband but made it so most responsible NPCs, which is all but the fences and one extra guy, won't buy a stolen item despite there being 1,000 possible explanations for how the player got their hands on it that wasn't thievery. A woman pays me for saving her children by giving me her wedding ring. Or maybe I acquire the wedding ring by stealing it off her finger when she sleeps. How does the merchant know the difference? If the answer is magic, I rest my case. You can't have the stolen item flag system and remove contraband. That just doesn't make sense. Again, instead of fixing the issues with contraband, they just cut the idea entirely. We're on to Skriva's final quest. The Grey Fox wants Hieronymus Lex reassigned to Anvil, and she notes that the Countess of Anvil is under the Grey Fox's protection. For some reason...
We are thieves, not murderers.
Oh please, I specialize in making it look like self-defense. We have to steal a letter of recommendation and forge Lex's name onto it, and a beggar points us at the castle smith who shows us the entrance to a hidden passage system in the castle.
You're not supposed to be in here!
Stop! Intruder in the castle! Protect the Countess!
Stay away! Good day. Good day.
Ah! That the best you can do?
Show me.
Yeah, that's Radiant AI in a nutshell. All these people like me for my heroic deeds and for closing the Oblivion Gate at Anvil, so despite looting Darahill's desk in front of her, she's willing to actually fight the guards that she called to protect me from the guards she called. It'll be really funny if she gets mad at us later.
She wants me to tip you? You add insult to injury. You cost my cousin a chance at that job. Take your money and get out of my sight!
Before that, though, we have to forge the letter. A beggar points us towards a guy in Anvil known only as a stranger.
Know about the Gray Fox.
He's quite skeptical of the Gray Fox and then offers to do the forgery in exchange for money. I wonder who this unnamed character could possibly be. A day and 500 gold later, we head back to the Imperial City to seal the letter with the seal of the Imperial Legion commander and then go back to Anvil to deliver it personally to the Countess, who's still cool with us despite taking an arrow to the head to defend us against her own guards. This is kind of an unenviable problem for anyone writing a thievery-related story. Despite us stealing the letter in front of Darahill and objectively failing to do it stealthily, and despite the Countess being there and likely asking Darahill about what had happened, the authenticity of this letter is not drawn into question at all. It is nice that the player can be penalized for giving the forged letter to Darahill, because she won't give it to the Countess, so we have to steal it back again and do it right. Also, again, it's funny that Odin's Avidius gets disqualified for questionable morals, when earlier we bribed Hieronymus Lex as part of the quest. We're the one to personally deliver Lex's transfer orders to him.
I've been reassigned. This is outrageous. The Gray Fox had a hand in this. I know it.
From here on, we're getting work directly from the Gray Fox, who sends messengers to tell us where to meet him. This is the genesis of the Skyrim Courier and also the thematic conclusion to the stories of Meth Redhill and Amisai, who were so successful in their careers that they're relegated to delivering the mail between more successful thieves. Anyways, we meet the Gray Fox up at Helvius Thesia's house in Bruma. Despite being the greatest martial artist in Cyrodiil, he's also just a bandit in the Thieves Guild. No, that's a rank. Bandit. If you don't slobber on the Gray Fox's cock in the opening of the dialogue, then he immediately ends the conversation, despite this transparently being the same guy as the Stranger, who obviously doesn't like the overstated reputation the Fox has earned. Also,
Capital.
Hey Oblivion fans, did you remember the part where he said cat? We'll focus on the Gray Fox's character more in a bit. For now, he has a laundry list of items he needs for a big heist, although the heist is not presented to the player until the day of. It's a minor thing. By itself, it doesn't really break the story. I just feel at this stage in the questline, the player should be in the loop as to the story being told here. It's neat to have clues the player can find along the way, but if the player isn't aware that the end goal is stealing an Elder Scroll, then it just feels like lore accessories that aren't tied into the story properly. It's weird to tell a heist story where the character who's going to be doing the heist is going through the planning phase, not knowing that's what they're doing. The reason you don't keep thieves in the dark about what their end target is you don't want them getting cold feet because they didn't realize the danger. What was the Gray Fox's plan if the player character decided they weren't going to go through with the heist? Was he going to have Meth Redhill or Amisai do it? We first have to acquire Sevilla's Stone, which the Gray Fox uses to perform reconnaissance on the Imperial Palace. It's located at the Temple of the Ancestor Moths, a retirement home for moth priests blinded by their career choice of reading Elder Scrolls. It's an interesting quest focused on the audible aspects of stealth, even if Oblivion doesn't really have any kind of advanced system for audio detection. Our next task has us traveling to Coral. This time the Gray Fox needs the Arrow of Extrication, which has a key-shaped arrowhead. It's in Fathus Aaron's tower, but it's locked from the outside and needs to be infiltrated via a secret passage in the Breville Castle. The passage is labyrinthine in nature and quite extensive. I'm genuinely impressed with this area, and the only fault is that since the tower area is an exterior location, Fathus can't actually bust us for trespassing. And the chest the arrowhead is kept in isn't owned by him, so we can take it from in front of him without any issue.
This arrowhead advances my plan to... never mind.
We give the Fox the arrowhead and then are told to meet him in Shadenhall.
I have another message from the Gray Fox. The Gray Fox requests a meeting. Please travel to Ganradell's house in Shadenhall. May Shadow hide you.
Now he says he needs the boots of Spring Hill Jack. The only clue we have is his last living relative, the Earl of Enbull in the Imperial City. Why did we meet in Shadenhall if we were... So we find the Earl's house. We're supposed to steal his genealogy first, but I end up running into him despite it being the dead of night when he supposedly goes out for walks. As a healthy, pure-blooded Breton noble, he of course cowers in fear and gives us the key to his basement, which is actually full of vampires. So where was the Order of the Virtuous Blood on this one? We find a note indicating that Yakbin is actually Spring-Heeled Jack, long-lived due to his affliction. I mean, I guess livid is also true. He then tries to kill us, we kill him, and take his boots. Back to Shadenhall. Then we're set to meet with the Fox for the big day. Again, bear in mind that until this point the player has not been told that this is what it's been leading to. In the Imperial City, the Grey Fox lays out his plan that he's been building for 11 years. Our objective is an Elder Scroll, located inside the Imperial Palace. For whatever reason, we'll assume magic, we can't enter the traditional way from the ground floor. Instead, we're to sneak in and go into the basement to activate a giant hourglass which will open the old way. Note that this is actually broken without the unofficial patches and is completely optional. It's like one flag to fix this, surely. For whatever reason, we'll assume magic, we can't enter the traditional way from the ground floor. And the idea that a member of the Thieves Guild would condone us learning illegal levitation magic and flying up to the roof is far outside the moral bounds of what the Grey Fox is prepared to permit. Instead, we're to sneak in and go into the basement to activate a giant hourglass, which will open the old way. Note that this is actually broken without the unofficial patch and completely optional. It's like one flag to fix this, surely they could have. After this, we enter the Imperial sewers in the southeast tunnel. After a lengthy sewer level, we encounter a locked door, opened by a key the Fox stole from Mikado himself. This leads into the palace sewers that a Timberwolf has somehow gotten inside. Anyways, the palace sewers eventually lead to a door in a lost ruin called the Old Way. You know, it's a pretty big deal anytime someone becomes a lich, so running into 5 of them is pretty questionable. The old Imperial ruin gives way to an old Aliad ruin. We stand at the right spot, fire the arrow of extrication across the room into a keyhole, and this opens the way into the palace. A couple statues also come to life or whatever, but they don't stand a chance against 100% Chameleon.
Hey Ron, am I invisible? Who said that? But serious, I don't think I'm in any kind of grave danger. Who said that? Oh, Harry did.
This leads into the fireplace of the Imperial Guard quarters in the palace. Past this area, and we get into the the Elder Scrolls library. The priests are actually expecting one Celia Cameron, and we've arrived in her stead. The priests bring us the particular scroll we need, and we escape. We head higher into the palace and use the chimney in Okado's bedroom to slip out. This drops us back into the old way and access to an Elder Scroll. I can also tell that none of the emperors were ever fat because, good lord, living in this palace must be miserable. I'm surprised teleportation was illegalized when such a massive tower exists. With the Elder Scroll in hand, the Grey Fox asks us for one last thing. We're to deliver a ring to the Countess of Anvil and report back to him how she reacts.
I used to admire you, but it turns out you're just a sinner like all the rest of us.
You know, I've basically spent the last 3 hours donating to the poor, returning stolen property, and protecting the waterfront, right? How am I a bad guy? We give her the ring and she wishes she could see her husband, to which the stranger appears and dons the cowl of Nocturnal, revealing himself as the Grey Fox. My stars and garters, can we hurry this up? I want to get to the Dark Brotherhood already. Mr. Corvus Umbernox reveals the truth and also states that he altered time by lifting the curse of Nocturnal. This allows us to take the cowl without inheriting its property of making the wearer unrecognizable when not worn. It also gives us a headquarters in the waterfront, but that's not really that much. The cowl is basically an alter ego we can use to commit crimes without attaching a bounty to our real identity. It's also got some useful enchantments on it, like 200 points of feather, and that's it. The Thieves Guild is the only faction to not have any kind of post-faction content. But what about the Grey Fox? Right. He's a character, alright. He says he inherited the cowl from the previous guildmaster. How and why?
Count Umbernox has returned. After 11 years, he just walked back into Anvil.
Yeah, that's basically the extent of the answer we get. We're also told that the Grey Fox has been a thing in the Thieves Guild for 300 years, which is why Oblivion is the first we hear of it. Corvus, I can't believe they named him that. Corvus also mentions that the cowl is the root of the guild's bad luck, to which I ask, what bad luck? That a guard captain recently decided to do his job? The bad luck line turned me off of this quest line, which isn't really Oblivion's fault, it just reminds me of that stupid bad luck meme from the Skyrim Thieves Guild. Hell, come to think of it, the Skyrim Thieves Guild reused the same exact premise. The Grey Fox's obsession with helping the poor of Cyrodiil is stated to be a somewhat recent development in the guild's history, something probably attributed to Corvus's reign, which is something that can only be speculated on as basic empathy and not much else. I tried to read some lore books on the topic and found it rather barren. Thief of Virtue, for instance, doesn't really explain it. Rather, it's about a guy who breaks into a castle and ends up banging a nobleman's wife because he valued sex more than the money he stole. Perhaps the idea is that the Grey Fox was only able to concretely unify the organization around a mission of philanthropy. If the guild focused on selfish profit, it would constantly be betrayed for money, like we see happen with Arano. It's easy to speculate when the game neither shows nor tells us what the point of this is, because Todd Howard decided he wanted it to be a personally exciting story and had all the parts about the organization itself cut. If I cut out the parts of the sequence where I stood in a corner and ground levels, then the entire guild is a 4-hour distraction. It's shorter than the 6-hour Mages Guild and 8-hour Fighters Guild because it was decided that having fluff was bad. Some might call this trim inefficient. I personally call it starved of context, and again, to the benefit of what exactly? Bruce Nesmith joined Bethesda with Daggerfall, having a career working on modules for D&D. He worked under Ken Rolston, who joined Bethesda with Battlespire, who also had his roots in tabletop gaming. In fact, Rolston and Nesmith had worked together on Lankmar, City of Adventure in 1985. I just spent like an hour reading about Dungeons & Dragons, and I've come to the conclusion that generally, their Thieves Guild don't tend to operate like how they do in Oblivion. An interesting thing to note is that a cave underneath Castle Umbernox is in fact the home of the Thief DLC home, Dunburrow Cove. It's a pirate-themed home with lots of features. The basic lore details is that the cove is the burial place of the Black Flag, a ship belonging to infamous pirate Captain Dougal, whose death marked the beginning of the Umbernox reign in Anvil and his transition from Pirate Haven to Imperial City. You clear out the cove, which is full of skeletons now, claim it for yourself, and then purchase upgrades for the ship. These upgrades, as you buy them, come with crewmen, a merchant, a fence, a security trainer, a marksman supplier and trainer, and a weapons merchant and sneak trainer. Once you have the complete crew, you can send them out plundering, and after a week in game time, they will return with 100 times your level in gold, maxing at 2,000. This DLC is part Redguard and part Pirates of the Caribbean, but I always liked it. Having a live-in fence means an easy way to store and gradually offload your merchandise, even if that's not really a big issue in Oblivion. You can also get some pretty powerful sabers that do quite a bit of damage. They max out at Ebony, but that's not a bad thing. Having a fence does somewhat break the Thieves Guild, since the whole premise of joining is gaining access to that service. And he isn't just a fence, he's a better fence than the best fence you unlock from the guild. He has 1,500 gold, like the best fence, but has a consistent place you can find him, unlike Fathus Ulis, who travels between Coral and the Imperial City. Fathus is also a master of mercantile, so it's harder to get good prices with him. This DLC also provides easier access to enchanted arrows, which continue to be an experimental idea. Elder Scrolls has gone back and forth on this. Back in Morrowind, you could find enchanted arrows, but not too consistently, mostly from leveled lists. There was also a free plugin that added an NPC who sold arrows with area of effect enchantments, but it's somewhat obscure and isn't shipped with the Steam version of the game. Oblivion limited it to a couple NPCs that drop them, some that carry but don't sell them, and one that does sell them but gets killed as part of a quest. Mellowin sells enchanted arrows, but only a couple. If you want to absolutely maximize your damage, then you'll need them. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having the ability to enchant arrows. It would be annoying to do them one at a time, sure, so maybe a single soul can enchant 20 arrows all at once. It might actually help me break the habit of saving all my valuable arrows for never getting used. There's also a chest that comes with the cove that can't be opened, designed for players who wish to practice their security skill. While this house has a lot of upsides, the only downside is there's no fast travel point straight to it, so you always have to run a small distance from Anvil to reach it. And it's in the corner of the map if you're not doing a fast travel playthrough. By now we've established that the Thieves Guild is a morally good faction role-playing as bad guys. So let's discuss the actual evil faction in Oblivion, the Dark Brotherhood. This is the work of one Emil Pagliarulo, not that he would let you forget it. What he would like you to forget is the arena, which is why it's a fitting conclusion to the factions starting and ending with the same designer. Emil Pagliarulo, in recent times, has come under fire for his work on Fallout 4, and his general mentality towards writing and how he handles criticism, which is to say, he doesn't. So let's take it back to the beginning. Emil didn't work on this game. Rather, he was a popular reviewer and eventually editor-in-chief at Adrenaline Vault, who was hired on to work on 3 Thief 2 levels. 2 months after the game's release, Looking Glass Studios closed down. After 2 years of working on presumably Anachronox, Deus Ex Invisible War, and Thief Deadly Shadows at Ion Austin, Emil apparently reached out to his friend from his days at working at Adrenaline Vault, none other than the great Pete Hines, VP of Marketing at Bethesda. He also apparently knew Todd while working at Ion Austin. Yep, Emil went on to do side quest work on Blood Moon. I pointed out in the Morrowind video that the Blood Moon side quests were a bit referential, but that's a pretty good foot in the door as far as Bethesda designers go, and Oblivion was his big shot. Skipping ahead, the Dark Brotherhood was far and away considered a highlight of Oblivion. Ken Rolston left Bethesda and the lead design position was open for the taking on Fallout 3. In only 5 years and 1 game, Emil had gone from a junior designer to the lead designer at Bethesda. Bruce Nesmith, second place for his work on the Thieves Guild, would take on the lead designer role for Skyrim, with Emil getting credited as a senior designer and writer, separate from the plebs. Emil would then get Fallout 4 as lead designer again, and that was when he started getting criticized for his work. Fallout will have to come another day. For now, let's stick to his work on Oblivion. Let's keep it to this simple question. Is the Dark Brotherhood really that good? To join, you have to murder someone. Chances are, if you're playing unpatched Oblivion for more than 10 hours, you already have. Not because you're a monster per se, but because what gets counted as murder can be goofy. The Great Prince, if you do his quest and he asks you to kill him, is originally counted as murder by the game. Caminalda, the Altmer woman waylaying merchants on the Anvil Road in the Mages Guild, is another person the player may be credited for murdering if they kill her early. Umbra, if you visit her out of sequence, will also be counted as murder when killed. You'll know it when you see the words, "Your killing has been observed by forces unknown." Personally, I think this ruins the surprise of Lucien Lechance's visit when you sleep, and I don't see any benefit to the message. I do understand how the Brotherhood witnesses a murder in the middle of nowhere without having spent months tailing me, and that's the power of Sithis. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. Anyways, I send the adoring fan flying, and after an hour's rest at the top of this cliff, Lechance arrives to induct us into the Brotherhood. Murder's alright, but I'm not prepared to be associated with an organization that utilizes teleportation magic. That kind of criminality is a step too far. Alright, Wes Johnson, show us some vocal range.
You sleep rather soundly for a murderer. That's good. You'll need a clear conscience for what I'm about to propose.
Lechance isn't just one of the best-sounding characters in the game that wasn't listed in Todd Howard's star-studded cast. His character model also looks like a normal human being. Like, everyone hypes up Martin, but that face model looked mediocre at best. I'll discuss later why Lechance may have gotten special attention to his face. Right now, let's hear him out.
I bear an offering, an opportunity to join our rather unique family.
Now, what's great is you can kill Lechance here, ending the quest and closing you off from the Dark Brotherhood, or you can let him do it himself.
Your path is clear. Send Rufio to his death, and the Dark Brotherhood will embrace you as family.
Anyways, in order to complete our induction, we need to take this ebony blade of woe and kill a man named Rufio at the Inn of Ill Omen. The blade itself is rather weak though, comparable in damage to a steel dagger, and using it's optional. Its full strength gets drawn out later, so let's get our hand on a real knife, Mehrunes Razor. The Razor wasn't part of the base game, otherwise it would have been the perfect sacrifice to Martin. Rather, it came as a DLC for $3. It comes with a massive dungeon, a couple new items, and the titular Razor. We start the game and hear an omniscient rumor that points us to Sundercliff Watch, where a rogue Telvanni— give it up everybody, this may be the last time we see rogue Telvanni— The dungeon is extensive, going from fort to cave to Ayleid ruin, starting with Dunmer mercenaries who we eventually see battling with the vampire natives of this ruin, and you can easily see why it's well remembered. We see how the people here are living, with little stories that can be learned about the goings-on here. It's also obviously chock full of Morrowind references, at least at the surface level. At the end, we find the long-buried Mehrunes Razor. Long-buried, and it definitely didn't show up in Morrowind 6 years prior, or Daggerfall 10 years before that. I'm just poking fun. Half the places artifacts end up tend to be goofy, like that time Ariel's bow was hidden in the Forgotten Vale for thousands of years, but also in the hands of an Ordinator at the Ghost Gate. Anyways, we end with a final confrontation between ourselves, the Guardian of the Blade, and the Rogue Tovani. Our end reward is the Razor, a powerful dagger which has the chance of instantly killing your opponent, scaled to the player's luck attribute. The dagger actually works the same way in Skyrim, except since there isn't a luck attribute, its maximum chance is now the minimum as well. Anyways, this is a much more fitting dagger for an assassin, if there wasn't an even better tool, the bow. We'll get into that later. For now, let's get into the Dark Brotherhood. We head out to the Inn of Ill Omen, also known as the Tavern of Transparent Portent. The publican won't think anything of us asking about Rufio, even when he ends up dead. The Tavern Keep is also the only NPC in the game to purchase stolen goods that isn't aligned with a faction. The task is simple, and the thrust of the quest is more so the implication of the player actually going through with it. Rufio doesn't fight back and sleeps 20 hours a day. We can actually get some clues about who it is that wants Rufio dead. The Black Horse Courier ran an article about Night Mother rituals, stating one Claudius Arcadia had performed the sacrament that summons a Brotherhood representative. Later in the questline, we get the key we need to visit Arcadia's house and find his journal, indicating he was the one to hire the Brotherhood to kill Rufio, but he doesn't get a motive beyond revenge. Rufio, if you manage to kill him during his waking hours, will hint that he had killed a woman. That's the extent of it, and it means we're not really bad guys.
So, the deed is done.
Talos preserve us. With Corpus going around, we need to social distance. So Lucian explains the rules and structures of the Brotherhood. Makes sense. Unlike the other guilds which generally let us in for little effort, we've made a commitment to come this far. Unfortunately, this means we may have also signed up for a cult. Like Mehrunes Razor, the Dark Brotherhood was all over the place throughout the series until Oblivion. Starting as Sithis, god of death worshippers, transferring to Mephala in Daggerfall. Then it turned out that the Morag Tong were the original Mephala worshippers and the Dark Brotherhood had broken off from them. They weren't characterized as particularly religious in Morrowind. In fact, during the Morag Tong questline, they're mostly characterized as a-religious and money-focused, while the Morag Tong are the ones with values. Mephala's quest even starts in the Tong headquarters. Sithis has also undergone some back and forth in the series. He's not part of the Adric or Daedric pantheons. He started life as a generic death god and has stepped sideways into a position of representing chaos. What chaos has to do with dressing in BDSM tight leather and pleasuring yourself in the act of murder, I couldn't tell you. It's almost like it's a superficial downgrade from the pragmatic assassins of before, and no, just because one of their sprites in Daggerfall is shirtless doesn't excuse it. Every faction had half-naked sprites in Daggerfall. At best, I can say the only reason Oblivion made the Dark Brotherhood so colorful was maybe a ratings reason. Like Bethesda was worried if the professional assassins were well-adjusted people, there might be backlash. Or maybe it's just stylistically meant to be that way. Well, the game got off on the gore but ended up having hidden titty models be its downfall. Or, as I've alluded to already, it's possible Bethesda wasn't entirely comfortable with giving the player a genuinely evil faction and ratcheted up the cheese factor to 11.
If you look at the fiction of the Dark Brotherhood that's in Oblivion, it's actually a sort of like dark perverted version of the Catholic Church. You know, there's the Sithis is God and the Night Mother is Mary, and I just sort of took those experiences and sort of flipped them around. I wanted to have it. I wanted it to have a certain tone, like, you know, a very sort of. I didn't want the player to be that grisly in what he did. So like the tone is more like it's very sort of darkly comedic, and the player, if you do the Dark Brotherhood, the player is guilty by association. Like I was able to, like, the other people who are in the Dark Brotherhood with you, your other family members, are like, they're like the psychotic. Like there's the one guy who talks about, you know, killing a little girl at her birthday party, and there's everybody else is way more evil than you, but you feel guilty by association just by hanging around them.
Here's your free set of shrouded armor. Outside of its marginal enchantment, you can easily do better. Their only notable property is that, since they have a value of 0, they can be fully repaired by a smith for only 1 gold. We're sent to Vigente, the resident vampire, and he gives our first job and a general pattern for the guild. You get a job, you may get an additional condition that will pay extra, and then you can ask your guildmates for advice on completing the job.
Why should anyone bother with all that sneaking and skulking? Yes, of course I value our secrets, and I've never betrayed them. But using stealth to kill, it's just so weak. Bonuses? Useless, I say. Gold and magical trinkets are no substitute for the freedom to slaughter anyone I please, at any time.
Oh, Gogren, your methods may be crude, but your heart is always in the right place.
Our first task is to sneak aboard a ship docked at the waterfront and assassinate its captain. The first mate's been giving us trouble throughout the entire game anytime we got near the ship, which is often considering they parked it right next to my house in the Imperial City.
Beautiful, isn't she? The Marie Elena. Damn fine ship, with a damn fine crew. I should know. I'm her first mate. So believe me when I tell you we don't like it when people snoop around in our affairs.
Gogron figures that, since we aren't getting a bonus, we might as well go in guns blazing. It'll give us the option to use a one-liner. Also, scratch the line about Gogron killing a 6-year-old at her birthday party off your bingo card.
Kill a little Nord girl.
Antoinetta, meanwhile, will say the ship may be full of nooks and crannies to hide in. Thanks for the advice, guys. Our options are to go in through the main deck, but have our hands full of pirates, who the guards will actually assist us against because Oblivion can't do trespassing in exterior cells. We can hop up onto the balcony and break into the cabin directly, or we can stow aboard some cargo and sneak through the ship. So we've got options. Once we get to the cabin, we could just stab the captain, but that draws the attention of the pirates. Instead, this quest is the debut of the poisoned apple. Simply place it down and then viciously hunt down every other piece of food in the area, and then after several minutes of waiting in place, watch as he eats the apple. And then spends the next 30 seconds slowly dying before eventually ragdolling in his chair. I mean, I mock it, but yeah, that's cool. I remember when Morrowind tried to poison Inquest. It didn't work that well. But how does the law feel about murder? Oblivion has made its commission murder easier than Morrowind, which is funny considering the Morag Tong had writs making the assassinations legal. There still isn't a good witness system, so you have people who can report their own murders. Murder also earns you infamy points, but only if it meets the arbitrary marker of murder. And infamy can easily be cleared out by completing a pilgrimage to the Nine Divines. The problem that leads to a lot of quick loads is the hyperactive guards. They don't just chase you through the streets now, but will now come in and pursue you into buildings as well, even going so far as to instantaneously manifest inside homes once you assault someone.
God! Stop!
Crime in Oblivion was at an awkward crossroads. The simplicity of Morrowind didn't work, and it wasn't as sophisticated as its Skyrim incarnation, which is why, for a lot of people, the Oblivion guards symbolize the game. But let's not be fooled. Each faction, barring the arena, starts with a quest where the player's given multiple paths to completion. Surely it won't hold, right? Our next task is to assassinate a Bosmer named Bainlin, with a bonus if we drop a mounted head that hangs over his favorite chair onto his head. And yeah, it's that easy. I think this quest suffers from giving the player way too much information to start, like maybe the bonus could just specify that Bainlin needs to die in an accident, as in not be found with wounds that could point to murder or poison in his blood, and the player could work out the rest from clues in his house, like a note saying he needs someone nimble to get into the crawl space to tighten up the mounted head. It's fairly obvious this is an inheritance play, given that Bainlin's nephew moves in not long after. Our next target is Valen Dreth, our former lawyer that got us a multi-year prison sentence, in Tamriel. Actually, I find it funny that Claudius Arcadia is serving a permanent sentence for hiring a murderer, but would only serve a 10-day sentence if they had killed Rufio themselves. Hell, honestly, given my average rate in the Brotherhood, I'd say it's probably cheaper to do it yourself and pay off the bounty instead of paying the Brotherhood. Obviously, this is a gameplay concession, don't get mad. This quest is fun in that you have to retrace your steps through the tutorial and see just how short it could have been, but wasn't. Our bonus comes from completing this job without killing any guards. If the bonuses come from the clients, as is implied, it's possible whoever wants Dreth dead works at the prison and wants Dreth to die before his upcoming release. It doesn't help that the Legion had recently busted and then decided to publicize the materials of the Black Sacrament and leads for researching the ritual.
Wait, I know you. You're the one. The day the Emperor was killed. They went through your cell. You lucky bastard. But you came back? Come on, you've got to help me. Let old Valen out of this cell. You've got your freedom, now give me mine. What do you say, huh? Come on, friend.
Yeah, no, not after that farce you called a legal defense.
What? You filthy little maggot. When I get out of here, you're dead. You hear me? Dead!
Our bonus reward is the Scales of Pitiless Justice, which... Okay, so they fortify strength, agility, and intelligence by 2 points at the cost of 2 points of personality. They don't work like a typical fortify item because they aren't an equipable item, so it has to run off a script. It's just an odd item because of how not weak, but how minimal its effect is.
A powerful tool indeed.
I think it needed a second design pass, personally. Our next job is to cut our client with a poison knife, which will allow him to fake his own death in order to escape debt. He owes money to the wrong kind of people. Yeah, I guess owing money to the Fighters Guild can be rough. Seriously, is there a secret underground bank handing out loans to people with bad terms? Or was there a payday loan office in Breville that I just barely missed? Francois here wants us to do it in front of the unnamed organization's enforcer, and then, after a day, we're to sneak into the chapel Undercroft and revive him with the antidote. You can actually fail this if Francois dies or if we go against the terms and kill the enforcer, and the consequences are handled properly. We aren't rewarded, our rank is delayed, and our relationship with our boss is worsened. Albeit in a really extreme manner. Vicente deciding to kick our ass for messing the job up is a bit extreme. Still, I have to appreciate that the player is at least allowed to fail, despite the fact that failure is more difficult than success here. That's our final contract from Vicente, although he does have a final offer.
As a vampire, I may pass my gift on to others as I see fit. You have served me well, and I choose now to extend that gift to you. Shall I use my dark powers and turn you into a vampire?
Awesome, let's do it. Wait, what kind of vampire? The cosmopolitan, hide-inside-your-house starving Cyrodiilic vampire, Clan Valkalhar, what?
I was stricken with vampirism 300 years ago, while on an expedition deep into the ashlands of Vardenfell.
Yeah? What clan? Normally I'd hope for Ondai, but willpower's my dump stat now, so I'm really hoping for Quora. Oh, I guess he was lying since we still end up being a Cyrodiilic vampire. But our transformation won't complete until after we finish the questline because it takes 3 days, and believe me, the rest of the questline will not take that long. We're taking jobs from Ochiva now, the Argonian who greeted us at the door when we first arrived. Her first contract is to kill Phalion, an Altmer skooma addict in the Imperial City. However, our bonus is to avoid doing it in public as that would draw the attention of the Legion. We can ask Phalion's girlfriend about him, which should raise a red flag but doesn't. We can also ask Phalion, who only talks if we provide him skooma. Either path points at Lorkmir's house in the afternoon, which is where Phalion hides to do his skooma. This satisfies the condition of making the murder not public, but doesn't answer the question of who exactly wants Phalion dead. I don't think it's the girlfriend because she talks like she wants him to reform, and he's already lost all his money, so it's not an inheritance play. The publican or the Tiber Septim Hotel where the two stay, maybe. She doesn't have anything nice to say about Phalion, but that isn't a motive, especially with how dangerous the Black Sacrament would be to her reputation. A guy got life in prison for performing the ritual for actual revenge, let alone just an eviction. You can find Lorkmir, the homeowner, dead in the basement. Atrena refers to the house as deserted despite the freshness of Lorkmir's corpse, and the place is already trashed. My theory, thus, is that Phalion summoned the Dark Brotherhood upon himself, which has holes in it, I know, but we have the body parts, the dagger, the candles. The only thing that would complete this picture would be to have the Nightshade leaves too. And the Black Horse Courier literally printed the entire ritual in their newspaper, so maybe in a haze Phalion reproduced it. The only problem is, how would Phalion pay for our services? He's broke. And even if he had the money, wouldn't the brother who came to arrange the murder just stab him on the spot? Don't tell me it was made a legit contract as a challenge or test either. Bainlin was more of a test. Our bonus reward shows a similar level of amateur design. Shadowhunt's bottom two effects, turn undead and weakness to poison, don't actually do anything. They don't have a duration, meaning that the undead hit would flee and rally in the same second. And weakness to poison doesn't work for the poison of that attack. You have to weaken first and poison second. But the weakness effect would fade before then, so it's worthless. The damage value is also just a hair above steel and quickly made irrelevant by generic loot, except in weight, which is such a pedantic category to favor a weapon for. If you hold out until level 30 to get the best possible effect values, you'll already have plentiful access to Daedric bows and Grand Souls to do better. You might counter that you can't get a damage, health, and magicka effect that powerful with a Grand Soul, and I would say 1. How did they enchant this weapon? And 2. Damage magicka is such a meme in a game where every enemy has regenerating magicka, especially since just focusing damage works way better in Oblivion. So we get our next quest to take care of a warlord who's taken up residence at Fort Such, and we need to make it look like his illness has taken his life by switching out his medicine with poison whilst undetected. Cool, but I think this quest highlights a problem with the general writing behind the Dark Brotherhood, which is that it fumbles a lot of the details. It feels like Rolston really needed to be more active in making sure that Emil was developing his ideas correctly. You might be surprised to learn that Warlord as a title is exceedingly rare in Elder Scrolls. It's actually more so used to describe generic high-level enemies like Orc Warlords in Daggerfall, Dreg Warlords in Morrowind, and Marauder Warlords in Oblivion than it is to describe characters like Warlord Gathric in Skyrim. That's a super minor thing, but seeing that word made it really stand out to me. Look at it like this. Rufio was staying in a place called the Inn of Ill Omen. There's a pirate ship docked in the Imperial City waterfront, feet from guards searching for the Grey Fox. Someone has hired a manservant. A prisoner is serving a multi-year sentence. An unknown criminal organization is sending enforcers to kill people on the principle of owing money. A house in a luxurious part of the Imperial capital city is deserted, with a body rotting inside it and a known skooma addict using it as a den. And now there's a warlord with mercenaries controlling a fort. None of these things are wrong per se, but they are incongruent with Oblivion and Elder Scrolls. It's a slight deviation in the pattern. The problem is that Pagliarulo and Nesmith weren't in harmony with Chapin, Nelson, and Coleman. I mean, Rolston said as much in an interview. Quote, "I was the one who sketched the general history and the history of the different factions, but this time I strongly encouraged the designers to move away from these models or even ignore them completely depending on their tastes and skills." Source 11. And Emil agrees in the 5th anniversary podcast.
Dark Brotherhood was cool because I took a different approach. Like, I didn't know a lot about the Elder Scrolls lore. So I took a step back from it, and I grew up a good Catholic boy in Boston, so
I suppose we should talk about Pagliarulo's resume of the Thief 2 levels. If you don't know, Thief 2 was a counterpoint to Thief in that the levels were designed first and the story was wrapped around them, whereas Thief 1 wrote a story first and made levels around those story beats. And the end result of that was that nobody really agrees which game was better. But it may inform the design of the Dark Brotherhood quests. After all, many of them sound like they were designed first and written second. Like someone wrote down the idea, guy fakes his own death on a whiteboard, and then made a quest. And thanks to the contract nature of the Dark Brotherhood, it's able to fit together, but a lot of the missions read like whiteboard level ideas. Sneak aboard a pirate ship. Do the tutorial backwards. Replace a guy's medicine with poison. And again, it doesn't really seem to hold any advantage over, say, Nesmith's style of writing out a story first and making the missions around it. But it does have its disadvantages. Firstly, if it's fair to criticize the Fighters Guild for not entirely being about the conflict with the Blackwood Company, then it's absolutely fair to criticize the Dark Brotherhood for waiting until the halfway point to tell a consistent narrative. Note that I disagree with this notion. The Dark Brotherhood can be about contract assassinations all day. It's just a stylistic difference. But these disconnected level ideas seem to have spawned the tendency of the Dark Brotherhood to be off with the little details, because again, in a vacuum, they don't really stand out. It is kind of weird that you got the guy who worked on Thief to make the Dark Brotherhood and the guy who worked on Dungeons and Dragons to make the Thieves Guild, but I'll assume that's what they all wanted. So, how are Emil's Thief 2 levels? His first level's eavesdropping. In this mission, we break into a church and overhear a meeting. We then have to steal a safe deposit box key, make a wax impression, and return it. Which means a lot of backtracking through the level.
I think my work here is done.
The key location is actually random, so I probably just happened to get the worst location, which was the top of the eastern tower on the opposite side of the building from the wax. His last mission is Precious Cargo, which is the level where you find the underground base through a lighthouse. And then there's Life of the Party, which, as everyone says, is really 2 levels inside of 1. I found Emil to be a bit key-heavy in his design. Precious Cargo is 2 separate levels separated by a single locked door, and the main thrust of the final part of the mission is just finding a key. And then there's Life of the Party. Yeah, the rooftop sequence is pretty good, but the actual Mechanist Tower is super tedious in my opinion. The key to the guy's office is in the ballroom 20 feet away. And the objective where you find the scripture's annoying because it's hidden in boxes that don't show any external indicator that they can be lockpicked, like every other single lock in Thief 2. So I spent a while searching for keys to them that just didn't exist. It wasn't very exciting to have the alarm going off as I escaped, considering I'd already knocked everyone in the building out during the numerous backtracks I had to do while searching for all the recordings. I don't know, I just liked the bank mission and the one at the sheriff's office way more. Bigger doesn't mean better, you have to earn your immensity in my opinion. Most of the actual level is the same size as any other level in Thief 2, there's just more filler that would logically exist in Life of the Party, and a lot of fun moments to set it apart. But now we're at the point that everyone discusses, the pivotal moment. Whodunit? A murder mystery story where we play the murderer. Our bonus comes from not being suspected by the other guests. I am guessing this is to appease Sithis and not actually a condition of our contract. All 5 guests form a complicated web of relationships, and there are many different ways to do the quest, turning the guests against each other.
Now I'll tell you what I didn't tell everyone else.
This quest is broken. Without the official patch, the guests can't actually detect when you murder someone with melee. You could run in fist swinging and drop everyone in 15 seconds. Even with the patch, it's not difficult, and the harder you push it, the more ridiculous it becomes. The guests all have ESP and know when the others have been slain, even if it happened seconds prior on a different floor.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off one by one.
If you use illusion spells like Frenzy, Rally, and Command, you can completely break this quest. Watch as the old woman murders all the guests around her and nobody suspects her, even if they watch her do it. Drop poisoned apples everywhere and watch as all but one of the guests eat them anyways, even after their fellow guests died from the poison. Now, let's be fair. The complexity of this quest and the sheer amount of dialogue that had to be recorded, especially in context to the 2006 release, is impressive. It's a shame the only people trying to one-up it are in the multiplayer space. It seems like there would be a fantastic opportunity to make a murder mystery work in Elder Scrolls where the player has the power to influence other people to become the murderer. I hope Elder Scrolls 6 recreates this premise, but accounts for all the different disposition options, because, well, disposition will come back and the illusion magic won't be cut, because it'd be cool to see a version of this quest that responds to power gaming in some way.
So for Sithis' sake, do not wear your hood.
You have the incentive to do the bonus condition and not just kill everyone as fast as possible, as the bonus is 2 free skill points in Marksman, Security, Sneak, Acrobatics, and Blade. I do have to wonder if the inability to fail on the console ports has contributed to the popularity of this quest. The premise alone convinces people to do the quest through dialogue, isolating the guests and slowly picking them off. The Dark Brotherhood features a great deal more dialogue than any of the other quests in Oblivion, usually with 3 consistent personality options. If there's one thing I can't criticize Fallout 3 for, it's expanding the number of dialogue options given to the player over Elder Scrolls.
Sorry, kid. Hell, cost cats, and you look pretty broke to me.
You grown-ups are all the same. All you care about is your stuff. My papa is missing, and I think the ants may have gotten him. I hope they get you too.
One philosophy isn't better than the other, however. I would just prefer Elder Scrolls keep doing its thing and not feel compelled by other games into leaning into that BioWare, CD Projekt Red style of player dialogue. However, the elephant in the room with Oblivion's dialogue is the transition from the text-based dialogue of Morrowind to a fully voice-acted dialogue system in Oblivion. In my last video, I presented the idea that text-based dialogue was superior to full voice acting, for a few reasons. One is that from a designer perspective, it's far easier to implement quests with textual dialogue than it is voice acting, because voice acting adds additional considerations when it comes to disk space and voice actor pay.
I mean, one of the things, I don't know if people know this, but one of the things we really struggled on in Oblivion is, fitting all the audio assets on the disc. And we had too much dialogue.
However, the downside of this is that most people don't like text-based dialogue because they can't read. One interesting outcome of the Morrowind video was a mix of dyslexic people who disagree on Morrowind. Some argued the game had helped them overcome their condition, others argued that it had inhibited them from getting into the game. Then the topic of text-to-speech came up, using a rudimentary mod to give all the dialogue basic voice acting. In the time since writing my Morrowind video and now, there's been a significant advancement in using AI learning for text-to-speech, to the point that Witcher 3 mods are able to create rudimentary dialogue for Geralt without needing the voice actor. One of my big oppositions to voice acting in the Elder Scrolls was the inhibition of quest mods. My first run-in with this was the Falscar mod back in 2013. Less the mod area itself and more the contrast in quality from the regular NPCs to the one in Skyrim. That element of textual dialogue being a benefit for designers goes doubly so for modders who don't have as consistent access to voice talent. OBVA, however, is a tool created for mod makers to synthesize new dialogue using AI trained on the game's existing dialogue.
I can make the NPCs say whatever I want, and there is nothing to stop me. Subscribe to Patrician TV.
Now, the thing is, you and I are both fully aware that Bethesda and other studios with budgets higher than the price of a car are never going back to the text-based dialogue. In fact, I was pretty confident that it was a dead issue in the Morrowind video. I more so made my case as a demonstration of the advantages of the system. The thing is, I stand by that position. Just like with fast travel and quest markers, there's no reason there can't be a middle ground in text-based dialogue as well. Thing is, all of this dialogue already textually exists in the game because it's in the subtitles. Whenever I actually play Oblivion or Skyrim, I usually just read through the words on screen and skip on to the next line of dialogue. I very rarely just sit back and listen to NPCs talk, so this is what dialogue actually looks like when I play for myself.
The sixth guest has finally arrived. Whoever invited us here must at least know us, don't you think? The rest of us have already traded introductions. Now who might you be?
I can read very quickly, a necessary part of both my job and my hobbies. Plus, it doesn't help that Oblivion and even Skyrim have awkward, noticeable pauses between lines of dialogue.
We're being stalked like animals in the forest. I'm still not sure if the killer is one of the other guests or is hiding somewhere in the house. One thing I do know is that the killer won't just stop with two. They never do. You and I, we need to watch each other's backs. I've got my old Legion armor and sword in a chest upstairs. It's time I geared up and showed this coward just who he's dealing with.
Now, my proposed system would be a toggle option between a classic window and a normal window for dialogue. Normal, modern dialogue would happen as always, in real time with options occasionally appearing when available. In the classic window, dialogue would appear in a text box, with additional, either unspoken or radiantly generated dialogue that would appear as well. This way, you could include that superfluous information that slows a normal conversation down. Normies can play a version of the game that's fast and quick and just follow the quest markers, while roleplayers can get the additional dialogue with all those directions and lore details and encyclopedic dialogue people like to complain about in Morrowind. However, this design philosophy requires two things: a desire to cater to all fans of the series, new and old, and the drive to do that extra work. We're on Ochiva's final quest. We've been authorized to take down Adamus Philida. Who? You know, the guy we were supposed to avoid in the Imperial City, the guy who's been spearheading the campaign against the Dark Brotherhood. Adamus Philida? The guy is supposed to be an antagonist for the Dark Brotherhood, but because he's only mentioned in passing once, and otherwise only exists in a newspaper article, he just doesn't have the presence that Hieronymus Lex had. This is one of those disadvantages of the disconnected quest design theory. For all its benefits, it's hard to have an antagonist in a storyline with so many disjointed missions. Tying a thread between all of these quests to involve Philida is effectively impossible. Which is a shame, because Philida is said to have both interfered with contracts and to have survived 3 different assassination attempts. Maybe he could have shown up during the job in the prison and interfered with the contract. Like we kill our target and then he appears and now we have to escape him because our conditions say that we can't kill him. Maybe it's even possible the guards intentionally drew us here to kill a prisoner to increase the likelihood of him capturing us. Regardless, Philida's retiring now and has moved down to Leowyn, but the Brotherhood, being spiteful pricks, want to have the final word. So they fashioned a Rose of Sithis, a special arrow which will instantly kill its target, in this case Philida. He lives in his armor, however, and the game won't recognize if we nail the shot through the slit in his helmet. He only takes it off to sleep and for swims. Hitting him when he sleeps is difficult, but possible depending on how hard you power game. He has a bodyguard which maintains a constant vigil over him, never sleeping. And breaking into the City Watch barracks itself is a challenge. Each door is lit and under constant supervision with only a small lip that the player can lockpick the door from. If we go invisible immediately, the bodyguard should open the door. We head into Philida's room, and then from the corner we shoot the rose. We have to shoot from here because we'll become visible when we start to draw our arrow, and in that time can be caught if we're standing anywhere else. This is not how the quest is meant to be completed, as evidenced by the ever-awake bodyguard. So to do it right, we have to follow Philida around until he eventually goes for a 5-hour swim in the public watering hole. This man only sleeps 4 hours a night, so he spends more time of the day in the water than he does in his bed. Was his first passion endurance swimming and he only settled for the Legion? Either way, Philida is dead and we cut off the finger wearing his Legion ring, which we place in his replacement's desk. This is our bonus objective, which exists so we can send a message. Knowing what happens next makes this gesture quite ironic. Our work with Ochiva is done, and we've received a letter from our recruiter, Lucian, inviting us out to his hideout at Fort Farragut. It's a dungeon quest, set in a generic fort full of undead. Yes, I'll acknowledge the back door, but you have to admit that most players aren't going to find it on their initial arrival, considering it's facing 180 degrees away from the road, and checking for back doors just isn't consistent in Oblivion. We meet with Lucian, who is impressed with our career and has a use for us. A traitor has infested the Brotherhood, and they are most certainly definitely in the Shadenhall branch. We're new, having only been with the guild for at most a week, so we're cleared of suspicion. Thus, there is only one path. A thorough investigation and spy system to monitor all Guildhall members for traitorous behavior. No, we're to murder everyone in the rite of purification. This is pure pathos, as the purification is both an absurd ritual and dissonant with other lore. Its only motive is to pit the player against NPCs the player may have formed a connection with in order to drive home an emotionally resonant point that the player is a murderer. Take another read at it, and the player will be responsible for dispatching a group of evil murderers, while themselves barely bloodying their own hands with the blood of innocence.
Kill a little Nord girl.
Dark Brotherhood was cool, because I took a different approach. Like, I didn't know a lot about the Elder Scrolls lore. So I took a step back from it, and I grew up a good Catholic boy in Boston. So if you look at the fiction of the Dark Brotherhood that's in Oblivion, it's actually a sort of like dark perverted version of the Catholic Church. You know, there's the Sithis is God and the Night Mother is Mary, and I just sort of took those experiences and sort of flipped them around. I wanted to have a certain tone, like, you know, a very sort of. I didn't want the player to be that grisly in what he did. So, like, the tone is more like, it's very sort of darkly comedic, and the player, if you do the Dark Brotherhood, the player is guilty by association. Like, I was able to, like, the other people who are in the Dark Brotherhood with you, your other family members, are like, they're like the psychotic. Like, there's the one guy who talks about, you know, killing a little girl at her birthday party, and there's everybody else is way more evil than you, but you feel guilty by association just by hanging around them. And in a game like Oblivion, where you kill hundreds of people through the course of the game, what makes it special about being an assassin? You know what I mean? Big deal, I can kill people.
If you just think about it, how many people that Gordon Freeman killed?
So that's why I try to, like, work in some of the novelty, like, you know, dropping the head on the guy and, you know,
It's obvious, again, that the idea came first. Some of the assassins in the Sanctuary have strengths and weaknesses the player can account for, like placing garlic on Vizence's person to weaken him. The player can also miss out on 2 quests if they rush the quest line, like losing the chance to be properly sired as a vampire, or the Renegade Shadowscale quest. The Shadowscale quest is interesting. One of the titular Shadowscales, an Argonian born under the Shadow Sign, has broken the code by abandoning his life in the Brotherhood. It's kind of weird that Shadowscales vow not to harm other Shadowscales, because how are they normally supposed to deal with situations like this otherwise? We track the Shadowscale down and he presents us a choice. We can take our proof, a Shadowscale heart from a nearby corpse, and he'll tell us where some loot is. Or we can kill him and take his heart. Or we play both sides, taking the false heart, getting the treasure's location, and then killing the traitor. Your choice is entirely based on your character's thought process. Wait, why is there a Shadowscale corpse here? Were they dispatched to take care of him? What about that vow? Anyways, we wipe out the Sanctuary, and we're now officially a member of the Black Hand. The Black Hand is a reference to the Serbian secret society responsible for a couple of high-profile assassinations, including Franz Ferdinand, which resulted in the crisis leading to the First World War. The organization works like this. There's a listener who deals with the Night Mother, and there are 4 speakers. Each of these speakers, in addition to presumably having their own sanctuary, have a personal silencer, which is the role we now fill for Lucian. We never see any of the other sanctuaries. We're told they exist, but that for the secrecy of the guild we can't know about them. Which makes it weird that we so consistently operate outside of Shadenhall, considering there must be sanctuaries in at least a couple of the cities we operated in. Just seems inefficient to have a Shadenhall guy performing jobs in Coral or Leowen if there happens to be a sanctuary there. That's all I'm saying. This marks the beginning of the second half of the guild, where we receive our next orders with our payment from the prior job at various locations across Cyrodiil. We've also been gifted Shadowmere, an immortal and powerful horse, and we ride off to the first dead drop.
Give me more of what I really need, 'cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock.
Shadowmere is the fastest horse in the game, in addition to not being able to die, which is funny considering you can still get him a nice set of horse armor. Our first task is to drop a necromancer going through the process of becoming a lich. We find his journal where he spends an entire paragraph discussing at length about how he must never lose his phylactery during the process, and it's done. This is another one of those whiteboard ideas that probably didn't get as much time as was hoped. The Dead Drop quests are markedly simpler than the prior Dark Brotherhood quests, so I posit a theory that all the quests were created, and then the ideas that got developed ended up as Sanctuary quests, and the ideas that ended up just being go to X and kill Y ended up as Dead Drop quests. Emil Pagliarulo's big secret is a classic trick that all creatives consider at some point. Put your best foot forward. Even if your work is terrible, if the first section can hold people, that increases your likelihood of success. That's why the questline starts with a good-looking NPC using a unique voice who proceeds to disappear for 90% of the questline. Indeed, it's interesting how many people praise the Dark Brotherhood while glossing over the latter half of the questline. It's really telling that everyone's example of the quirky dialogue is the line where Gogron says he killed a little girl because it's the first piece of advice Gogron gives the player. Emil started strong, but it's obvious he didn't get to fully develop all of his ideas. Anyone who made it this far is going to ride out the rest of the questline, so it doesn't have to be as good. Next of kin has us killing a mother and then using a shopping list to track down her 4 children. Note that by this stage we have long given up on hinting who hired the assassins. After this, we're sent to kill a martial artist in Bruma. No, not the master hand-to-hand trainer. Then we take on a psychopathic murderer hiding in a cave. Then we get to our other standout where we have to track down a mobile merchant who travels Cyrodiil over the course of a week.
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel?
Rumor has it the Nerevarine has left Morrowind on an expedition to Akavir and has not been heard from since.
It seems that these are turbulent times in the land of the Dunmer.
Not only is it a standout for using a schedule and the actual in-game weekdays as a method of working out its location rather than a quest. Oh, no, sorry, we're still given a quest marker. You have the choice of ambushing him on the road, murdering him at an inn, or poisoning him with mead, which he's allergic to. It's also possible he'll have long since died while traveling the road since he's never flagged as essential. Which, this is the point of essential flags, isn't it? To make sure quests don't end before they start? We're then sent to get revenge on a Nordic murderer who fled Solstheim. And finally, a Bosmer in Breville who likes to pray to the statue of the Lucky Lady. Lucian arrives and congratulates us on a job well done, and we're promoted to the leader of the faction. The third dead drop is an obvious, marked change in the nature of the targets we go after. The dead drop orders icons change from a neat letter to a torn out page icon, and the prose of orders changes markedly as well. Lucian's writing and spoken tone lacks emotional inflection, his coldness spilling onto the page. After the second mission, the writing is suddenly much more emotional and plays more on our emotions as a killer. We've been taken for a ride, and despite possibly immediately noticing the change, there's nothing the player can do about it except play the fool. You can't return to Lucian as he'll go mysteriously missing until after Ungolum's death in Breville. You also can't speak to any of the targets who become immediately obvious as either skilled assassins or speakers with hints littered all over. Indeed, our most recent target was the listener of the Dark Brotherhood himself, despite there still being more speakers and silencers to kill. This questline is as cynical as it gets about the player, so sure that they will just follow the quest markers and not notice any clues as to not provide the player with any measure of escaping this trap. So Lucien's pissed, naturally, except the Black Hand is apparently blaming him and not us. No, we were just following orders, which, okay, that's true, but if the Black Hand is suspecting Lucien, he should be able to make an easy case by pointing at all the targets and dead drops Lucien assigned us that we just didn't do. Anyways, rather than doing the smart thing and coming with us to Anvil to our next dead drop to investigate it, he instead decides to wait at Apple Watch, despite stating that he's being pursued by the Black Hand. Okay, buddy, it was nice knowing you. At our next dead drop, we confront the person who drops it off, but it's just a Bosmer, and Bosmer can't be villains, so you're free to go. He points us at the lighthouse, and after an intimidation play, we make it into the cellar. It's a bit rough, but fairly clean compared to the average YouTuber's house. We find a severed head we telepathically intuit as belonging to the guy's mother, and a journal outlining all the points of this story. This kid watched his mom get assassinated by Lucien, so he joined the Brotherhood and has been slowly climbing the ranks until the day that he felt confident he could assassinate the entire Black Hand and the Night Mother herself. So, Lucien's been murdered, naturally, and it doesn't matter if we slap the members of the Black Hand with the journal itself, all of them will refuse to listen and our character will refuse to speak, because this is a theme park and we're along for the ride. At midnight, we speak to Arquin, who utilizes illegal teleportation magic to transport us to Breville. I'm sorry, murder's one thing, but there's no coming back from a crime like this. Luckily, most of these characters die when the traitor reveals themselves and we put him down. He did miss a spot, though.
Honored listener, I offer myself as your humble servant and guide. Please allow me to mentor you in your new role.
I don't need you. You're lucky you're flagged essential. So Bellamont was the traitor, and the only flaw in his plan was that the Night Mother's a ghost. She's known all along that he was a traitor, which, like, is she omniscient? Her seeing the rituals is fine, as well as her being able to watch her members of her cult. It's all tied to her. But apparently she sees everything and elected not to tell anyone because she wanted this outcome. Okay, if Mr. Next Listener, Lucien Lachance, was actually fated for that position, then you didn't see this coming. Also, the purification is not complete. There's still one dumbass left to kill. But I know what you're thinking. The Night Mother has the benefit of her patron, Sithis, right? If you believe in Sithis as an entity, you are being had. This is Mephala, Anticipation of Vivek. She's big into murder and deception, so much so that she's the Daedric prince of those concepts. And this is Sithis. He's a tumor. Despite representing the general concept of chaos as a dualistic counterpoint to Anu, who represents the general concept of order, the writers have tried to cram Sithis into the mythos as a more active entity. The book Fire and Darkness, which can be found during the Thieves Guild and not the Dark Brotherhood, attempts to make the claim that the Morag Tong were in fact actually Sithis worshippers, which would have no doubt been of immense interest to Vivek. The book makes what are likely intentionally poor arguments for this position, like that the Morag Tong assassins wrote poetry that were clearly dog whistles for Sithis worship. Guys, you have to trust me on this one, okay? It's clearly wrong. Because later it posits that Vivek stopped the Morag Tong from worshipping Mephala, which he largely didn't, and then the book claims that Vivek allowed them to continue worshipping Sithis, which they never did. Dualism is a concept of two forces that balance each other, which in our world extended to religions like Hinduism and Zoroastrianism, and then later Judaic Christianity. The idea is that you have a good god, Anu, that all the beggars praise, and you have a bad god, Padme, aka Sithis. Anu represents order, Sithis represents chaos. Reality then exists in the balance of these two forces. Too much Anu is how the world was before this conflict, orderly and dead. Too much Sithis is how the world was during the Mythic Age, chaotic and difficult to live in. Both entities have been anthropomorphized by various religious sects on Nirn, but unlike the Aedra and Daedra, which were verifiable entities that either used to or continue to interact with worshippers, Sithis and Anu don't. The closest we get to Anu doing anything is Anuiel in the Altmer pantheon, whose sole action was giving Auriel his bow to kill Lorcan. In effect, this is a metaphorical explanation for why Auriel, aka Akatosh, filled the position of Time God, which was Anu's domain as the conception of order. What about Padme, aka Sithis? Padme, like Anu, only made a vicarious contribution to the world, which was his son, Lorcan. If you're not getting the picture yet, Lorcan and Akatosh are the actual gods, and they simply each have a dualistic conception assigned to them. Akatosh got order, Lorcan got chaos. But what about all the meddling Sithis does? He sends wraiths down to attack the player if they break tenets 4 and 5, and, well, that's basically it. And there's nothing there to indicate that Mephala isn't the one doing that. But we get the word of worshippers of Sithis who all end up being to some degree insane latex-bound fetishists trying to justify their actions. Okay, but the Night Mother mentioned Sithis as well, even though the Night Mother is almost certainly just Mephala in disguise. In essence, I posit that the worship of Sithis is a ruse made up by Mephala and probably Lorcan to some extent. We get access to Deepscorn Hollow, a DLC home for evil characters. Notable is that it has a shrine to Sithis, which depicts a statue of a robed man missing a heart, which is a very striking visual choice to make when designing the statue. It's probably that this visual representation is inspired by Lorcan. There are some other features of the house. We get a cattle cell containing a sleeping person that we can feed on. We get a small garden full of various poisonous plants, and we get the font of renewal, which will cheaply and easily cure vampirism at any time without much effort. Given we just got this power and we already have a means of removing it, let's discuss vampirism. Oblivion overhauled vampirism into its more recognizable form in Skyrim. In Morrowind, vampires were effectively cursed with never being able to really do quests or use service as NPCs ever again. Oblivion added a stage system where, depending on how often you feed, you may be able to keep your vampirism under wraps. At the first stage, you'll be able to move around outside without issue. You gain the Hunter's Sight spell, which casts Night Eye and Detect Life. We become immune to disease and paralysis. Our acrobatics, athletics, destruction, hand-to-hand illusion, mysticism, and sneak skills will all see a +5 bonus, as will our strength, willpower, and speed attributes. We only have a 20% weakness to fire and a 5% normal weapons resistance. On the second day without blood, our skill and attribute bonuses go up to 10, our weakness increases to 30%, and our resistance goes up to 10%. We also start to take damage from the sun, meaning we can no longer fast travel or wait outside during the day. We also gain the Vampire's Seduction ability, which allows us to heavily charm an NPC once a day. On the third day without blood, our skill and attribute bonuses go up 15, our weakness increases to 40%, and our resistance goes up to 15%. Weakness bonuses max at 20 points. Our fire weakness reaches 50%, our normal weapons resistance reaches 20%, we take 8 times as much sun damage, and we gain Embrace of Shadows, which allows us to go invisible and use Night Eye for 3 minutes once per day. NPCs will generally stop providing services to the player at this stage, however, so feeding on a sleeping NPC to revert back to 25% is a good choice. My only real change would be to make it so that feeding reverts back only
How are
one
you doing
stage,
back already?
so if players are comfortable playing as Stage 2 or Stage 3 vampires, they don't have to constantly keep reverting back to Stage 1. Playing the entire game as a vampire is actually fairly viable in Oblivion. Your only combat weakness is fire, and you can either play a Dunmer or use the Atronax sign and a couple items to easily offset that weakness. People only notice your vampirism at Stage 4, and liberal usage of charm spells can offset that. And since most people in the game have sleep packages, it's easy to find fresh food. Sadly, none of the game bears rather obvious affliction and quests, and unlike Morrowind and Skyrim, there aren't any special quests just for vampires. Azente is a vampire, and you have the Order of the Virtuous Blood.
I did. That was one of the first things I said.
Join and get paid for vampire
I was like, "Oh,
and Azura's quests about
that'd be a
vampires
good one
too.
for you."
But you don't see any kind of replacement or expansion on the
It's okay.
vampire clan's idea from Morrowind. The concept's just sort of in this transitory phase that lasted until the Dawnguard DLC from Skyrim.
I
The
got my
Count of
mojo
Skingrad
back.
and his wife became vampires 50
I can finally
years ago,
brown
and
things
while the Count
properly.
was fine with